Hi ho adventurers, how you doing? It's a Friday night and I find myself having a bit of a drama holding me up. Not a huge drama, but I'm gonna leave a video for you to watch that I put up this week. This one's 10 minutes. That should be enough. God, I hope this works and it doesn't just seize up the stream. That'd be fun. Wouldn't it, though? Wouldn't that be fun if it just seized up the stream? Right. So I am No, I'm actually just trying to upload a video and I didn't want to start this late. So I'm gonna play you a cocktail video that I uploaded a bit earlier this week, and you can enjoy that. And yes, and I'll go full screen and play that. Are you guys getting sound for that? Because I'm always really paranoid that the sound's not working. I'm hoping someone tells me in the chat if the sound's working or not working, because I really want to finish doing what I'm doing. No sound. Okay, so much for that fucking idea. Mic, audio. No, I can't really do that. Ugh, no sound from the video. God damn it. Stop. Right, fuck it. Fuck it. Really? Honestly? Fuck it. Okay, hello friend Harb, Sprout Girl on the Twitch, Milk My Mantids, Luke, who else is here? Invisible Chicken, Megaleech, Chris, hi, Stella. Right, thank you so much for letting me know that wasn't working. I won't upload the video when I meant to. Harb, it is literally impossible to avoid the news about Trump having the Rona. It's a goddamn thing, isn't it? It is such a thing. What the fuck happens next? Who knows? He's just in an absurdly high risk group for complications. You'd have to think he's at least a 50% chance of complications, like ending up in hospital. And once you end up in hospital, when you're in his condition, the odds of you not coming out of hospital are pretty goddamn high. Yes, Megaleech, only like presidents that don't get COVID, but, you know, everyone gets COVID. But, Charlie, it's pussies versus cocks. You're watching some footy. Right. See, I saw the second comment, Charlie, before the first. So I thought you were just watching porn. I guess the football is it's homoerotic porn, quite honestly. Not said in a negative way. It's just, you know, the guys in the tight shorts grabbing one another. It's pretty sexual, honestly, in my book. Megaleech, yeah, Pence, the entire fucking White House is at risk. There are probably, if you tested everyone in the White House now, everyone in Trump's close circles, it's probably more cases than there are in fucking Melbourne. People were saying there are more cases than New Zealand. It's probably more cases than Melbourne, for that matter. So, Yeah, Hub, he definitely shouldn't lick the toilet seats on Air Force One. As the thing. Catherine, I did look this up. For those who don't know, there is provisions. If a candidate dies before the election, the candidate's party just gets to say, okay, this is who we're replacing them with. Most cases it would be the vice presidential nominee, but it won't always be that. And then that person will be on the ballot, and it's perfectly straightforward. What gets more complicated is if a president-elect, as in someone who wins the election with the dumb fucking rules they have in America, if they die before inauguration, because that whole bullshit with the Electoral College and whatnot, it can get real complicated. It's never happened, and it's real complicated. So, yeah. Because the way the Electoral College works, of course, it's they don't necessarily go with the popular vote. Like the Electoral College in each state has a certain number of, votes for the presidency, and each state has different laws. I don't mean there's 50 different laws. I mean there's different laws between states. If the president-elect died before the Electoral College had declared their votes, which could happen, the Electoral College could just go for the vice president-elect. They could say someone else from that party. Man, they could give the fucking votes to a third party. It's the longer it goes on, the weirder it gets. And if they're if the Electoral College declares their votes and that's settled, but then the president-elect dies before inauguration, that's another layer of complication. It should just go to the vice president-elect, but Congress can get involved, and it's never happened. There are theoretically rules, but it could get real screwed up. Sprout Girl, yeah, the Electoral College is without a doubt the worst thing about the American electoral system. And I say that as the system has a lot of problems, so it's no small statement to say what the worst element of it is. But yes. Megalich, look, if both Trump and Pence go on to ventilators, even if they don't die, if they're incapacitated before the election, constitutionally, Pelosi takes the office of president. If they don't die, she would be acting president. If they die, she would be president. So yes, then she'd get to talk about Supreme Court nominations. Be weird. Hellion, hello, Kirsten. How you doing? Oh, you'll appreciate this, Kirsten. I wasn't going to buy any more booze online, or in fact offline, although I haven't been in a bottle shop for a long time. I wasn't going to buy any more booze for a while because I thought, okay, I've replaced all the things I ran out of. Got a couple of things I wanted. Not going to buy any booze. Drink cart's kind of full. And then I got an email that Tiny Bear Gin Distillery had, they've done some Christmas limited editions in those cute little bottles they do. And I couldn't resist. So I got the, I ordered today the 3-pack of Tiny Bear Christmas special limited editions. I think one's called Christmas Pudding, one's Ginger, and one's just called Australian Summer. So they'll probably arrive this week. I think Tiny Bear got stuff to me pretty quick last time. Yeah, Kirsten, because they released them last year, but they're saying, we tweaked the recipe a bit this year. We think it's even better now. So yeah, so I couldn't resist. I got them because they're those cute little bottles. Chris, Trump getting COVID is, to me, it's a weird double thing. It is at the same time a mind fuck. Like, this is really wild news, but it's also incredibly predictable. Like, I for months I've going, how the fuck has he not had COVID? He doesn't take precautions. He's been surrounded by people who've tested positive. Herman fucking Cain died. How the fuck did he not test positive? Finally, he's tested positive. But it's fucking mind blowing. Like, holy crap, this is some shit right now. The next week or so is going to be wild because, and it's the fucking dice roll with these fucking cases at Trump's age. The chances of him being asymptomatic, like not getting particularly sick, are very slim. It's possible. He'll be asymptomatic. Not likely, but possible. What's most likely is he'll get real fucking sick. Like, it'll be, people who've got it have called it turbo flu. Like, it's influenza on fucking steroids, and it knocks you flat. And he would have a very long recovery. I think the most scenario is, Abigail, you only just heard that Trump has tested positive. He has. So has the First Lady. So have a bunch of people in the White House. So the most likely is he gets quite sick and has a very long recovery. And he might vacate the office of president. Honestly, that would be a huge face-saving thing for him if he actually stepped aside and said, I can't fulfill the office, I need to recover. And then he'd still get to go on with all his bullshit without the pressure of being president. And he could keep toying, I might run again one day, because constitutionally he could. I think the most likely is he gets real sick and it as a long recovery. But he's fucking, when you consider the role of US president, it's a frighteningly high possibility he's going to pop his fucking clogs. This is game over for Trump. He is at quite high risk. But it's news and a half, is it? Fucking big news. So that's fuck. This 2020 is the year that keeps giving, isn't it? Yeah, it's wow. I'm just overwhelmed by it. Luke, I think The Simpsons might have showed him in a coffin. I don't watch The Simpsons. I haven't watched anything they've aired in the last 10 years, really. But Chris, this might bring in more restrictions in the US. It's who knows? Like, by most accounts, it's like the second week after you contract it when shit goes south. If it's going to, like, most people don't get real sick straight away. It's like the second week is where you go off a cliff health-wise if it's going to go, yeah. Abigail, overwhelmed, mostly joy, and yes, Schadenfreude. Sorry, what did we miss, Natalie? What was a Photoshop? Oh, okay. So you mean the Simpsons dying thing? Yeah, I don't know, because I haven't watched it. I know they had some Trump stuff in the show, and I've seen the picture of a Simpsons-style Trump in a coffin, but I don't know the source of it. Megali, do you reckon he'll go the other way? If I have to suffer, you all do. Open everything up. Yeah, Chris, it honestly does increase, I think, the likelihood of something serious happening with COVID and addressing the issue. No matter what happens with Trump, I think it increases the likelihood of a proper approach. And of course, Trump losing the election or fucking dying is what would really make it likely to get her done. looking. I just feel like kicking off the night with a rum cocktail. Isle of Scotch. And vermouth and Punta Mez. A spritz of Isle of Scotch. Well, I won't worry about that. Although they had a recipe here for a rum old-fashioned, I'm quite sure. Let me see if I can find it. I was looking a bit earlier. Daiquiri, here we go. Rum old-fashioned. Get the recipe. That's what I want to try with my new rum, because I saw this recipe. So it's just the rum demerara syrup, which I actually have, allspice dram, which I thought would go well in it, orange bitters and Angostura bitters. Yeah, I'm going to make me one of those. Trump, Abigail, imagine if the entire Trump family died from El Corona. Yeah, incredibly unlikely, but Trump and Pence is more likely than the whole Trump family. But you're right, Chris. The exposure risk is quite high. I bet Biden's been tested since this happened. I bet Pelosi's getting tested. I bet, like I said, if they're smart, Pelosi's going into isolation at the moment just as a safety precaution. Because, yeah, if Trump and Pence go down, if they're incapacitated, constitutionally, she takes executive office on. So, yeah. Chris, look, I hold out hope that you're right, that this would result in some sort of lockdown, some increased seriousness in addressing COVID, because I had been extremely worried about what the next couple of months going into winter was going to bring for America. Oh, yeah, Mega Leach, everyone in the White House would have been tested by now. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, Sprout Girl. And I have to also, almost everyone's watching on YouTube. Sprout Girl's watching on Twitch. So anyone wondering, who the fuck am I talking to? This is why I normally say the username before I respond to a comment to give an indication of who I'm talking to. Sprout Girl the next week will be super fucking interesting. Will be so interesting. Chris, what did Pence survive yesterday? It's not a thing I've heard. So I hadn't heard much about Pence. But, okay, I need to get a couple of things together while we're talking. Man, I'm really surprised. Look, I'm clarifying. This is blood orange juice and mezcal that I'm clarifying. And it's not really losing any of its color. The blood orange juice was really purple. That's surprising. I thought it would lose color, but it doesn't look like it is. But this is going to be a slow process. I'm going to make a particular drink with that at some point. But given that we usually go to all fucking hours on a Friday night, I have time. I have time for that to go ahead. Now, I need to get a couple of things so I can prep some ice for my drinky poo. Actually, you know what? I'm not even going to waste. So this isn't going to waste on you. I'm not going to waste the good ice. Let me get old-fashioned glass. Bit of ice. Hopefully this goes in. I tried this. Perfect. Perfect. I'm just going to make this in the glass. My new coconut rum. My new allspice rum. AKA pimento rum. Alrighty. What else was I supposed to put in this? Rum. Syrup. That's right. I knew there was something else. And I've still got the bitters out, so that's good. Get my demerara syrup. Little bit demerara syrup left. Make sure it's mixed. Okay. I need my jigger. Probably a spoon to mix this. Where's my bar spoon? I'm going to find it. For my bar spoon. And I cannot see it. Oh, it's here. It's in the wrong drawer. That's why I can't find it. God damn. Got the help in this place. AKA me. I forgot what I did with it. Sprout Girl, you're on YouTube now. Everyone will see you. That's cool. Yes, Annette. I think the whole... Could you imagine... Chris, did you wake up to this news, or were you already awake when the news came through? I was just thinking, because it happened in... The news broke in the wee early hours, so there'd be a whole bunch of fucking Americans just waking up to this news. And just... That shit's wild. All right, so... Making my rum old-fashioned. They say dark rum, but I'm doing... Well, this was a dark rum that was filtered to take out a lot of the colour. And then it was infused with coconuts and cacao nibs. So it's got coconut and chocolate flavour, and it's fucking awesome. Okay, so just a bar spoon of the Demerara, which is right in front of me. Okay. So, bar spoon of sweetener. There we go. Oh, that looks nice. And, okay, whatever you're doing to me, spoon. Do that, spoon. Bar spoon of allspice dram. All right. And dashes of orange and Angostura bitters. Almost out of citrus bitters. I'll have to get some more. And some Angostura bitters. There we go. Alrighty. Ready to start this Friday off now. Michael, surely there was a footballer returning home who took the bins out. Is that reference to me saying there's no news? Chris, you reckon there's a couple of hours till panic sets in on the East Coast? Oh, damn. Bobo, it broke just as a lot of the late night hosts had wrapped up. They'd be spewing. Well, they didn't know what to do. Right. When did we get on to Scottish hair being big? I missed some stuff. Anyway, Justin, a rum old-fashioned first drink of the evening. Yes. So, Sparkle, you like the cocktail ASMR, the mixing sound? Nice. Megalith, you made me snort my drink. Wonder how long it took to explain to Trump that a positive test result isn't a good thing. Michael, it is in fact a slow news day. Oh, this is yummy. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, I thought the allspice dram would go well with that. Charlie, you're doing black jumpsuit tonight. I'm wearing my Far Side cow tie. Probably can't even see it on there. But this is a print of a Far Side cartoon with cows on it. Justin, you're worried about Biden? I'm sure they've tested Biden and they're been real sure to limit who he comes into contact with. Abigail's naked. That's okay. It's a Friday night. That's a perfectly reasonable way to be. Hey, Lee, how's it going? Sprout Girl, yes, cheers for the Far Side. Oh, that is fine, Bev. I knew this stuff, the allspice dram. I knew it'd go well with this rum. Whoa, Jesus, that's a real winter warmer, that one, even though it was quite warm today. Early spring here, and got well into the 20s today. Hearing weird noises out the back. Oh, the fucking door's open, so I'm hearing noise I wouldn't normally hear. I will close it soon. So if you had technical issues today, not if you're making, oh well. Charlie, if you can get in, fiddled with the privacy settings, might have been what kept it. Oh yeah, the weirdness that was happening. Kirsten in jammies, having worn human clothes all day. Fair enough. Annette, your Okar Gold still hasn't turned up. I was surprised how quickly my last Okar shipment got here. It probably took less than a week. But yeah, the mail is just so weird and screwy at the moment. Stuff can get delayed without warning. Bobo, what would happen if it took out both Biden and Trump? Oh, it's hard not to laugh at Trump. There are rules. Like I was discussing that earlier. If either Trump or Biden goes bye-bye before the election, that's pretty straightforward. The party then just nominates, this is who's going to be our presidential nomination. Probably the VP, not necessarily. And then whoever the party nominates as their nominee is on the ballot on election day. Gets more complicated if it happens after election day. Can get very, very, very complicated. Stella, been on the phone, missed the convo. Your uncle reckons he's faking COVID to get out of debating Biden again. I don't think he's faking, because you're just getting into really weird conspiracy theory if you start saying that seriously. But it could, if he doesn't die, but he gets quite sick, it could be a real face-saving escape for him, that he just goes, I'm too sick, I have to withdraw because I can't fulfill the office. Pence gets dumped in it. Pence loses because no one likes Pence. And Trump just gets to carry on with his bullshit. I would have won. I would have so much winning. And he can always run again, but I don't think he'd want to. Catherine also boasting the nudeness, about to get in the shower. Safa, did Pauline Hanson get a tour of Australia Post? I don't know. I didn't hear that. The hope for a Santa's presidency isn't dead. That's a big word to use at the moment. Fuck yeah, that's a good drink. So if you wonder if Trump ends like Johnson, I don't know what that means. Imagine how the anti-mask people must feel now that the president has COVID. No, they're just conspiracy driven. They'll just turn it into another conspiracy that someone gave it to him deliberately. A spy, one of the deep state spies, actually injected him with poison. They will be saying that now. I'm not even joking. I'm not exaggerating. They'll already be promoting conspiracy theories that he was poisoned. Simple as that. Charlie, Trump should do a halt. Go for a swim, you reckon? Sprout Girl, you easily led astray with cocktails. I am making cocktails tonight. This is only the first one. Going to be making 3 or 4 more at least. Yes, well gifted Aspie, they will blame China. Absolutely. Yeah, I know, Sprout Girl, the conspiracy people are just fucked. Safa, they won't say Russians, they'll say China. Yeah. Let's be honest, Trump can't survive COVID. You already picture him stage. Yeah. Trump's at super high risk, basically, of at least getting very sick and having a very long recovery. Which, as I said, honestly, if he doesn't die, but just gets really sick, that could be really good for him. Charlie on the Grigio. Uniquely evil. Hello to you. You think there's more tunnels and assassins? Yeah, they're not short on the conspiracies. Chris, that's fair. You had a friend die from COVID. Trump dies. You go to his grave and piss on it. There'll be a fucking line, man. There will be a line. Yeah, Megalish saying different conspiracies. Biden put it on Trump's microphone. He's faking it to say he got cured by hydroxychloroquine. I honestly, if anyone seriously is putting about conspiracy theories about Trump faking this diagnosis, with how many people would have to be involved, um, and I'm pretty sure faking it would be quite a serious crime. But Trump's also not that smart. Anyone really seriously pushing conspiracies about Trump faking it, I put them in exactly the same basket as the QAnon fuckwits. It's just stupid. Don't do it. It's stupid. Kaiju, you woke up to the news, did you? Hey, hey. Uniquely evil. That is a fun touch. You are correct. The person who infected Trump was called Hope. That's very special. That is absolutely special. Ooh, Sproutco, you've got some bougie hard kombucha. Nice. You're in California. Excellent. Hard kombucha. Why not? Chris, you ordered 2 more big candles. You got to send. Okay, that's the things you're ordering. What did I order? I ordered a plastic thing to put on my face to keep my mask off my nose and mouth because it freaks me out a bit. I don't know when that's going to arrive. I ordered a really goth vest. I have no idea if and when that's ever going to arrive because it's from overseas. I did order some more gin today because I'm bad. Yeah, Chris. No, anyone who's doing hoax conspiracy saying Trump's faking it needs to shut the fuck up. Look in the mirror. You're a fuckwit. You are just like fucking Trump's conspiracies. Okay, Charlie's doing the fashion parading. I think was it Friday night, party night? We're going to do Angry Bunch. I haven't heard from AZ today, so I think we should do Angry Bunch. Who's up for Angry Bunch? Where is the link? Nice. Trump's going to be in bleached. Yep, they're going to have to keep the bleach away from him. He'll be drinking it. Justin, yeah, I heard that suggestion that New Zealanders would be able to travel here before we'd be able to travel to New Zealand, which is interesting. So there's the link for anyone who wants to join. Okay, that is an interesting comment, Annette. Plumber stole your shower. Wow. God, you don't want to do conspiracy, bit too good to be true. Oh, dude, it's fucking, it's amazing he hasn't been tested positive up till now because hasn't been taking precautions. He's been surrounded by people who tested positive. I was finding it so fucking hard to believe he hadn't actually contracted the virus. Like, Jesus, how fucking long can he go without contracting it while doing all the stupid shit he's doing? And finally, here we go. So if you've never been to New Zealand, when travel's a possibility, I recommend it. I've been to New Zealand once. It's fucking great. It's a really good place for a holiday. Oh, Annette, so by shower, do you have any water or is it just the shower not working? Is the water not working or you've got no working shower? Do a hooer's bath. Just wash the necessary. Lee, hello.
Hey.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, Kaiju, I love it. Kaiju, you woke up to the news and thought you were dreaming. Yep. I can imagine. This is weird. This is big news in the weirdest year on history. There's no doubt this is the biggest news of the whole year, and that's saying something. What do you reckon, Lee?
Yeah.
I think it's the biggest news of the year, and whoa, you know, it's. I'm still adjusting. Like I've known for hours now, but I'm still kind of adjusting, quite honestly. But
yeah.
Oh, well, sorry, I'm keeping up with Annette's hardships. The shower cubicle's being taken away. Glass door hinge broken. They took the whole thing. Oh, well, it's no one can smell you on the internet, Annette. You're fine. It's fine.
Yeah, that'd be very creepy if they could smell you on the internet.
I'm sure there's some fucking nerd working on it now, but rather than something that would help humanity. Oh, God, that made me remember there was an old John Waters film with Divine, and when it was released into the cinema, in selected cinemas, they had a scratch and sniff card, and the squares were numbered. And at a certain point in the movie, a number would come up, and you're supposed to scratch that thing and sniff. And it was like eggs and farts and shit, of course. It was John Waters. It was John Waters and Divine. So,
No.
yeah, it's a bit of a thing. Yes, smell-o-vision, Sprout Girl. That's what it's all about. Smell-o-vision. Oh, and you want go to New Zealand for Xena Infatuation. When I went there, it was after the Lord of the Rings, and you couldn't help it. You'd be in some locations and you just go, oh man, this looks exactly like where a bit from Lord of the Rings would happen. You know, Black Riders coming out from those trees and that sort of shit. I didn't go to, in fact, they didn't actually have any of the sets as tourist things when I was there, because it was quite a while ago that I was there. But now you can actually do the tour. You can visit Hobbiton and you can visit the sets and blah-de-blah-de-blah. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, as my friends would say, like when the Hobbit's like, we're going on an adventure, they'd be like, oh, can we stop by Timmy's first?
Yeah. So I'm gonna get. I've got some plans for cocktails tonight. I got to decide. I was gonna actually, you know, what I'm gonna invent my own Mad Hatter cocktail, because, and this is slightly obscure. If those who remember, on the Mad Hatter's hat, he has a card that says, "In this style, 10 and 6." All right, Chris is joining us too. Chris, how you doing?
Yay.
Hello.
How you doing, man? So I was just talking about the Mad Hatter. On his hat, he had a card that said, "In this style, 10 and 6." That meant the hat was on sale for 10 shillings and sixpence. But that 10-6, so I noticed some American sites saying 6th of October, which in the American style is written 10-6, is Mad Hatter Day. And for that 10-6. And that's as good an excuse as any to make a cocktail and call it a Mad Hatter, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Indeed it is.
So I've found some, and most of them are some shade of green or blue, I guess, to encourage that wild, crazy feel of the Mad Hatter's Tea Party. So I'm going to create Nobody. Greetings to you and Rambling Johnny. Hello. Having a hard time not giggling, Johnny. Yes. Yeah, there is a worry that, you know, this might get a sympathy bump for Trump, but I don't think it will, because there were always Chris, you don't reckon?
Yeah, so I turned on NBC News as soon as it happened, and I was watching another independent person that I watch all the time, Young Turks and stuff. And from leftists are all like, yes. And all the liberals are like, yes. That's 65% of the country.
Yeah.
Republicans make up 35% of the country. 5% of them are going to vote Libertarian. Out of leftists and liberals, about 5% are probably going to vote for Green Party, which is good. It means there's probably going to be a third person in the next presidential debates. I'd be shocked if we don't hit 5% this year, but the amount of Republicans that support Donald Trump is not 35%. It's not 30%. It's 27%.
Yeah.
And so when you take 27% of Republicans, that's 15% of the country that's like die-hard Trump. The rest are independents that are just racist.
Yeah.
And they're violent members. And what's really good about this is that without a fascistic leader to fall behind, there's nothing there. You know, there were a couple of attempts that, like, oh, maybe we can get Obama back in the day from a lot of neo-Nazis and stuff and skinheads, but they never even got close. They got one guy who had a hunting rifle, and that was it. There was no organization. There was nothing. And so now what you're going to have is you will now have a president that he can't leave the White House.
Yeah.
Biden's not going to debate him. It's too dangerous. It's going to lead to another lockdown, even if it's just state by state or city by city, because the mainstream media has nothing else to talk about 24/7. COVID and the election. This is
Yep.
fantastic news. And you know what happened today, the same time that Trump got sick? Wisconsin hospitals were overfilled.
Oh.
Wisconsin is a battleground state.
Ah.
And now that Trump has COVID, he's dead politically. He can't win the election. He can't. His whole campaign was COVID's not a thing. And now he has COVID.
Yeah.
So he's,
Yeah.
he's dead.
And Gecko's joining us too. How you doing, buddy?
Hey,
Hello. Good morning. How are you?
he's
Good.
dead politically just in the electoral election. He's dead politically as a movement, even if he survives. He's going to get ridiculous sympathy from everybody, especially liberals. And it won't matter. Won't matter. It's not going to happen politically.
Oh,
And then you're going to have
just-
Biden if he doesn't get sick. If Biden gets sick, then that's not good. We'll have Kamala Harris as president. She's real bad.
She's
But-
pretty hard on. Right. Yeah.
She's bad in herself. I think she's worse than Biden, which is saying something. But he doesn't. Let's say he doesn't get sick. Then I mean, he's got this in the bag. And then you have the entire apparatus of the United States government on one thing:
Yeah.
stopping
Yeah.
COVID.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dude,
With any luck. I love Megaleech has got the perfect meme, the Joker when someone's, when a Trump supporter says, "Oh, you think it's funny that Trump got COVID?" Do the Joker face and goes, "Yes, I do, and I'm tired of pretending it's not."
This is news for the area I live in because the last debate, they were both bickering about how they can't wait to send more troops into Portland to beat up
Oh, yeah.
protesters. This is good. So it means that Trump won't be stoking the flames anymore. Biden, during the Obama years, when uprisings happened in Baltimore and Ferguson, you know what they did? They shut up. They didn't say a word about it. And this is great news because Mayor Ted Wheeler, Portland, he's a fucking liberal nightmare. He says, "Look, guys, you can't use tear gas. Okay, don't use it." And then the federal government, Trump said, "We deputizing you, so you can just go ahead and use it anyway, and go ahead and beat up the press too." They literally knocked a photographer on their ass.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
70
Yeah.
people,
Absolutely.
right?
Yeah.
The election is in 4 weeks for the mayor of Portland. There was a pro Black Lives Matter endorsed candidate, and somebody who I know who's been trying to fight police corruption in Portland for like a decade. I've worked with her before.
Yeah.
She's a black woman. And even back then, the reason why she didn't help is I was part of a socialist group that eventually became the Democratic Socialists. But before that, so that was when everyone hated us. In fact, my college professors that came by when we were like handing out newspapers about stuff, they were just all, I saw the word socialist and they're like, "Oh my God, it's Stalin." I'm like, "Oh my God, I mean," but when we worked with her back then, she was all like, "We just got to work at, like trying to get a police review board. And then maybe we can do," I'm like, "They're killing black people. They're killing them. More than that." And she's like, "Well, we got to do it." So she just unendorsed Ted.
Oh, no.
Hi, Charlie, by the way.
Hi.
Look,
I fixed it.
Awesome. There you go.
I fixed it.
Oh,
Trump's going to die. And the whole
Yeah.
family.
Yay.
I got candles burning. I bought more candles. It's all over. I mean, this is fantastic news.
I feel for nobody's
Pop the
saying.
champagne.
I mean, look, I hope he doesn't die. I mean, look, if he dies, I'm not going to be sad about it. I'll be kind of happy about it, but
But you're not going to actually wish it on him. Yeah.
no, I feel bad. I don't want him to die. I want him to get sick. I want him to suffer like my friend did. But I don't want him to die.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. My friend Sophie kind of suffered when she got COVID.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty harsh. Sorry, like nobody's line is going, he's having to pray for forgiveness. As soon as he heard that Trump had COVID, it was, fuck him, hope he dies. Whoops, that's bad. That's a bad thing. That's a bad Christian.
I'm just imagining.
Okay. I'm going to absolve nobody at this point, and it's just like it's a natural impulse. But the fact that you even have the conscience to say, okay, it's bad that for me to actively wish for him to die, that means you have more conscience than him and all of his supporters. So,
Who's
I'm
got
just
the
imagining Milo.
got my root beer.
yeah, I was about to say, who's about to get arrested? Was that you, Gecko?
Oh,
It's probably me. Probably
I just heard a siren.
that siren, that was me.
Oh, it's Charlie. Charlie's about to get busted on camera. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm under a flight path along the ambulance route and by the police station.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I'm on a main road, so I get a lot of that.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Are you-
I'm in the court.
Yeah. We're also so in the chat, people talking about how it's weird that in America, voting's on a Tuesday, and
That is weird.
yeah, Sprout Girl saying it should be a holiday. We do it on a Saturday.
It should be a holiday period. But Oregon and Washington, we voted for like
video call.
15 to 20 years now, and that's not going to change. So we just mail it, we fill it out at home, we do all of our research, and then we drop it in. So that's what we vote.
I love when we were talking about the siren and then said it was you, Charlie. Kirsten's responded, "It's always Charlie that's got the cops coming." Where's the boy?
Here's the boy. He's having a chew.
There you go. He's happy. He's happy. Oh yeah, giving us that squeaky ASMR. That's what we want.
It's got drool flying everywhere.
Yeah. I'm just saying, Ludo, that sounds a bit kinky from an ASMR point of view, is all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say.
Ludo.
What are you getting on that, Chris?
I got my coupon for Yankee Candle. Got 20% off, so I can get more of these because I need more.
Ah, you were saying you had a candle obsession. Yeah.
Drop it.
Seaside Woods is my favorite. I mean, it's just therapy just makes me so happy.
I have to keep him from putting his paws on the keyboard.
On a previous stream about sarsaparilla. I got some sarsaparilla, Bundaberg sarsaparilla.
No, he wants that one.
Very similar. All right. Taste slightly different.
Yeah, now I'll find out if I like sarsaparilla.
I hope you do. I'm excited for you.
I'm just imagining Milo Yiannopoulos going, "Oh no, Daddy got infected."
Yeah. Oh, no one's paying it. No one's paid attention to Milo for a long time.
I know. Neither have I, to be honest.
Poor Diddums.
That guy had a last name. Let me tell you.
It's an interesting smell, the sarsaparilla. It's sort of herbal and sort of sweet.
Yeah. It smells like a plant.
Oh, no, it's good. It's good.
It's so good, isn't it? It's amazing.
It's better than peyote.
Yeah, it's not quite as good as peyote, Lee, but you know, it's
Oh, I'm joking about the peyote because I know my friend John Safran tried peyote and he said,
"Are you friends with it?
It's supposed to expand your imagination, but the clouds are like literal effing clouds."
Yeah, it's like a friend shared on Facebook that there's a high def version of Akira, the Japanese animation, coming to cinemas somewhere, and it's a trippy as hell movie. And I go, well, I'm only going if someone gets me some top shelf hallucinogens. It's the only way to watch.
You can have it.
Well, did you guys see Beavis and Butthead Do America? That whole scene where they're crawling through the desert, they're supposed to be high on peyote.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
That music video scene.
Oh no!
I haven't seen that movie in years. I saw it with like the older cousins that were like, "Hey, Chris, you should watch this video, man. He's a kid; he won't get it anyway."
I could see it in theater.
I was gonna say one of the Cheech and Chong movies. They get stranded in the desert at one point. Which one was that? Oh, there's so many.
I don't know. It was the one where they got high.
Oh my!
I'm sure there were.
That really narrows it down.
Yeah.
Yeah, really helps.
I like the ones with Stacy Keach as the really aggressive cop, and he's trying to buff them, and that whole routine where they're on the police radio, and this is Sergeant Stadenko. Who the hell is this? Hey, Larry, how's it going?
I think that was Nice Dreams.
So the
the classic line of the cop on the line saying, "You're on a police line. This is a serious event. This is Sergeant Stadenko. I'm going to get you." Go, hey, Operation. He kept saying Operation Hard Hat, which they related as Operation Lardass. And he's going like, "This is Sergeant Stadenko." And he goes, "Oh, hey, Lardass, do you know who this is?" And he goes, "No, I don't." "Okay, bye."
Oh man, reminds me of when I prank called the Church of Scientology. They're like, "Church of Dianetics." I was just like, and I had an Aboriginal friend. He said, "Oh, well, I'm going to book in my whole family for a free personality test." So he booked out the whole Church of Scientology for a whole month.
Yeah.
And nobody literally showed.
Oh,
That's
damn.
funny.
Oh,
That's
damn.
funny. I had some good prank calls back in the day.
Well, it can't be any different from how they usually are, right?
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
Yeah. You know what I
Oh
found
man.
interesting at the store the other day?
Mhm.
These are Tic Tac.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if they have those down there. I tasted it.
Yeah, I got those at
Yeah.
Woolworths.
Terrible.
What is it?
Horrible.
What was it?
It's a Tic Tac here. It's a Tic Tac. Tic Tac, but it's
Coca-Cola Tic Tac.
Coca-Cola Tic Tac.
tastes
Yeah.
like
Oh no.
flat pop.
Hmm.
It's
I thought they were okay.
yeah.
Mm.
I,
You know
I when I so I gave it to my mom. I gave it to me, and we were sitting there eating, and it was just like the thing that just I couldn't do it was like when you drink flat pop, it has that iron taste in it.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, and that just was like no, and we both spit it out as soon as we tasted the iron. But other than that, I think it would have been good.
I like the orange ones the best.
Yeah. I like the
Yeah.
spearmint ones myself.
Yeah. The you know what the sarsaparilla tastes a bit like? Tastes like this. The allspice dram. There's a particular berry that got called allspice. When you grind it up, it tastes like cinnamon. It tastes like all the spices. So it's very this sort of Christmas pudding spices is what it reminds me of.
Yeah, it's very earthy. Very earthy.
Yeah, earthy. Yes. Kirsten, hello.
Hi.
Oh, this is the first time you've been on cam and not in isolation.
This is the first time, yeah.
Yeah.
In our enormous Airbnb. It's enormous.
Nice.
Oh yeah,
Nice.
wait, weren't you trapped in a hotel for 2 weeks? Was that you or was that somebody else?
No, that was Kirsten.
No, it was me.
No,
I
it
was
wasn't me.
definitely trapped in a hotel for 2 weeks. But I'm out now. I'm now in an enormous Airbnb until we can move into our semi-permanent home.
Ooh, fancy.
So-
Nice.
Still in
Very good.
which state?
Kirsten's moved to
New South
Sydney.
Wales.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
I have moved to Sydney.
Yeah.
It's official. I start work on Tuesday
Wow.
because,
Okay.
funnily enough, Monday is a public holiday in New South Wales.
Okay.
Monday's a
And
public holiday in
Queensland.
South Australia too.
Well,
We get a
it's not
public
in,
holiday
in Victoria,
weekend.
and we were confused.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hey, L3, happy weekend. And Strictly Sega also agrees that they didn't like the Coke Tic Tac. So there you go.
Yeah, sadly,
Well, I don't like Coke in general. It's the toilet cleaner.
I'm a bit of a collector. I got this at the World of Coca-Cola.
Oh, my God.
Ah, a Coca-Cola watch, is it?
Yep, I got a backpack. I got a hoodie. It's been like $400. It was ridiculous. I got a problem, but I understand. Got a real problem.
You're
Yeah,
collecting scented candles and Coke memorabilia.
That's pretty much.
Yeah, my boyfriend is the same. He's been a Coke memorabilia fanatic for like his whole life. So we have a whole shit ton of Coke stuff.
I
Okay.
don't know. As
I thought you were about to
says,
say
that's
he was a
bold
Coke
no.
addict, and I was
No.
confused.
You used to be able to get Coke accessories in the 70s. It's absolutely surreal how mainstream cocaine was for a while in America. You look at particularly gentlemen's magazines from the 70s, and they're openly advertising Coke spoons and little things to carry your
Oh, no.
cocaine around. Like no one would carry ads for this shit now, but in the 70s they were like,
No.
"Fuck yeah, we're all doing cocaine."
Yeah, in America in the 70s,
It
I
can't
think
be
it was
that far from
DEA
Fred
or
Flintstone smoking
FDA.
cigarettes.
one of the two said it wasn't even addictive. Like, it's not addictive, it's completely safe. Go ahead. You know why they said that? Because they were on coke.
Yeah. That's the thing someone on cocaine would say. Yeah.
Oh yeah,
I
or
was
someone
remember-
on LSD would say LSD is not addictive.
Yeah.
I've never tried that.
Remember the Rick James line from Dave Chappelle's show.
Oh, yeah.
Where
Cocaine's
he's
a hell of a drug.
recreation. Yeah. Cocaine's a hell. It's just like Rick James was
I'm on
hilarious.
cocaine.
When Charlie Murphy related this story of Rick James coming in and putting his muddy boots all over their white lounge so they beat him up. He and Eddie beat him up. And then it cuts to actual Rick James getting interviewed. And he's going, Charlie Murphy says that. Dude, I didn't put my boots on his couch. Charlie Murphy's crazy. And then he just pauses and goes, yeah, I rubbed my boots all over his couch.
Yeah, I did put mine.
Like, what the fuck? And then
But he said because I knew he could buy a new one.
Yeah, buy another
Oh,
one.
no. I heard about a comedian nicknamed Fluffy. He's Gabriel Iglesias or something.
Yes, he's
About Dave the truck driver. His truck driver named Dave.
Yeah.
He's like, oh yeah, he's like America. And then he was watching something about Donald Trump building a wall, and then Dave opened the door between him and Fluffy and his friend, and he's like, America, I'm building a wall, and then closed the door, and then then Fluffy got a text expecting it to be an apology, but he's like, and you're paying for it.
Nobody. G'day, mate. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. How's y'all?
We're all swanning along. It's a Friday night.
great. Great day to be an American.
Yeah, we're trying not to celebrate too much, you know.
It won't stop the Supreme Court thing.
If you just want to celebrate freedom, celebrate my freedom.
I'm absolutely celebrating Kirsten's freedom tonight. So, although it feels in poor taste to do it with sarsaparilla, I've got to make a cocktail. Right. So I'm going to make a Mad Hatter cocktail. A lot of them are blue or green. So I'm going to do blue curacao and my blue vodka. That's weak. I'm going to put some rum in, I think. I'm going to put my blue absinthe in as well.
Needs more alcohol.
Yeah, to be mad. Oh, and they're all into putting the colored sugar rim. I think I've got some cake decorating sugar that I can.
That'll do.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
What have I got? Oh, pink. Pink's pretty good. Oh no, blue and green. Yes.
My favorite church is pink.
Yeah. I'm gonna at some point make some Bloody Marys with a celery salt rim.
Yeah, that's really good.
With because I don't like Tabasco, and so I'm gonna substitute wasabi for the Tabasco.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Well, that short-lived heat.
Yeah.
Kitty,
That's a kitty cat.
kitty
So I've got
time.
some blue and
Yay.
green and pink and yellow. I think I'll use all blue. I've got lots of blue. I think I'll use blue cake decorating sugar to repertoire.
So epic.
You're looking
Perfect.
far more colorful these days, Andrew.
This is my cocktail making gear. Formal Friday cocktail making gear.
This is true. I remember when
We're
I
only
first
here to
met
make fun of
Angry.
him.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's just like, oh my goodness, it's Angry Aussie.
Yeah.
Oh my
Good.
god.
Ludo in the background.
Oh yeah. Should I take it
Ludo
away or?
The Ludo ASMR is pretty interesting. It's like
Is it,
You get used to it.
Ludo.
if he's bothering anyone, then I can take it away and give him something else.
Oh, he's doing okay at the moment. If it gets real loud, say something. But,
He's like right next to the.
Like right there.
I just love how
Okay.
it doesn't get bored with it. It's just like, now I'm just going to chew on it.
Yeah.
I'm fine. This is great. I love this.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Reminds me of a German pointer I had named Ellie.
Oh.
Yeah, nice. Ooh, Abigail, who has been knitting or crocheting stuff for your brother's wife's kid, had a healthy baby girl. So Abigail's an aunt
Yeah.
now. So that's nice.
Yay.
Yay!
Yay.
Congratulations, Abigail.
That's
I should
some
go and
nice.
get my crochet so I don't just
Your blankie,
Now he's looking at
Drink.
the giant blankie.
yeah, my blankie. It's
What
actually
can
just
I say?
a
The
blankie.
nose
I'll go get it.
knows.
I think what I want to put in this. Oh yeah, I've got some sweet and sour mix that I made myself. Grenadine. I've got my homemade grenadine. I'm going to put that in too. All right.
Fancy schmancy.
Where's my homemade grenadine? There you go. So this one's simple syrup. I don't think it needs simple syrup as well. Okay. Oh no, they use that to make the glass sticky. I've just got to decide what sort of glass to do a Mad Hatter cocktail in.
Gotta be a fancy one.
It does. It has to be a bit interesting, doesn't it?
Maybe a tall one.
And up. So like a Nick and Nora or like a Coop or something.
Yeah. Well, that sounds a bit sedate. Thinking of this one. Thinking of this one. Phil,
Oh yeah.
can do a really blue and
Up.
put the
No, that's the glass right there.
blue sugar on it.
Oh yeah, on my way home when I was picking my son up from childcare, I went past some police people, some police guys,
Yeah.
policemen in their police car, and then they got out and they said, "Oh, we're wanting to stop you to tell you to have an amazing weekend."
Okay.
I'm like, "Well,
That's
thank you,
different.
officer."
That's weird.
Yeah, I was just like, "Thanks, officer." He's like, "You look like you're doing the right thing, so have an amazing weekend." I'm like, "Oh, thanks."
That's good.
That's rare. There you go. You got a good one.
But in Adelaide, they're pretty nice.
Blue curacao, that's what I wanted. Gonna make our drink really blue. Rum, I'm gonna put in. Blue curacao, sweet and sour, grenadine, and absinthe. That sounds like a winning goddamn drink, honestly.
Wow.
I remember
It really
the
does.
proper absinthe.
It's a lot of things.
So what was that?
I remember
so-
the proper absinthe.
Well, absinthe is again. Absinthe isn't one of the spirits that there's a control on what goes into it. Like it's supposed to have thujan, which this one has. This is actually Spanish. It's got a very French-sounding name, Jacques Soreau, but it's actually Spanish. Which, when I initially saw it, because it's got like the fairy on it, and the name is Jacques Soreau, which made me think, oh, it's a French absinthe, and it's not. It's some cheeky Spaniards who are making their absinthe sound very French.
Oh no! Oh, that's crazy.
Yeah, there's some good stuff.
It's not that crazy. So Japanese companies are buying scotch from Scotland and putting it in a barrel for not very long in Japan and calling it Japanese scotch.
Yeah.
Which is not technically incorrect, but is also sneaky.
Yes.
Yeah. I
It is.
mean, knowing the French, they would be super offended. Being,
Yeah.
what? You're making it, you're making it sound like it's from us, but it's not.
Was this?
Yeah, that's
rum,
true.
This rum
I
that
don't mind some of that Japanese whiskey.
Apparently, whiskey lovers are really into Japanese whiskey. It's gotten really expensive.
Whiskey lovers are really into Japanese whiskey, but because of some really shady dealings, people are going off Japanese whiskey and onto Australian whiskey, which is great. Let's
Nice.
continue that.
Oh, who was it
Stats
who
came
brought
out
out?
Stats came out this week that spirit consumption of Australian-made products is still only 1% of total Australian consumption, which is really, really sad. Like, we've been trying so hard to increase the profile of the industry, and another bunch of like distilleries have had to. Well, definitely one or two have had to close because of COVID.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's pretty rough.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
You were going to ask a question, Angry?
One of the Australian distillers brought out their first single malt this week. Archie Rose?
A distillery in Sydney, quite large.
Oh. Is this one that's known to you? Is it? Okay. Because I got it. There was an email from Applewood saying, "Hey, we were about to make another announcement about our next special offer, but our good friends at Archie Rose announced their first single malt today, and we don't want to steal any of their thunder. Go over to Archie Rose, and it sold. The first offering sold out hours after it was announced, which is nice.
So it was 3,000 bottles were released via ballot, and then another allocation of 1,200 bottles were released to the public, and the 1,200 bottles sold out in 18 minutes.
Wow.
So
18 minutes.
It was 18 minutes. It's a big deal. So Archie Rose, largest independent whiskey and gin distillery.
Yep.
They also make vodka, if you so care.
Yep.
And they operate. They opened in 2014. 2014.
Okay.
And the owner was 26 when he opened Archie Rose.
Wow.
So he's like wonderkind. So he's probably the youngest like owner of a distilling brand, unless you're a lark. Like,
okay.
Yeah,
Well, that's pretty impressive.
And they've just completed this enormous upgrade to make a second distilling site. So they've got the original site, which is going to be their sort of like show site. So it's where the bar is and where the experimental still will be.
Okay.
And then they've opened a secondary production facility that's required some additional staff.
Aha.
Hmm.
And I'll leave everybody to work out what that means.
Congratulations.
Ah, exciting times. Excellent stuff. I just noticed in the chat, Megaleech saying thoughts and prayers to the unpaid intern who now has to go through Trump's Twitter and remove all the COVID conspiracy tweets. He doesn't do that. He doesn't delete tweets. People keep digging up tweets.
I mean, they can't actually because they're presidential decrees, so they're there forever.
Yep. You can't,
Yeah,
even if he
that's so
dies,
true. Well, my brother's from other mothers and my sister's from other misters. I have to go.
Alrighty, thanks for dropping by.
Look
Bye,
after
Lee. It was
my
nice to
children.
see you.
Bye-bye.
Nice to see you too. Well, peace and love.
Bye.
Live long and
Bye.
prosper.
Yeah, you too. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
That's a nice ASMR bye, Chris. All right, I'm just in the process of preparing to sugar my glass, which is not something I usually do, but Oh man, I
Do
don't
you
know.
have a slice of citrus or something to like run around
This
the
one
rim?
actually recommended to do it with sugar syrup.
Ooh.
It's going to make it very sugary, and so that's what I'm going to try.
I'll make it sticky.
I know.
Sticky. Gross.
It will stick in my moustache. But
Lemon
anyway,
juice.
it looks like it's
No,
working.
it'll drip
Flavor
down the
saver.
side of the glass and make your fingers sticky, and I can't stand that.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah.
Oh, this is actually
I
working.
can't have my hands.
I hate that.
Can't stand my fingers
Can't have my.
each other. Oh God.
Got to have wet wipes by the bed,
Can't
eh? Hey. No, look, it worked.
I just.
It worked. Look at that.
Oh,
Nice.
Oh, that is an
Wow.
excellent rim.
It's blue. I love blue. Blue is my favorite color.
I've done an excellent rim
Oh,
job.
Charlie.
Like, we can't say anything around Charlie. What is that?
Charlie.
Charlie.
I can't help it.
Oh, dear. Okay, so I'm going to make this.
Oh God,
Sorry, Charlie,
I jumped in earlier in the stream to just leave a message and then go, and I don't know if anybody got the off-color joke that I made about the football, because it was Panthers versus Roosters,
Yes.
and so I said it's pussies versus cocks.
Yes, that's what I said. Until I saw you were talking about football, I thought you were just going to watch porn, but that's okay. That's fine.
I have to get used to the fact that people in New South Wales think that that's football, and I've only just gotten used to the fact that, like, the other kind of football is football.
Yeah, you've got to adjust a lot of stuff now.
There's a lot of football. I'd say there's American football, and there's Australian football, and then there's soccer, but it's football. That's confusing.
In Europe, yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So look,
I can hear myself, and that's disturbing.
Very.
You got to chat amongst
Is
yourself.
one of us feeding back
I gotta
into
s-
the
I gotta
screen
set
for
up-
their mic or something?
Maybe.
adjust my set.
I'll turn mine down a bit.
Your cat joke, Charlie, reminds me of about 3.5 years ago. I was producing community college basketball games for TV, public access TV, and I was just doing it to get an internship. And then after that, we just did it because nobody else would do it, and we felt bad if we just left. And one of our commentators didn't show up, and it was me, and I had my best bud Ed do all the commentary. He's really good. He knows basketball well, and I wasn't running camera. I showed up a little bit late, so I just there to help. And then they're like, "Hey, you got to get on the announcing," and I'm like, well, "I guess I could do that. I've been doing this stuff for too long." So I sat down, and it was the Portland Community College Panthers playing. I think what's the name? What was the name? What was the other cat? I think it was like the Bellevue Pride or something. No. It was the Clackamas Community College Cougars. And so for 2.5 hours, we made cat puns.
Nice.
We were just all like, man, the Panthers were clawing in
Oh
there.
yeah, and apparently the AFL right now is like Tigers versus Lions.
But yeah, it was
my.
they were like they're clawing
Yeah.
in victory. They got victory by the clench of their jaws. They're real cat fight out there. I mean, it was. Well,
Did they? Was that like the talk of the town afterwards? All the puns.
no, but
Wasn't even noticed, and that's the upsetting part of like really beautiful puns.
it was not. It was noticed, but nobody said anything unless they were like, "Hey, I saw that game with the Cougars and the Panthers, and you guys were hilarious." But that was because it went on television, and for like 2 years in Portland, because like 1 million people watched those games. It went to like 5 or 6 networks, and
What
so
are you talking
like
about?
7 or 8 p.m. They're like, "Oh, we got a basketball game. Let's put it on TV." Because they got like, Amanda with her pet cat talking for 2 hours. It's like the only stuff I got to show. And so every time I rode public transit, someone was like, "You're that guy who made the cat puns." I'm most famous thing, and yeah, but
Nice.
Better to make the cat puns than boom goes the dynamite.
But they stopped showing that game after about 3 years. You know, I think everybody's seen it by then. Good times. Long time ago.
Right, I gotta check my camera.
It's Ludo stands on Charlie time.
Yep.
Yes, that always
And I
happens.
haven't even shown off my jumpsuit.
Speaking of dogs,
Speaking of Star Trek,
I don't actually know much about that. I haven't watched it much. But speaking of
Drop it.
dogs, my best
Lie
friend has 2 dogs living next door to him.
Good boy.
And on Monday was a fucking Monday. I spent digging a hole for a cat that was soon to be put to sleep. So my week's been fucking great. Boy, am I in some fucking pain. But life goes on. The dogs next door to him must have known that shit was going down because there's a little section of fence that I can get my hand under, and one of the dogs came and put its paw in my hand,
Aww.
Aww.
and then he actually lay down looking through the gap under the fence into my eyes. It was that was different.
Yeah.
Nice.
No, they could sense your pain. That's adorable.
Yeah, a lot of animals can, which is why
Yeah.
they're so amazing.
Oh, shit, I forgot to take my tablet.
We don't deserve animals.
No, we don't.
No, we're a bit shit, aren't we?
And it's not fair that
Well, I mean, we're okay. This group, we're all right.
We're all
People
right.
in
we're
general
all
are a bit
right.
fucked.
Humans generally,
Yeah.
humans generally are questionable,
Yeah,
but we're
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
we're all right. Yeah.
Well, we're pretty good, you know, like about 5 or something. You know.
I just
Oh, that's good. Taking
I don't
antidepressants
know.
with wine.
Some days
that just reminds me.
irony is delicious, Charlie.
Oh, delicious. Yeah. Reminds me of every couple months or couple weeks or every year here, a herd of elk or a herd of deer or a herd of bears or a pack of wolves. It's like the last of us.
Wow.
It's over. They're not going to be here anymore. I mean, like, it's just like, God, man, that sucks. You can imagine being the elk and it's just like, why everybody dead? Where'd all the food go? What's happening? Why is there a trash can in my house?
Ludo.
It's just depressing, really.
Ludo. Don't be silly. Come on, lie down. Lie
Does
down.
that work? Telling him to not be silly?
Sometimes. Not
Yeah,
really.
you could just talk to him, can't you? You'd be like, look, buddy. Look,
Yeah, like you should hear.
We
my
were
boyfriend
walking
talking
back
to me,
from
he's
the
like, come on, dude.
we were walking back from the Woolworths that's just down the road, and there was a little puppy out the front of a like a restaurant that was pining for its owner, and she came out and like you could just tell she was speaking Mandarin, but she definitely told the dog, "Can you please stop being silly? We're right in there. You can see me, and you're misbehaving."
That's funny.
Yeah.
That's funny.
And despite not speaking Mandarin, I knew exactly what conversation was happening with that dog.
Yeah.
Like, calm the hell down.
Yeah.
Yes.
Abigail backstage.
Oh, wait a sec. Okay.
Yeah.
Just in time, because I was about to stop paying attention to things, Abigail. Oh, wait, what the hell? Sorry. I clicked the wrong button because I'm
It's
easily
because I said speaking of Star Trek, wasn't
Speaking of
it?
Star- All right, so I'm going to switch off my
Are you
mic now
seven, Abigail?
Hello, Abigail.
and leave
Speaking
you all
of Star
to.
Trek,
Speaking of Star Trek, all right. So I'm gonna turn off my mic and leave you all to it for about 10 minutes.
Okie dokie.
I gotta find out where I put my Enterprise pizza cutter.
oh, I've got one of those. Is it the Enterprise D or the original series Enterprise?
Ooh, I don't remember.
Okay,
It's.
'cause they are
I think it's the original.
cool.
Abigail's
That's the
disappointed
easiest
in you.
I'm not sure. Well, no, because I got it.
Ships are
I got it as a gift years ago, and I've never used it. I've just kept
Cut
it in
pizza
the
with
box.
it?
Well, I gotta show you something.
Yeah,
now.
I've never
can
cut
say-
an actual pizza with it.
Neither have I.
I've only seen like the 1960s show, which is just funny to watch. and
Yeah.
movies. The new movies are pretty good.
Yeah, so it's like my boyfriend bought it for me, and he's more into the original series. So,
I mean, who doesn't love William Shatner?
well, I love Captain Kirk. That doesn't mean I love William Shatner. He's been a bit of a wanker lately.
Yeah.
Lately, as in like the past few decades.
Yeah, I was going to say, did he ever stop?
Has he never not been? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, can I?
But I
show
did
you
like
all?
his cover of Common People.
Yes.
I've got
Oh boy, what's
this
that?
in this
Nice.
standard issue communicator,
Oh.
Bluetooth enabled.
That's great.
It's not
Oh,
switched on at the
I
moment,
love it.
but it has a magnetic charger, so you don't have to like plug it in. You just put it in the charger, which is connected by USB. And let's see if I can turn it on. Yep, still has a charge.
Awesome.
Ooh.
Gonna beam me up, Scotty. Oh, fancy.
Yeah, and you can connect via Bluetooth to it, but it's basically a speaker. Right, so
Fancy
Pretty
schman.
cool though.
Still pretty cool.
That is very
Yeah,
cool.
definitely cool.
I
Definitely
was
cool.
given this by someone, random person on the internet, who did a box opening video of it on YouTube, and then they posted it on, I think it was Rough Trade or something like that. And a friend of mine just said, "Oh my god, I have a friend who's the biggest Trekkie ever. She'd love it." And they just turned up at my house with it, and I'm like, "Thanks," because it's like hella expensive.
That's really cool.
Yeah, that's
It's
cool.
super cool.
How about that?
And the case is like foam lined
Hang on.
and
Oh,
everything. Yeah.
That
So
is
yeah,
pretty
I
flashy.
have,
I love it.
and someone just gave it to me. Like, okay,
What?
there you go. Yeah.
Well, you probably treasure it more than they ever would.
Yeah. Well, they were given it to do a box opening, so they didn't really like.
yeah, they
didn't,
probably haven't even won it. They were like, "Oh well, I'll make a video on
what
this."
do I do with this now? And yeah, they weren't even Trekkies. They just were given it to do a box opening video, and yeah. So there you go.
There you go.
I also have
I
one of
I
the
really
rank
wish people would
insignia
give me more
from the
gin.
Wrath of Khan.
I would open more gin. That's all I
You should
want in
open your
life.
gin.
Yeah, no, the best thing that I get,
Since
Oh.
we got to New South Wales, we've acquired 3 more bottles of gin because, well,
why not?
You got it.
we've got
I
a
wouldn't be
problem.
complaining.
No.
That
Well,
doesn't
one of them I
that
wasn't
sounds like a
quite
vodka
expecting
problem to me.
because my brother had it delivered to our hotel room because he was like, I can't have you being thirsty. So that was nice.
I people
And
don't mind if I
then-
eat a bit of pizza.
Oh,
on the
there you
stream.
go.
No,
There you
eat the pizza.
Treat yourself.
Yeah, that's it. Oh no, I've done something silly. I thought I got the guts of the ball of wool out, and I didn't. Anyway, nobody cares.
Sprout girl.
But yes,
I saw your comment
my-
about the Coke Food Workshop. That's great.
It's fancy. And speaking of
All right.
that
So
community,
I've go on.
Does it? Does the Kirk Food Workshop involve getting your shirt torn?
And the classic double fist punch. I met William Shatner at Comic-Con
Mhm.
a few years back now. But yeah, that was nice.
That's cool. Very few people get to meet.
That's cool.
Oh, I met Patrick Stewart.
Cool.
Ooh, fancy.
That was
Nice.
way more cool.
I said, I said, I love your work, and he said, thank you so much.
There you go. I met.
Well, the Shatner asked me how my day was,
Oh,
Nice.
which was pretty nice.
That's cool.
that's cool.
Hmm.
Yeah. The most famous people I've met are all sports people because of what I work in. I met Kalani Purcell, who is now on the New Zealand women's national team and the WNBL team. Met her. She's really cool. Then I met Ju Lloyd, who now plays for like Seattle Storm and is like the second best player in the WNBA. I met her. She's really cool. They're usually very nice. I'm just like, oh my God, that's Ju Lloyd, and she was just all like, yeah, I'm Ju Lloyd, and she walked out the loading dock, and I like had like a 40-pound like camera. I'm like, oh my God, that's. I just kept plugging my camera along. Good time.
I would love to see Hamlet in the original Klingon.
Well, L3D Tube, the Klingon language is on Duolingo now. Has been for a
Really?
while. Yeah, so you can learn Klingon.
Nice.
That's
Oh,
pretty
I learned
cool.
to say a man and a boy in Klingon for a couple of weeks and then never touch it again.
I'll tell you what, when it comes to writing films and stuff, you know you've made it big when you can have an entire language for fans to learn and they'll be all over that like flies on shit.
Well, they did that in Avatar too.
Yeah.
Well, Klingon was just.
I'm
made up
pretty
on the
sure that
spot.
my brother learnt to speak or write Elvish in high school.
Oh yeah, because
which Elvish? Because there were three
Jolk-
dialects that
Jolkin,
Tolkien-
Rolkin was a linguist. So
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
Professor. So there's
I don't know. I
three
wasn't
Elven
paying
languages.
attention.
Come on,
I don't know
huge
which
learner.
one.
Was it High Elven? Was it
my brother was 5 years my junior. So when he was
okay.
a weird nerd in high school, I was already in uni and not paying any attention to him.
yeah.
Okay. Because
Can we-
Quenya
And I
is
like
the
to
High
tell-
Elven tongue.
I like to tell the
Yeah.
story that I only started paying attention or finding my sister to be interesting once she could go to a bottle shop and bring me alcohol.
That's a bit harsh.
Well, this is also the child that we told for her entire life that she was found in a box on the side of the road. And then at one point, we worked together, my sister and I, at the same company. And I told one of the customer service girls, I was like, oh, yeah, my sister, we found her in a box on the side of the road. And my parents felt really sorry for her, so they just like took her home. And this girl was more dense than you should be in your 30s. And she's like, what? And because I've been telling this story for so long, I knew all of it. And then my sister pops her head around the corner and goes, yeah, it's true. And this poor girl had a meltdown. And eventually we had to pull her aside and say, no, love, that's a joke. That's a really sad family joke. Because if you look at my sister and I, other than the fact that she's got blonde hair and I don't, we are carbon copies of each other. But yeah,
That's funny. That's funny.
the sad tales of being 10 years the junior. Get picked on.
So I met one of these mythical people who should be a lot smarter than they are, and they bought KFC. They ordered skinless chicken. and I
think Chris is
convinced her
trying to fuck
that they
with angry
grow them
Aussie.
that way. That they
Oh.
grow skinless chickens, and she believed me, and like, it was
He's just over there.
all their bits falling out.
So somebody was like, "Oh, did you bring your husband to New South Wales?" And I was like, "Of course, I need a servant here." And
But brought
they're
him
like,
brought him in your carry-on luggage.
Yeah.
Well, that'll
Yeah,
work
well,
if he's really
exactly.
short. I make that
No,
joke
he
about
just
my
does
mate,
my
'cause
cooking and
my mate's
cleaning
like
and-
5 foot tall. I say, well, at least you can get on airlines cheap. You can go on his carry-on.
It's funny. So I have a really short friend too, and I always say, "Oh,
I
he'll
need
just
somebody to
have-
make me martinis. So
just half a seat, and he's fine."
sure, that's not how it works.
Yeah, people say that about me because I used to be like less than 50 kilos.
Wow.
So it was like, yeah, just
I've got a friend who's
carry her anywhere. Yeah.
Oh, there you go. Good. Great for
I've got
travel.
a friend who's
I've-
4'11" and
I've fattened up
3/4,
since then.
and you have to remember that she's 4'11" and 3/4.
Oh my god,
Mhm.
so funny.
So isn't it weird that it doesn't matter? Like if you're really overweight or really underweight, the same that like people always say, eat a sandwich.
Yep. Yeah.
It's like, yeah.
Either way, that's funny.
I think in 2021 we should stop commenting on people's weight.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Why wait till 2021? We kind of put too much emphasis
do
on
it now,
people's
yeah.
weight anyway, you know.
2020 is a shit
Yeah.
show. Let's
Yeah, I'm
just
on
get through
Team,
this
let's
of
do
this.
it now.
First, we got to get through this call.
Yeah, well,
We can move.
but
I
you
don't
know,
know,
like
if
um,
it takes Trump out,
I
then
think that
the whole year's worth it.
Exactly.
well, yeah, I think
Well,
I think
Got a good one.
the
all the other
If
people's
people aren't
Something.
gaining weight, their clothes are shrinking.
Something good's got to come out of this year.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
you know, Trump might die. That's good, isn't it?
Exactly. That's fantastic.
let's all hope for that.
Not that I'm saying
Yeah, I'm being bad again.
to die.
I'm being bad again. Gee, I got some serious.
I'm in America.
You know,
I
some people have it coming.
I don't know. I hope it's just fine. Okay, CIA, NSA. I know you're listening. FBI. No death threats here. No, nothing like that. No, I'm hoping.
Oh, no, I would not advocate killing anyone. That's
Oh no.
No,
I mean, the funny
no.
thing is,
No.
That's what the virus is for.
yeah, exactly. The funny thing is, if we decided to go and kill politicians who are doing really shitty things, we basically become as bad as those people,
If not
because
worse.
that's basically what fascism is. You know, it's
Mhm.
well, it's going to be my way, and anyone who
Mm.
disagrees with me, I'll just kill them. That's pretty much fascism.
Mhm.
Well, I would
That
never kill anyone.
Yeah, that or taking
I would definitely smile at a few people's obituaries.
Zach.
Yeah, as I've said
Yeah.
in the past, some people are
Like when
They're
Margaret
not
Thatcher died, and the number one requested song was "Ding Dong, the Witch is Dead." Hello, you
As I
guys.
said before, some people are like slinkies. They're not much good for anything, but you do smile when you see them tumbling down a flight of stairs.
There you go. That's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, let's be honest.
Nobody,
If you
my
saw
very
Trump falling downstairs, you'd laugh, wouldn't you?
I would laugh.
Well, we saw him. slip
We
down a
almost saw him
ramp.
fall down a ramp. Yeah,
Yeah.
I would probably laugh.
yeah, that was pretty funny.
a gentle incline.
Nobody, my very Christian mother said, I'm just praying that the weight of his actions come upon Trump, which is
Mhm.
my mother for,
Mhm.
I want him to get it.
I mean, he.
That's a really good way to put it, actually. That is a really good way to put it. And can that extend to a few Australian MPs while we're at it?
Absolutely.
I mean, who else here was disappointed when Peter Dutton survived, eh?
Mm.
Like,
I
of
was
all
really
the people to
disappointed
get it and
with
not die,
Corona.
him?
Yeah.
Mm.
That's just like,
Yeah, but he's a lizard, and I feel like lizards are immune.
you've got a good point there.
He's doing stuff with the cameras.
What am I doing?
I don't know
Ludo's
what
being
you're doing.
silly.
I don't know. What
Ludo.
are you doing?
What are you doing?
No,
Oh.
Gecko. Geckos and lizards are not the same thing.
What?
That was pretty
Yes, they
funny.
are.
What? I've missed
I
something.
mean, like,
Just
That is a pretty drink.
I was
You mean
calling
rep-
Peter
rep-
Dutton a lizard,
A reptilian.
Okay,
and Gecko
I think-
kindly reminded me that he's a gecko, not a lizard.
that is true. A gecko is a subspecies
A gecko
of lizard.
is a lizard. Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Gecko is.
I know, but
And
I
they're
mean,
good.
like,
Not
I
all
like
lizards are geckos, but all
geckos.
geckos are lizards.
it's a good thing that Gecko's only
Yeah.
on my screen and not in the room because my cat chases geckos.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And
I think everybody's
Ludo.
cat does.
Yeah, I
That's-
don't.
and Ludo barks at them,
Yeah,
and so we have to sort of. And now he's being silly. So we have to sort of shoo them into a place where he can't see them, and then we go, "Good job, Ludo, you got him."
good on you, buddy.
At
Yeah,
least
Ludo.
And now
Gecko
he's-
can take a pleasure in
And now
knowing
he's trying to
that,
dig a hole in the
nobody's
bed.
picking on his
Ludo.
screen name.
He's in the silly zone. This is what I get for not taking him out today.
I love how your drink is. Like my shirt color.
It is. It's
Ludo,
very
he's
like your
doing
shirt
it.
color.
Yeah,
Silly.
Yeah.
I
So
love
that's
it.
Oh, that is very blue angry.
blue curacao and blue absinthe in there. So
Very.
Romulan ale.
Dubba dee dubba
yeah,
da.
it's Romulan ale. There you go.
Yay! Oh, see,
I ended up in
Romulan
some
ale,
very strange places
A,
of you.
it's not served with ice, and
Yeah.
B, it's
Made me
not
spill my
ale.
wine.
It's a
No,
spirit.
it's not. Yes, it's clearly a spirit.
Ludo.
Yeah.
Like blood wine is
Ludo.
clearly not a wine. It's clearly a spirit.
Well, I mean, they
Stop it.
drink it like it's a wine.
Yeah, they're crazy. I
I
noticed
think,
that
it's
some
the-
con.
He's
I
in the
think it
silly
might
zone.
actually
It is.
be a wine, but it's not distilled like a spirit.
All right. I know. Well, I noticed there's some talk about the meaning of Schadenfreude, the literal meaning. It is a German
Schadenfreude.
compound word that literally means shameful joy. It means you are taking joy in the suffering of someone else that you should be embarrassed by. And we're all like,
Oh, there
good
is
on-
absolutely
good on
no
that.
embarrassment.
So really,
I love
then,
German.
no
the,
shame. Yeah.
the only
German is
thing
my
that's up for
favorite
debate then
language.
with the Schadenfreude thing is should we be ashamed of taking joy in Trump's misfortune? Because he is such a cunt.
He
Oh,
doesn't
he is.
take.
No,
He does not have any shame in.
He
other
deserves
people's
it.
misfortune.
yeah, he
Yeah.
certainly-
Yeah.
So is it really Schadenfreude? Because I'm not sure. I mean, my
I think
Christian
it's
side
just-
says, yeah,
No,
we shouldn't wish it on
It's
him.
a-
My human side says, fuck that
Schadenfreude.
guy.
It's taking pleasure in someone else's misfortune.
yeah,
yeah.
that's exactly what it is. But
Like that's
yeah,
it's just
So-
more right to do that right now.
I love.
pretty sure it's just joy at this point.
It's just
Mm.
joy. There was a tweet I shared. It's from this American lawyer that I follow on Twitter. He said, "I don't want the president to get seriously ill because it's dangerously destabilizing for the country. I aspire to wishing him good health, despite him being historically destructive and evil. But truthfully, I struggle with it." Just-
That is a good quote. That is a
I
very good
What-
quote.
aspire
YouTuber
to
is that?
wish him good health.
As if him being in office hasn't already been destructive enough.
exactly.
Like I was saying, we needed this to happen. This is what we needed to happen. If anything, it'll end up saving more lives, even if we lose his.
But for real, how the fuck are we all doing living through times of historical significance? Like, this shit is going to be, assuming there's some civilization in the future, this shit is all going to be in the books.
it's gonna
The
historic. Yeah,
the rest of
That's-
the 21st
I'm
century.
going to study this YouTube channel.
People are going to
there
look.
was this old curse that was "May you live in interesting times,"
Yes, that's attributed.
and we're
Uh,
now living in
Shining
interesting
proverb.
times.
And it's
Yeah.
like, is that a blessing or a curse? It's hard to be sure.
It's a curse.
Yeah,
It's a curse.
it's a curse.
It's a curse.
Well, we're experiencing it now.
People
I
are
love-
going to look.
very
people are gonna
interesting
look back.
time.
Very interesting. I think people are going to look back on this time and go, wow, they re-elected a modern-day Hitler.
Mm.
You'd think they'd have fucking learned.
Oh, let's hope he
He's not
doesn't
gonna-
get re-elected.
He can't.
But at least, like, when I'm old, I can go, oh, yeah, I remember 2020.
It would take a miracle.
Look
for him.
at the size of this bottle
The
stopper.
devil looks after his own, Chris.
It's enormous.
That's
What's-
pretty big.
It's pretty big.
Sorry.
What's that from, Kirsten?
I'm
My new
Kirsten, what was
gin.
that?
I see. Ooh, Ironbark
So-
gin. Nice.
Ironbark.
So, I would like a t-shirt. that
We
says,
got
"I
it
survived
really,
2020."
really cheap.
Oh, nice.
I think we should all get those t-shirts if we get to the end of it.
Yeah.
We got it
Level
really,
up.
really cheap at a bottle shop here because it's from
Ah.
New South Wales.
Aha, of course. I know Sprout Girl
It's
who's
bottle
in
seed gin, so it
Sorry, saying Sprout Girl who's in California saying we're going to keep her up all night. She's okay with that. L3's 2 day.
Keep
I've
ourselves
been
up.
L3. Is that 2 in the morning in the Netherlands? What are we talking about?
It's 4 in the morning here.
4 in the morning. Chris, you're an insomniac, clearly.
I am. I slept
Yeah.
at 3 p.m. today, so I need to keep myself up.
Yeah.
Tired.
I am friend to Northern Hemisphere insomniacs. So it's like,
Well, I am
My,
friend to northern, like British, both British and US, just normal people, because I'm the insomniac.
My Oma took me to Holland back when I was 6 years old. I really want to go back as an adult, though.
oh, that sounds cool. Gecko's having some trouble with his connection, but we've got now got an animation of a velociraptor,
Nice.
which I'm okay with. I'm on board with
Is that you doing that, Angry, or is that him?
No, that's him.
That's him.
Because I've
Hey.
tried streaming my webcam through OBS onto StreamYard, and it just doesn't work.
Doesn't work.
Works with Zoom, works with Skype.
Clever girl.
Yeah, because otherwise I'd have like crazy backgrounds and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah,
talking
it
about
just never
insomnia.
works.
This
Yeah.
makes sure I always sleep.
Oh, right.
What you
Okay.
got there?
Metazapine helps deal with helps stabilize my head. If I miss these, my head kicks my ass.
Ah, yeah.
Do you
I'm
have
on
a, do you
They
have
also
a
knock
lead
the
in
fuck out.
time? Do you have like a because my lead in time is about 3 days. If I can get my antidepressants within 3 days, I'll be fine. I might have a bad day, but if I get to that 3-day mark, I just flip my lid. I just like, yeah.
Yeah.
Very-
I miss
very cool.
one of
I'm
these.
on,
The next day is fucked. High anxiety.
Oh wow. Okay.
And of course, with bouts of major depression, that's also fucked. So yeah, I just
Yeah.
don't miss these.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on
I'm
Essa-
lucky. I have. Sorry, go on.
I'm on escitalopram
Oh
or-
yeah.
Lexapro, I think is the brand name.
Yeah.
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 That's
I might
very
soon be
cool.
starting on another medication actually because my motor control is getting more and more fucked. And have you ever tried to text when you have an intentional tremor?
Ooh. No, okay.
You're trying to press buttons on the phone and you miss the phone.
Oh.
That's not
Oh,
good.
no.
Yeah.
That's bad.
I tried to text when I was like high on the most amazing ecstasy ever, and I couldn't even.
The camera
my
doesn't.
God.
My
Let
camera's
alone
refresh
text.
is too
I
slow.
wouldn't even.
It was, yeah.
Yeah, my camera's
Worth
refresh
the
is too
money I
slow to
paid
show
for
it.
it.
Oh,
I wouldn't
God.
even try.
Is it-
No,
maybe-
so I was trying to add someone's phone number, and I was
Mhm.
looking at the phone. I'm like, and it was back in the day when there weren't smartphones. They were just like,
Oh, touch button.
Oh, that was
and I
hard.
just could not. It was not even his name, just the number. I could not figure out which number was which. It was just insane.
Oh,
Oh,
wow.
here he
But,
is.
So I just kept dancing my ass off. That's all.
Yeah.
So, Gecko, was that a face rig you were using before?
Yeah, face rig.
There you go. Yeah, Aussie Gun Bunny picked it. I just noticed Megaleech is killing it in the chat with the Trump lines. He's just saying, be a damn shame if Trump's last words where I can't breathe.
Yes.
Oh,
Sweet irony.
The irony.
oh, that is golden.
And to be the person there to record those last words.
Yeah.
Oh, you know that, Rob.
Because even if they aren't, that's what I would
what
be
should be.
writing down if I was that person.
Yeah.
Of course,
Ooh.
that's not what's going to be on his
Brutal.
tombstone. It'll probably be something like, "I was the best president."
I was
guys
the
are
I
best-
presidented the hardest.
I was such a good. I worked so hard, I died.
Yeah.
I
my God.
big leading words.
Speaking of Star Trek, Invisible Chicken just threw in. She met George Takei. So there you go.
Ooh.
That's cool.
Oh my.
Oh my.
You know, he actually released a fragrance for men. What's the word?
Yeah.
Cologne.
Well,
Cologne. That's the one.
Yeah.
Oh my, spelled
Oh,
EAUMAI.
That's nice.
that's funny.
Oh my.
Oh my.
Oh dear.
Oh, I met Nichelle Nichols.
Oh wow.
Uhura. I have a picture of. Yeah, I got a picture with
Yeah.
her, and I was dressed as Clara from Doctor Who.
Oh nice. Nice.
And she was,
Unfortunately,
and I was
Nick-
like, I was so nervous, and I went up, and she said, "Come over here, pretty girl." I'm like, and then,
So I have a friend who does the cosplay as Clara, yeah, and met her at a Comic-Con, and they're the spitting image. Like she just nailed it. It was so good. But unfortunately, Nichelle Nichols, Nichelle Nichols is suffering from dementia.
yeah.
Unfortunately, which is really unfortunate. But she's old. Like
Yeah.
He is getting on.
She's ancient.
yeah,
Yeah.
pretty old.
Pretty.
But bless her, she did so much. Just her mere presence was just amazing.
Yeah, she's great. I'm just sharing a link to this in case.
A link.
A link.
And she was, and I'm sure like
Is it-
everybody
is it-
else
it's not
here.
the
Just
missing
sharing
link.
a link. What is that? Like sending a fax?
Yes,
Yeah.
very much like a fax.
Yeah.
Like I'm sure everybody else knows the story, but like she was, back in the day, she was gonna quit, but then Martin Luther King spoke to her and said, "No, you have to stay in the show. You're so important." Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the studio were actually treating her like shit, and they were cutting her screen time and whatnot.
and then they had and then her and Shatner had the first interracial kiss on TV.
Yes.
Well, on American TV.
On American TV,
like,
I mean,
the British beat them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Any country's gonna beat us with being not
Of course.
any even right.
No, I think you actually beat us for an interracial kiss on TV, honestly.
I don't doubt that.
Yeah, probably.
It is
But I think
Australia's way more
Oh, yeah.
racist.
Australia's very racist.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
we're the
yeah.
most casual
That's the
and
word.
comfortable racists
Yeah,
on the
yeah.
planet.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, it's a really lazy racism. It's
People will
Yeah.
just say something blatantly racist so casually you
Yeah.
almost miss it and you go, hang on a minute, that
Yeah,
was a
yeah,
fucking
yeah.
disgusting
Yeah,
remark.
man.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep, the Australians hate the indigenous and the emus.
Yeah.
And we lost a war with the emus.
I know that's my favorite Australian story is the lost.
Yeah.
It is.
I love
It
that.
is really funny.
Right.
The Great Emu War, where the emus won. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Someone
how
has made a video game about that. I think it's a first-person shooter.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're just really hard to shoot. They move really fast.
Yeah.
Mhm. They're aggressive as hell too.
He can't fly, but I'm telling you, he can run the pants off a kangaroo.
They're also really curious. This is a true thing, and people always think it's a joke, but it's absolutely true. Like if you're in the bush or anywhere and there's emus, and you think I'd like them to come closer to me.
No.
Emus are no, they're cool. They're really curious. If you lie on your back and put your legs in the air and do a
And
bicycle
do
thing,
Yeah.
The emus
feel
will
like
literally
that-
go,
they come
the
up.
fuck is that? What the fuck is that?
I've seen
And they
footage of
will come
that.
over
Sea
and
fine
check it out.
bicycle.
Yeah.
They're really curious. They will
Look
come
in the
over
video
and
of
check it
that. Look in the video of that. Yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. But no, I don't want
I'm
to.
a bit scared of them.
I
Or
don't.
do they think of
Well, I
one
wouldn't
of
want to get
their
into
own
on a
is
bad fucking
upside
day.
down, kicking their legs?
But not as scary as cassowaries.
Oh no, cassowaries are fucking murder
Yeah,
birds.
those are bad
Prehistoric
are-
fuckers.
dinosaur
Those
murder
are
birds.
they're actual dinosaurs.
No.
Well,
No.
all birds are dinosaurs, really.
Yeah, no, cassowaries are not to be fucked with. Cassowaries make it very obvious they are not to be fucked with their colouring and the fucking horn on their
Horn,
head.
yeah.
Yeah.
Horn. So what's really hilarious is that there is
Nettie,
this
I find
TikTok
ibises make
series
my lunch.
of this one particular guy
Sorry?
reviewing Australian animals
Yeah.
and just tearing apart them. And it is 60 seconds of pure joy every other day when it comes up on my For You page. I'm so
funny.
happy because he reviewed magpies and I laughed so hard I cried.
Yeah.
Don't talk to me about
My
Actually,
husband's looking at me.
okay.
I've had magpies steal
the other
lunch off
day.
me.
Now that someone has mentioned magpies, that's a segue
Yeah.
into what I was. Okay,
Speaking of
so
magpies,
when I was trying to get in the other day
Yeah.
to complain about the shitty fucking day that I had on
Oh yeah,
Sunday.
you had a bad day. Tell us about it.
I had
Yes.
a fucking.
oh, we want to know.
Okay.
We're here for you.
Okay. I mean, like at this point, like I've processed it and I'm fine now, but I may as well share the story. So yeah, so like I don't have a driver's license, so I cycle to get everywhere, and you know I've got a basket on my bike to put my shopping in and all that, and so and I had just freshly pumped up my tires, and I was feeling good riding down the track to go to Coles, and I was like 2Ks down, and then this fucking bastard magpie flies right into my face, and then
God
like
damn.
I don't have time to gracefully dismount, and
Mm-hmm.
so the fucking chain falls off my bike, and I just like.
Oh shit.
And
Damn.
at the time I thought, okay, my chain fell off. That's not a huge tragedy. I can deal with that. And I just walked my bike away while staring at the magpie, because you got to stare at them
Yeah.
until you're at a safe distance.
Yeah, that is pretty.
And then
fucked.
and then I get to a safe distance, and I'm like trying to get the chain back on, but it just wouldn't go. And this old guy cycles up, and he's like, "Oh, you all right?" And he tries to help me get the chain back on, and but it just wouldn't go because it was like jammed.
Mm.
And
Damn. Yeah.
yeah, after a while of like trying, it's like, nope, it's no good. And I'm like, it's fine, thanks for helping, I'm just gonna walk it home. And so I had to drag the bastard like 2Ks home in the boiling sun, uphill.
Damn.
So what
and
happened? Did the
by
chain
the
get stuck
time-
between the cluster and the bike frame or something?
By the time I got home, I'm just like, oh fuck. And I show it to my boyfriend, like, look, can you have a look at this, because the chain came off and it wouldn't go back on because it got jammed, and can you just take this out the back and have a look and see what you can do? And he goes up, take it out the back and shoot it. Yeah, I wish. It's like he goes out.
I was thinking.
He goes out and has a look at it, and then he's furious because he's like, "What the fuck did you do? How the fuck did you
As if
do
it's your
this?"
fault.
And I'm like, I don't know.
Oh
I didn't.
no.
Oh,
Oh no.
I didn't.
When you
I
got
didn't
something
do it.
trying to peck your fucking eyes out, you kind of think the
Yeah.
equipment takes second place to personal
I didn't-
safety.
I
absolutely.
didn't do it on purpose. I don't know.
No.
And he's like,
No
Yeah,
one
the
does
whole-
that on purpose.
And he's like, the whole thing is fucked. The brakes are fucked. The gears are fucked. The whole back wheel is buckled.
Oh
And
no!
it's like
jeez.
the whole, like, I can't do shit with this. The whole thing is fucked.
No.
Yeah, it's a pity you
No.
don't live close to where I live.
Oh.
I can fix just about fucking anything
And
with the
then-
wheels.
Oh,
And
oh,
so-
that's
And so-
hard.
Sorry to hear
at
that.
that point, I was just like, I can't fuck. And it's like I had all these other things that I wanted to get done that day. Like, but after that event, I was just like, I'm not doing shit.
So
I'm
that
gonna
just
go around the
drains
corner to my
Yeah.
neighbor's place
experience.
and have several drinks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just-
When you have something like
fuck-
that, fuck your day up, you go, yeah,
fuck
that's the
this
end.
day.
Not doing shit.
That's a
It's a good-
shitty
it's like
day.
rage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But now,
Sorry to hear.
but now
Sean.
I've processed it, and it's like, you know what? It's an excuse to get a new bike that's actually get a better bike.
That's philosophical. I like that.
There you go.
I've got quite a few bikes.
Yeah, that's
I
it.
ride fucking
This is just the universe sending a magpie to make sure that
Yeah.
you get a better bike. Maybe an
Yeah,
electric one this
exactly.
time.
Yes,
I wouldn't
I
mind
thought
thinking
it.
of getting a
That'd
new
be cool.
bike.
I
Yeah.
saw the most pimped out, pimped out electric bike, and I was like, whoa.
Mm.
I have a
That might
bike.
induce me to actually sit on a bike.
Yes.
It makes
The
it,
thought
easy
left
riding a
my mind immediately, but
makes it a lot easier, a lot more approachable. The electric bike.
I just noticed in the chat, Sunbear saying they're being chased at the moment by a wattlebird. I didn't know wattlebirds did that. We have a lot of magpies in our area that are generally friendly. I've started feeding them. I've started putting food out in the backyard. So it's like, magpies, okay, we're friends, cool. Like I put some
I remember
meat,
that too.
some bread. And there's a wattlebird that comes. I didn't know wattlebirds did that. Also, I didn't know Indian minor birds do it. I'm going to
I've
share
been
with
chased
you.
By minor
bit-
birds. I've
Yeah.
been chased by butcher birds. I've been chased by crows and magpies.
Mhm.
Butcher birds. You don't want to be chased by butcher birds. They
No,
are.
they're-
Now, here's
they're
the
not
thing.
nice.
The minor birds, the noisy miners, they only do warning swoops. But the magpies go for blood.
The magpies
Yeah,
will
some of the
actually take.
magpies are
Look,
very aggressive.
I've been I've warning swooped by a magpie before.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah,
Most
they
of
don't
them
always
will
go.
warn.
I mean, some magpies are more bastardous than others, and this
That is
apparently
absolutely
Yeah.
true.
this one magpie on the bike track is a notorious bastard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
Nothing
going
a
to do a
22
share
can't fix.
screen, share a bit of video. This is one I shot years ago when my facial hair was very big and bushy, as they say. But watch this. I decided because
doing
this
a
minor
Jamie
bird
Hyman
was
impersonation.
How does it go?
It was very well. Watch this. This is I'll
Zoidberg.
full screen. See, my beard is much bigger there.
Nice.
And but watch this. I'm walking through the park. Zang.
Oh,
Yes, I've seen that.
I remember that video.
Yeah, from a few years ago now, like 4 years ago. I'm just walking through the park, going like, yeah. Lucky I actually deliberately wore the hat. There it goes again,
Oh.
motherfucker.
yeah.
When I was at high school, I had some noisy miners swooping my friend and me. This was not a good idea for them because
Nick, my
in my
friend and I.
backpack, I had a can of spray-on deodorant. That was the last time they ever swooped.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
They got a face full of deodorant.
They did. And it was just as, I mean,
Oh.
it's a good thing I'm a non-smoker because otherwise they would have got a face full of very hot deodorant.
Oh right,
And
lighting.
And then there's plovers.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, you don't want to fuck with plovers.
You don't want to fuck with plovers, but at least you can hear them. You can see them and hear them coming because they nest on the ground, and when they're getting ready to attack, they have a very distinct call.
Okay. Yeah, it was a big surprise to me when the Indian minor birds swooped me. I didn't know they did it. Well, Sunbear's got wattlebirds, butcherbirds, Indian miners, masked cuckoo shrikes. Been chased them all, but not magpies. There you go.
I got
And
My favorite thing is when you see people who ride bikes with the like
The zip
head
ties.
Yeah,
helmet.
the
Zip ties.
Helmet.
And here's the thing: is that like I've been terrified of magpies since I was about 11 because I was like, I was 11. I was walking from my grandmother's house to the fucking library or something, and this fucking magpie just chased me for blocks.
Yeah, sometimes they're
Just
really
would-
persistent. Yeah.
Just would not quit, and that was traumatic, and that left
Yeah.
it left a scar, and I became ornithophobic.
Yeah, yeah.
That's understandable.
That's a
quite
natural
understandable.
reaction. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was at primary school, they were re-turfing the playground. So every lunchtime, they'd march us a couple blocks down the street to some sports ovals down by the riverbank in town. And that's open air. And there were magpies there. And they would swoop us. I remember once I was talking to some friends. We were like, you sit in a circle. And the guy directly opposite me stopped talking suddenly and was just staring like just above my head because he didn't warn me, the piece of shit. Because he saw this magpie coming down, and it felt like it pulled out a single hair as it went past.
Oh God!
Like it went whoosh, and I got this whoosh of wind and a little ting like it pulled out one hair.
Oh my God!
But it attacked the lady. She was the school secretary.
Sorry.
She had reflective sunnies. And one day and the magpie did not like the reflective sunnies, and it didn't swoop her. It hovered in front of her face, just batting at her son. And we were all, and she was freaking out. And I have to admit, all us kids were going, "Fuck yeah, that's cool." And but this magpie
punched that fucker in the chest.
Sorry, Nettie's confused.
Glovers, no, plovers with a P.
Plovers with a P. P for penis.
Flubbers.
Thank you for using that,
they are.
Charlie.
What's his name?
Yeah, I was attacked by an animal once, but it attacked the golf cart I was on. It was a cougar, and I was just
fuck no.
Oh jeez.
So
what was her name?
I don't know what her name was.
That's made of
Yes. Charlie, with the landing.
Trouble right there. That's trouble. Now,
attacked twice as Robertson on the golf ball.
Do you know how they have like electric golf carts and then really loud and much slower gas golf carts? Well, there were two golf carts. The guy in the daytime used a much faster and nicer electric golf cart. Me at nighttime, every couple of weeks, the few months I worked there as a security guard, I ended up falling asleep. I got stuck with the gas one, and that thing smelled like just burning death. So I'm sitting here, and I'm just like, and there was a massive property around the factory called Siltronic. It was a silicone wafer factory on Portland, just next to the railroad bridge, an industrial area that not many people have access to. And there's this massive area of acreage, and it's a deer habitat. It's like a protected deer habitat. And so obviously a protected deer habitat is going to bring wolves, possibly foxes, and occasionally a mountain lion or a cougar down there because it's directly next to West Hills, which is pretty much a mountain range on the other side of this is like 4-lane highway. And it's nighttime. My job is to see if there's any holes in the fence, see if there's any dead animals around, and that's about it. And I'm just going down the little boom, 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 about like I've been up for like 12 hours, like it's 3 in the morning, what am I gonna pay? Why did I eat this just? And I look over and I'm just all like, that's weird. There's a hole in the fence. It's a small hole in the fence. Usually the deer jump over the fence. Then all of a sudden I hear the deer just. I'm just like, what the hell? Why are the deer running around in the middle of the night? And all of a sudden, these deer are jumping in front of my thing, and I'm just like, Jesus Christ. And so I get ready to radio something in because all I have is a flash on the radio. I have nothing else to protect me. Then all of a sudden, I hear,
oh my God.
Oh, God. Did they have cougars down here? Cougars down here? And they were like,
oh,
what,
shit.
cougars? Yes, there's a couple, but they don't usually come in around, especially around my golf cart and it's got noise. Turns out I scared the cougar. The cougar was around. And, and then I'm just driving and I just hear just like on the path behind me. And my It's going like 4 miles an hour. Who's chasing me? Thank you, Lucas. I don't know what's happening. Oh my god! And I'm just like, I'm all like, why?
Hey, AZ, sorry,
I was
Chris,
just
I
about
want to
to.
keep going, but you'll love this, AZ. Chris is just telling us the story of being chased by a cougar while driving a really slow golf cart. And I really, Chris, please keep going with the
And
story.
so I'm just like, well, why do you keep giving me this shitty gas golf cart? Why won't you let me the electric one? It's dangerous. It's nighttime. The cougars come out at nighttime. And they're like, we haven't had a cougar here in like 2 months. Just get back here. Just get back here. And every once in a while, I just hear, like and no, it never roared again. It never roared again or nothing. Just the one roar. And then I come around, I come back, I get to the actual area like where there's like a building and people and everything, and the cougar's not going to go over there; it's too scared. But by then it's gone. I pull up and I park the golf cart, and the guy comes out. He's like, "What happened? What happened to the cougar?" And I'm all like, "I don't know." And then there's this claw mark on the back of the right next to the exhaust. So apparently, it burned its paw when it tried to.
Oh no!
It was scared. It was like, get away from me. So that's what happened.
But Chris, think of it this way: you got to go on safari for free.
I did get one safari for free, but that's what happened.
Hey, and they couldn't say you were just making it up because
No.
you got that evidence on the golf cart.
Well, the guy on the other side of the radio was just all like, I haven't heard somebody that scared since we had 17 fire alarms go off. It's the other thing too is this natural deer habitat and occasional cougar habitat is next to the world's largest tank of natural gas. So if there's a fire alarm, the city of Portland's gone.
We have like on Australian golf courses. We get deer because my mom used to be an avid golfer, and she would say like, that we would get lots of deer sometimes showing up on the golf course, but that's an invasive species.
Yeah. Interesting. Here we have black-tailed deer, so they are
At
incredible.
least there's not like alligators to deal with like they do in Florida.
Visitors.
Yeah, and
because you can see kangaroos.
You can't see kangaroos in Australia. But
the Australian deer.
So I want to greet AZ now, who's running late. Hey, what have you been up to?
Where the fuck is you?
Literally got back from a dinner date, and I was going to freshen up and come back if you were going to go late.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't know if you're going to go late.
Yeah, you can go and freshen up and come back.
Allow me to go and freshen up and come back fresh as a daisy. Well, not so much a daisy, so much as a trampled, crumpled piece of dog turd that's been scooped up haphazardly by a pooper scooper.
Yeah.
And most of it's been left on the grass
to
annoy 3-year-olds and Karens.
There you go.
That's how fresh I'm coming back.
I'm all for annoying both those categories.
And Chris,
annoying Karens, fine with me. 3-year-olds,
on a golf course in Australia, the magpies. If you've done a really good shot, like a fucking excellent shot, those shots that make the shitty round worthwhile. That one fucking good shot that makes coming back next week worth it. You do that shot, and without fucking fail, a magpie will come down and go, I'll have that, and take your fucking ball and fly away with it.
Like I said, magpies are bastards.
Seen gentlemen travel around with their golf buggies, and one of their clubs is a fucking shotgun. Because they do it fairly. They drop the ball back onto the green as close as where the bird came down.
That's fair.
That's fair.
And it doesn't matter how fucked up your ball is, you still got to play that ball. I mean, if you fucking blew the skin off it with a shotgun, your problem. I've seen guys do that. So every now and then you go, four, sorry, bang. I'll fucking teach you, bang, bang, bang. And it's like, and everyone goes, ooh, no more than 3 shots at once on the golf course. Club rules.
Oh,
Australia's a
yeah.
very different
Now that's
place, Chris.
Australian.
Yeah, a very different place.
That's
People always used to fucking hassle us about, oh, did you ride your kangaroo to fucking school? In droughts, you can, because the kangaroos will come in from the bush looking for any source of water they can find. And the only source of green and the only source of water is in the cities. And so they'll come in en masse. You'll wake up in the morning and go to like a city park, and there the fuckers will be there in their fucking weird curves looking at you going, what are you looking at, cunt? I'm a native. And if you want to fucking come over here and tell me to get off your park, I'm going to kick the fuck out of you. But usually what the rangers do is they get in their Land Cruisers and they just sort of drive around in the middle of them, beeping their horns and then shooting guns out the side. It looks like good old boys having a time on a town. And then the kangaroos go, well, this is fucked. I'm going. And then they all just disperse.
Yeah.
It's weird seeing roadkill in a drought on a city road.
Yeah.
That is weird. And it happens. But as for our aggressive animals, they're usually little, Chris. Our most dangerous
There are very
animal.
few
Brown
dangerous animals
snake.
out here, and they're all at least kind of large. Like there's foxes and wolves, and cougars and mountain lions.
The bigger the animal
Yeah,
is
that's
in
the thing I was gonna
Australia,
say. Like,
the easier it is. The smaller it is,
yeah,
often
yeah.
the nastier it is. The nastiest animal we have, most dangerous thing we have is an octopus. It's this
The
big,
blue ring.
right? It's this big.
Yeah,
See that?
Mm.
That's as big as an adult gets.
I'm
And
the
it's blue. And
the
then
animal
when
that
you annoy its water, its little tentacles,
Yeah.
little rings around it go orange. And then when you see that, you go, you're Rockpool. Dude, yours. Mate,
to me
what do you need?
Scare-
do you need
scariest
Uber Eats? Do you need
scariest
takeout?
animal.
Do you need beer? I will go and get you women. I will do things for you.
I probably
I will bring for
To
you
me.
whatever you should require, and it will mentally tell you, fuck off. And okay, I'm good with that. So whenever you're going rock pooling in Australia, Chris, take
no way.
tennis shoes. No, do it.
Yeah.
Because
Come to
there's an
Australia,
enemy
where even the
you can
grass tries
poke
to kill you.
with your finger,
Scariest.
and they munch on your finger, and it's the most beautiful sucking motion ever. Some of them will sting you, but that's okay because you can get antivenom for that. That's not a bad thing. The ones that'll sting you are much more aggressive. You can tell. But when you see little octopus, leave them alone. When you see little silvery little snakes in the sea, leave them alone. When you see sharks, you're on your own for that one. When you see
And if you're gonna-
jellyfish, go on.
If you're gonna go swimming, wear pantyhose.
Wear pantyhose
For the
in
jellyfish.
the northern half
Yes.
of Australia.
It up north. Yep.
Right, you wear
That's my
pantyhose.
biggest fear. The fucking irukandji. When it
Yeah,
gets hot,
the new one.
when it gets hot, I won't go into the surf without
The
my
box
tights on.
jellyfish.
Yeah.
about that big,
They will fuck you up.
and the stings on them go about 4 meters out from
Oh, the
them,
little stingers.
and
Yeah.
they wrap.
But the head of them is only like the size of a thumbnail,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're tiny.
Yeah.
They're
See,
tiny.
AT,
so you won't see them coming.
I've heard of it.
AT and I grew up, the worst one was the box jellyfish. But more recently, the irukandji, which are these tiny little things, they're worse.
No.
They're worse than a box jellyfish.
Heard of
They'll
it.
kill you.
Good
Also,
news.
When you
never,
go into the
never
creeks
wipe your ass with the
and
gimpy
rivers,
gimpy plant.
Of
can't
Australia
swim.
to go.
I don't go in water.
To go hunting or
You're safer if you don't go in water.
wear pantyhose, because the leeches.
Yeah.
will
Chris,
not
I only go in
bite through the
chlorinated
nylon.
water that I can see
Sorry?
through.
But
I have a
Chlorinated
strict
as
water.
I
rule.
said, the
Chlorinated water that I can see
Downside,
through.
Downside, Queen
if you
Kirst,
wear tights,
you'll notice that
the
a lot
jellyfish
of,
can't penetrate
treatment
that.
plants these days are using ozone also to freshen up the water. That's because they found a species of flesh-eating bacteria that eats chlorine.
Yeah.
All right,
Lovely.
I'm not
My
going
feet is
in any
muted,
Go
water.
Australia. Go
Also,
Australia.
I
The-
vote fuck swimming.
Here,
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't swim. I can't.
we have
Water-
platypuses. Platypuses, they're the cute little things. They have a
Fine.
spur in the back of them that have a neurotoxin that is 5 times more powerful than basically the endorphins that you can make. They have had men beg doctors to amputate their hands rather than have to live through the 3 days of pain that it takes for the barb to go away. And what they do is they start pumping morphine into them to the point where double the amount that would kill you goes into you. Then they stop, and then they put you in an induced coma. Unfortunately, the pain is so bad that you keep on waking up.
From
And you wake up in these bad dreams, and they put you back down
And
again.
you go
And
back.
then 4 days later, you wake up and go, I had this weird dream that I got spurred by a platypus. And they go, look at your hand, and you go, oh, it's like a horror movie.
But apparently, a real thing, the irukandji sting, besides being painful and potentially fatal, has this psychological effect. People stung by irukandji beg for death, and not like I'm in so much pain I want to die.
No,
A switch flips in your brain, and they literally beg the medical people.
Yeah, it's a
to kill them.
toxin.
Yeah,
And it's anyone else.
So
Neurotoxin.
the Gimpy plant,
they've
Gimpy
been
plant
studying
has-
funnel web spiders. The only one of the only 2 species of spider in the world that can kill you. Yeah, we've got them. The funnel web spider venom is only good as a neurotoxin. So if you think about it, it's only good for mammals and higher order species. What the fuck they're using that toxin to kill small things with, I don't know. But they must be eating nothing smaller than mice. They're aggressive little bastards. No spider will chase you. They will
Except
always
funnel web.
run away.
So it's
Funnel webs
probably
will
for
chase you.
self-defense.
They will actually chase you because they have no fear. Because why would they fear? Because if you put them in water, they will sit there for 48 hours looking at you going, I can wait, asshole. Basically, if you burn them, they will click off that leg and chase you with real anger.
Yeah.
And if you have a cat, you're not allowed to let the cat get anywhere near the funnel web
Oh,
because
God,
they'll
no.
attack the funnel web,
No way.
and the cat could get killed.
Mm.
I always
Yeah.
let the cats take
Still-
the funnel web every
Yeah.
time because the cat's brave and I'm not. And we had this one cat that was the most aggressive thing. It wasn't my cat. It was my flatmate's cat. And she was away for the weekend. This fucking funnel web had taken up residence in the house. And it was not a particularly big one. It was 8 centimetres across. Jesus Christ. Just
Your
give me a
phone.
second. I have to take this.
That's okay.
Hey, man. How you doing?
I'll just give you some privacy.
Is anyone else?
Anyway,
Is anyone else thinking of that song by the Scared Weird Little Guys? You know, the "Come to Australia."
Oh, where everything will kill you. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is why I can never live in
but that was the thing that I was going to say, that like people talk about Australian wildlife being deadly, but then I'm like, but in America they have bears.
Yeah, we only have little poisonous things.
There's no antibiotic because, like, okay, we have venomous
Bears are
animals,
not
but
gonna, like, come into
but
your-
we have anti-venom. There's no anti-bear. If a bear knocks your block off, there's no
Yeah, there's a
going
fucking
back from
bear.
that.
It's called a fucking double
Just kick them in the nuts.
Yeah, see,
Fucking come here,
bears
fucking put one of
rarely
these
go.
up the nose, you fucking brown fat fuck.
Bears into neighborhoods or cities,
And God, coyotes and all that.
yeah, most of the animals out here that can kill a person are very scared of people. They're very rarely
Mhm.
come at you.
It's ironic, really, isn't it?
Well, so are ours. Like the inland taipan is like the deadliest snake, but they're so reclusive that nobody's ever been killed by one because they'd rather
Really,
not.
the only way people get killed by snakes is if they step on them accidentally. And in
You
Australia,
got to worry
they
about
teach you when
brown
you're walking
snakes.
through the bush.
Yeah, brown
you
snakes
stomp-
are
Oh, brown snakes are
you-
bastards.
You
Yeah.
stomp through the bush
Yeah.
to make sure that everything that's deadly gets out of your way. 'Cause
Yeah,
it
but I
will.
mean, those spiders just show up, which is why can't live in Australia. Visit Australia, not gonna live in it. That's what
Where funnel webs get people is because the funnel web decides a shoe is a warm place to hide, or the leg of a pair
And
of
that's
jeans.
why.
I've seen the movie.
And that's why Australians have a habit of picking up their shoes and shaking them about before
Shaking
putting them
them.
on.
I
Oh,
still
what are
live
you
in
showing us,
Victoria.
though, buddy? It's a picture of a fence. What's on it? A
Yeah.
bird?
Snake.
Oh, a snake.
Snake.
Oh, it's a
Oh,
snake on your fence. Damn, yeah. It's pretty
Yeah.
long.
It's a green snake.
It's
I bet it is.
it's about as big as tree snakes get.
Damn.
That's what she said.
Yeah.
It's
Did
about
she
as
really
big as
say
tree
that?
snakes
Or
usually
she's
get.
being nice, Charlie?
I'm estimating that one
I
was
can't
nearly
help
2
it.
meters long.
Oh no,
I
that's
can't help
normal,
it.
Azzy. That's normal, mate.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. Did you want to have a shower before we? Anyway,
Yeah, I
look,
thought you were
I'm
gonna
gonna go
have
and
a
freshen
shower.
up and look like a daisy,
I need
and
to
I'll come
refill
back
my
and
drink.
play.
Alrighty.
I
So
still
I'll
haven't shown
see
off
you
my
shortly, okay?
jumpsuit.
Yeah, well, you can get a drink and then do a fashion parade for us, Charlie.
The,
Yeah,
the
I
tree
need
snake
to
that,
get my
that I
wine.
just shared with everyone didn't make me nervous.
Oh,
I went
Ludo's.
right up to it, took its photo,
Ludo's all nice and
went,
relaxed
"Huh?"
now.
and fucked off.
Oh.
I
Yeah.
was a little more nervous about the whip snake that I almost ran over on the bike.
Oof. Yeah.
It was on the
'cause it would be
pathway and he's
angry.
just going along and I'm going, brake check.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it got a little nervous and actually reared up. You know, it's giving a bit of the, come on, you want to go, cunt? Come on. Yeah,
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
I'll have you.
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
When they
you
get
do
an
that,
attitude.
Yeah. Well,
do a little
see, I was
bit-
riding with a friend.
Have your space,
rode-
dude.
Mm.
You know, let's just have each other's personal space and respect
boy.
each other's
Mm.
rights as species to be fucking dangerous. I'm just gonna go and get some friends and a shotgun, and you can just have as much space in here as you need. If you're still here when I get back, we'll renegotiate the deal. But at the moment, yeah. Anyway, look, I'll see you soon. I'll wave at Angry when I'm ready to come
Alrighty.
back. So
Cool.
I wasn't desperately nervous about the snake because I know whip snakes aren't super aggressive.
Yeah.
But I do know they're venomous.
Yes. And if they're in a bad mood, you're not going to die, but it's going to
Well,
hurt. if
yeah,
you bite.
this one was only in a bad mood when my friend who was riding beside me failed to stop and rode inches past its tail. That
Ooh,
made it
yeah.
get a little bit shirty, you know. That's when
Yeah.
he's pulled his tail and lifted his head up and going, "Yeah, you want to go, cunt?" And I'm going,
Yeah.
"You fuck off, I'll fuck off, and we'll all be just fine." And eventually it did. You know, it was only like a couple of seconds, but when you got a snake looking straight at you, going, "You want to go?" It does rattle you just a little bit.
Yeah.
He was a healthy looking snake.
see what he
He was a
did
good
there?
looking snake.
Rattle. Did you see what he did there?
I mean, I had a fucking aggressive magpie right in my face, like.
Yeah,
That's not good.
a magpie
and
coming
he-
right in your
and
face
he
is
lingered
more
it because
scary than a whip snake.
Usually, staring them down tends to work, but
Yeah.
this guy, he lingered in my face, like,
Yeah. See,
I will fuck you
that's-
up.
To me, that is more threatening than a whip snake because a whip snake
Yeah.
is basically, and if you get in its road or upset it, it's going to come on and yeah, let's have you. Otherwise, it's going to go, I'm going over there where you aren't. Whereas the magpie is going, I'm going to follow you because I just want to fight today.
Yeah, because usually magpies, they prefer to strike from behind. They don't like if you staring them down tends to work. But this was
I had one of them
ballsy
peck me through the
magpie,
bike helmet
and
gap.
he was just like floating right in my face for longer than he should have been, and it was very disturbing.
Yeah, I've always wondered if I got one of those magpies that is lingering around, could I punch it in the chest?
You
Just
can
go, "Come
punch
on,
them.
cunt, I'll
I have
fucking
a
get you."
friend. She's a ballsy country girl, and she would just punch a bird, and yep.
Of course, that beak is awfully sharp, so if it takes a shot.
One time we had two plovers wanting to go us, and she just punched it.
Remind me not to fuck with your friend.
And I was like, oh yeah, she's amazing. She's a tough country girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, remind me not to
Bring
fuck with
tough
her.
in the country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. So look at my beautiful plate of strawberries. I'm not sure if they'll show up.
Nice.
Ooh, they look
That's him.
Yeah.
fantastic.
Sprinkled caster sugar on them, and it's already liquefied.
Oh, that's nice.
So they're going in my next cocktail, a vodka cocktail,
Cocktail?
because I love it. It's called Wanton Abandon. So
That's
Well-
my kind of cocktail.
exactly. So I decided I had to do that when I saw that thing. Annette,
I'm
can
just
we
drinking
afford
straight
being a
gin and
godfather with bourbon or
ice
brandy?
now.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Sorry, I just Annette asking, can you replace the whiskey in a Godfather with bourbon or brandy? Well, bourbon's a whiskey. You could brandy
Yeah.
would probably be really interesting in a Godfather. It's all about experimentation. Sorry, I just noticed Sprout Girl in the chat. Not scared of spiders, but if you walk into a web, you do the whole ninja thing, like wah, wah, wah.
Yeah.
Which is
Yeah.
funny because most of the spiders
never
that spin a
bothered by
big web
spiders.
aren't really that dangerous.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
It's the
But
ones
it's
that
still
hide in the
spiders.
off-putting.
that are the
Fuck them. Fuck all spiders. I hate them.
No, I
like
love them
spiders,
all.
they're a bit spooky.
I must admit, I
I'm a
did
big-
freak a little bit when
my
I
mum
ran
calls-
out of
My mum
bike
calls
helmet
me
across
Spider
my
Girl
face.
because I adore all spiders.
Yeah.
And especially golden
them all away
orbs.
from me.
I grew up with always having golden orbs around the
I
house.
do
I
love
love
Golden
them
orbs,
Fantastic.
they
so
are
much.
fuck ugly
They're
spiders.
gorgeous,
No,
I
they're
love
fuck,
their
fuck
webs.
ugly.
and I
Yeah.
love huntsmen. I'm like, wait, when somebody goes, "There's a huntsman in the house," I'm like, I'll handle it. You don't have to kill it.
The huntsmans aren't
Huntsmen
super
are good.
aggressive.
Yeah.
No, they're
There was
good.
Usually pretty timid things are huntsmen.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, they
I
are.
did freak a
They just
little
think-
bit.
They freak people out because they get big.
They're big
They
and
do
hairy.
get big. I had one about the
Mm.
size of my palm crawl out of a bike helmet across my face because I
Oh,
grabbed the helmet without thinking.
That would be
That,
scary.
I must admit, did rattle me a little bit.
Yeah,
It was a
no,
bit,
that's
what the
not
fuck is that? And then I swiped it, and this great big fucking spider lands on the ground and is bouncing off, going, "What the fuck happened?" And I'm going,
Yeah, and I'm sure,
Oh, for fuck's
I'm sure the spider was more scared than you were.
Oh,
the
yeah.
spider looked fucking shit scared.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It was trying to work out just what the fuck happened, I think.
Yeah. There was a great video I saw on YouTube. There's a guy, Aussie guy, like, okay, everyone's scared of huntsmen. They think they look terrible if they're not from Australia. But here's why I like huntsmen. He's in his bathroom, and on the bathroom sink, sort of hiding among stuff, is a really fucking big huntsman. Like, and he's going, here's why I like huntsmen. I don't know. He somehow had a cockroach, like he caught a cockroach. And he went, watch this. And he put it on the counter and sort of flicked the cockroach in the general direction of the huntsman. And the huntsman shot out like lightning and just fucking nabbed the cockroach and dragged it back in. And
I remember.
that's why I like huntsmen.
and like I have
huntsmen's okay.
I have a phobia of cockroaches.
I hate cockroaches.
Like
I'm
they-
not scared of
they-
them, but I fucking hate them.
They're gross.
They disturb me on a deep level. I
If
can't
you want
even
some cockroaches,
explain it.
I got
Cockroaches give me the deepest sense of dread and disgust. Like, yeah, it's a phobia. I can't even explain
I'm
it.
not
It's just
afraid
that
of cockroaches.
I
but
can't. I
have,
can't handle. I
I
can't
hope-
handle cockroaches. The minute I see a cockroach, I scream and I run out of the room and I go, someone else has to go in there and deal with that because I can't.
This place that I'm renting
But I
doesn't
love
have any of
spiders.
those anti-scalding things. It hasn't got that tempering valve, so it's just pure, proper hot water. If I see a cockroach and I'm near a sink, I'll pick that bastard up and throw it in the sink and drown it in boiling hot water.
Yeah,
That's the end of the cockroach. Fucking
cockroaches
dead.
are not good. And the apartment, so in block I live in, I've moved from apartment complex to apartment complex to apartment. I'm now in this apartment complex. Eventually, I probably get the whole block. But anyway, one apartment was above McDonald's dumpster, and so the building had roaches because unless you have serious management in between the landline of the dumpster and the apartment building, you're going to have cockroaches. It's a commercial dumpster. And so I moved in, the place was clean, had done nothing. Nothing was going on. And then that first night I was there, I looked on the wall, and there was a fucking cockroach. And sure enough, like it took months for anybody to come to spray them, clean them, or anything. And the two worst experiences I had was my drain clogged, so I had to open up the cupboards underneath the sink to see why it clogged. And when I opened up that cupboard, and then, all right, that's not the worst one though. The worst one, Charlie, you're gonna hate this, is I was sleeping.
Oh,
And then
where this is
at
going.
the time, me and my girlfriend, we were sleeping in the bed, and oh God, it was like 4 years ago. I haven't talked to her in years, but so we're laying there, and then all of a sudden I get woken up, and I hear my ex going something. I'm like, what is that?
Oh no!
And she did that. There was a queen cockroach in her goddamn hand, right there in her hand. And she screamed, and she was a big girl, so she screamed and jumped up, and I was like, oh my God. I jumped up, and I'm like almost 7 foot tall. And so I had these long ass arms, right? Well, I jumped up backwards, and the glass light bulb, I smashed it with my hand.
Oh no!
And then grabbed the glass, and there's the queen cockroach on the ground, and we're running around like crazy trying to stomp it out, and we finally do. And we moved out. We moved out next week. The week after that.
Yeah, I would have burned the house down.
We moved out for them to fucking clean to
all right.
on the place.
I have a cat who likes to leave a little bit of food for later.
Cockroach. Queen Cockroach is a good name for a band.
That would be a good name, actually. That'd be a kick-ass name.
Yeah. So that was just. Oh, and they had the audacity to try and raise the rent on us, and I said, "I'll pay you more money when you bomb the building." Never did. So like I'd bomb my apartment every 2 weeks, but they do nothing.
You know that folk tale.
So the most effective cockroach deterrent that I've ever had was bay leaves. I spent about $10 on bay leaves. Just opened the packet and shoved it in every cupboard.
Oh yeah, because I've read
bay leaves.
I heard that that was an old Chinese thing to put a bay leaf in your rice to keep weevils out.
Ah, you know that
it works for cockroaches, and if you find a bay tree, even better. Free cockroach deterrent.
Sounds like something I should invest in.
Of eating spiders in your sleep, like it's a completely ridiculous.
It's a myth. Yeah,
it's a myth. So like if you eat 8 spiders.
It is a statistical error. Spiders George, who eats 10,000 spiders a year, is an outlier and should not have been counted.
Yeah, I've always wanted to make a video. I've always wanted to make a video, and I haven't been bothered to put it together. But of a person like lying in bed asleep with their mouth open and then doing a voiceover and saying, "You might have heard that you eat 8 spiders a year in your sleep," and then like have a rubber spider moving towards their mouth, and then go, "This isn't true." And just before the spider reaches the mouth, I want to jump up from behind the bed and grab the spider and eat it, and then go and just stare into the camera in a really creepy way and say, "Because I'm always watching you."
I was gonna say, like, man, you mean I've been missing out on all that extra protein?
Yeah.
I've had a couple of. I've picked up my cat's food dish, and of course, you know what they're like. They always leave a little bit for later. And then they go, "Oh, that's gone shit. I'm not eating that." So, I'll come along, pick it up off the ground. It'll have a roach bloody deciding, "I'll have the food, don't worry." And then the roach will decide, "Well, I'm getting out of this dish now. I think I'll run up your arm."
Yikes.
Yeah, that's the worst.
See,
I was at a mate's place.
No, that was not fair.
I was at a mate's place, and I felt this weird tickling, and it wasn't a roach. It was a little No, it was a little spider that decided to come out from
Oh,
under the
okay.
sofa on which we were all seated and run up my leg.
Yeah.
That was fun.
I had a spider jump on my hand
Oh
Um,
God.
just after I'd finished watching Arachnophobia.
Oh, that's good
Ah.
timing. That is
It
great
was-
timing.
I
That's
I
a
had to
sadistic
change my
spider right
underwear.
there.
That was just the worst. Yeah. It
That
was
is
on
a sadistic
TV,
spider.
so there were ads, and it wasn't like I was at the movies or anything. But
Okay,
yeah,
my
fuck
my last place had a serious millipede problem,
Oh yeah.
and fucking millipedes don't even. I couldn't
There's
stand
too
them.
many legs.
Fucking millipedes.
Like
And okay, and one time I felt an itch on my boob,
oh,
and
Sorry.
I went and I looked and I thought, why does my nipple look bigger than usual? And I pulled
Oh
down
no.
my top, and there was a millipede curled up right on my boob.
Ah,
I
that's
didn't know
no good.
so
that morning.
That's pretty
I
out
had
there.
to I had to go get a T-shirt off the line one time, and for American people, it's a clothesline because we don't usually always have clotheslines.
Dryers.
I kind of
Yeah.
figured what it was.
Yeah. Anyway, so so I put the T-shirt on, it was fine. Then I had an itchy back, so I scratched it a bit, and spider bits were coming out the back of my T-shirt. And oh well, at least it's
I found a
dead.
dead spider in one of my shoes once. Trouble is, I'd been wearing the shoe all day.
Oh,
Mm.
no.
You know the spider stories.
I'm
You know,
pretty sure the spider was alive when I put the shoes on.
oh, that's not good.
I love that this has turned into a bug horror story
Yeah,
stream.
we've scared Sprout Girl off with too much creepy talk.
I'm gonna change it to something kind of funny though. Have you guys ever seen the movie Eight-Legged Freaks?
I've not watched all of it.
I refuse to see that.
So it's the movie where
I
like
haven't heard
the mute and like the cop from Scream is in it, and like they get like they get like these radioactive spiders that are huge, and like it's the funniest movie ever because like there's this conspiracy nut job because you were talking about conspiracies later who has his own radio station on the hill above the town, and so he's live, and of course all the police and firefighters and EMT they all listen to this guy because they're in their cars all day, and so he gets attacked by the spider. Whole town is in their mind. Got people on the phone. Spiders are killing everybody. Oh my god! They're like running through mines and shit trying to get out of town. And the only reason they show up in the movie is because the conspiracy theory guy got attacked by one of the giant spiders. Live on the I'm like, that's funny.
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
L3, you
give that
gotta
movie
get
a watch. It's hilarious.
L3, you gotta get some geckos in there. They'll take care of the moths.
Got a moth invasion.
Mm.
Those, you get the migratory.
Geckos are moth assassins.
They really are.
Good
Yes.
at that. I've seen pictures on I haven't seen it firsthand, but I've seen pictures on the internet of geckos taking on bloody paper wasp nests.
Mm.
Yeah, they do it. When I was
Those
up in
things are fucking badass.
Yeah. When I was up in Darwin on a holiday at night, if you got like an outside light on, it'll get surrounded by geckos because, of course, a light at night attracts the bugs and moths.
Yeah.
And the
Feeding
geckos
frenzy.
go banquet and they'll surround the
Yeah.
light, and they will
And they
just
fight each other too.
Oh.
yeah, and they will
Fight
just take them all. Yeah.
I've seen. I remember hearing this bloody noise, and it was geckos screeching. And
Yeah.
next thing I see, this gecko go
They,
flying to the ground. After being thrown off the wall by the gecko with whom it was fighting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They grab a bloody great big mouthful of other
One
gecko
time-
and go, yeah, fuck off, cunt.
One time, when I was a kid, my childhood cat, he was perched on the end of my bed, and there was this moth that was just flying around my room, and he was just sitting there, just watching it fly around for a good while, and then the moment that moth got close enough to his face, he just chomped it down.
Mine? Munchy,
Such
munchy.
a good cat.
Good cat. Yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, speaking
My
of
cat's fucking useless.
funny. Speaking of giant bug movies, before I forget, I just remembered that like one of the best black and white B movie disaster films I've seen is called Ants, and it's they have these giant ants, and they slowly invade Los Angeles. And the last part of the movie is so good.
I love that shit.
We got convoys of like military people coming in the city saying we gotta evacuate. And all these people are evacuating. It's like it's like the biggest like B movie disaster film I've ever seen. Like,
There was this.
Called Them.
There was this classic Doctor Who serial called The Web Planet, and there were like these ant guys these bee guys, and
hi, Aidsy.
Welcome back.
Look how fresh and dainty like he looks.
Yeah, you're talking about B movies, and I was going to talk about a B experience. So please continue talking about B movies.
That's good. Talking about Doctor Who.
I was talking about The Web Planet with the with the Zarbi and the Menoptera.
Yeah, bug people basically. Old school Doctor Who was so weird.
Yeah, old school Doctor Who was just like, I mean, the
best.
Low budget
they had to be on marijuana.
Yeah, no, the guys in the BBC Radiophonic Workshop were mad for the gear.
What was her name? Delia Derbyshire. She was the one who composed the original theme song.
Yeah. The people who did the soundtracks, the people who did the sets, I'm convinced they were mad for the gear because they had about 50 pence for the effects budget. And I just think they were doing massive bong rips and going, we can do this, can't we? Fuck yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, definitely.
And it was good.
I heard a rumor.
A rumor?
What rumor?
I heard a rumor that if you can get an internship, a university level internship at the BBC Radiophonic Workshop, you can get a job at Weta.
Yeah,
that is true.
Yeah. If you ever want to,
I have a friend who works for ILM.
I totally fucking believe it.
Well, that's cool.
The shit.
Yeah, he does. He's mad. He's got mad skills.
I once watched them do a series on the Radiophonic Workshop. What do we do? And you go and you think, oh, it's going to be this amazing place with this fucking gear and everything. It's not. It's a room. And they take stuff off shelves and go, if we put this on this and do that. And this woman was blowing bubbles into a tank. Into a tank and recording it. And then what she was doing was she was catching only the very highest tones of the pop of the bubble and the very lowest tones of the pop of the bubble. So it went, and then she slowed it right down. And then what she did was she had footage of cells touching and invading other cells. And as they touched and these T cells invaded the other cells, you hear this boom. Boom. And basically you follow the sound that she made all the way through from the beginning to the end of this experience, so that people could watch this amazing fucking doco. And you don't think about the BBC Radiophonic Workshop making these amazing fucking sounds for every single fucking program that's on. If you hear a sound effect,
like they were groundbreaking.
And they
somebody usually made them
at the beginning of the day to get done by fucking lunchtime. And if they haven't got it done by lunchtime, you hear these directors coming in saying, why haven't I got my howling wind with cracking thunderstorms and people screaming and ghosts dying? And you're just going, the fuck did you just ask for, you tool? If you'd have come and asked me for that, I've got a taser and put it in your testicles. And basically they go, look, we're having a little bit of trouble with the electrical noises to make them sound realistic. You can have this electrical noise, and this is, we can have this electrical noise, zap, zap, zap. And they've got like Van de Graaff generators and shit going on. Or we can have this electrical noise, but could you please hold this? What? Could you please hold this? Okay, and so you've got this holding this like metal strip, and this fucking lightning's like coming across this cage, And everyone's
No,
freaking
you're
out, and it's
good boy.
basically, why am I holding this? Oh, because it earths you, and you won't die. And they're
Yeah.
going, okay, just something that sounds like a buzz. Oh, we've got that. And they got a fucking old neon tube, not neon tube, a fluorescent bulb. And they tapped its end and tapped its end and tapped its end until it went grey. And I said, yeah, the mercury's just about stuffed. And they turned it on, and it buzzed, and it just buzzed, and then it went buzz, and I said, that's it. And they recorded like 5 seconds of it, looped it, reverbed it, looped it, reverbed it, looped, reverbed it, and then they spiked it, and you had zzz, 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 and it had this perfect electrical lightning sound that this director wanted, and it was done in moments, and these people work so fucking hard for so little credit. That basically, you know, and they say, oh, our day is perfect when we're not noticed. You know, because
that is very true.
they're not Foley. They're not Foley. They
Yeah.
have a Foley department.
Mm.
They have a Foley department, which is one of the better in the world anyway. But they are special effects sounds.
It's amazing
And
the
you
behind the
give them
scenes
a
stuff we
brief
just overlook.
and go, I want a thing that doesn't
All right.
exist.
So just to speak across you, because I'm going to turn off my microphone and the speakers, because I'm going to make another cocktail video. So you'll play nice, and don't forget to take a breath occasionally, AT, and let someone else in. So
I was
I'm
about
gonna,
to
It's
say
interesting.
a
And here's-
story
here's
about a
it,
rat, and I was
Alrighty.
going to be in it.
so I'm going to leave you for a minute.
Hello to you, Frankie the Skin.
Oh, hi.
Oh, hi.
Frankie's
Hi,
here.
everyone.
Yeah.
Angry's not here now. We can play up.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
Yep.
We can misbehave now.
Now we can get
Angry's
silly.
stupid
Yeah, they can
cuckoo
get
head, and he plays the doll, and no one likes his body odor because it smells like body. Well, actually, I like his body odor because it smells like body, and it smells a bit like man. And you know,
Yeah.
and when you're smelling a bit like man, but you know, not man like after, you know, after the work game when it's like lots after the pub. Ew. And it's got that acrid metal smell to it, and you go, I'm not rooting
Has
that.
it?
Sorry, have a shower. And vomit the rest of that out because you'll be getting some more in. And basically, yeah, no. But then, no, Angry doesn't smell like that. He smells like, just kind of feel. Just
Well,
got to try.
We don't have smell of it yet. Maybe one day.
You know.
But no,
I met some women AFL players, and they also don't use the scent when they play. Let's just face it, half of those girls are lesbians and could kick the fuck out of me.
oh yeah, for sure.
Hell
Half of them
yeah.
not, and could kick the fuck out of me. And Jesus Christ, those women can run fast, catch accurately, kick hard, and put it through the centre posts. And how big umpire? That big lady. And you know how it works. I saw this one chick score a mark right at the side of the line, right? You know, okay, so you got the oval, there's the sticks, and she's virtually behind the fucking goal line, you know? She's got to banana kick this fucking thing in to the sticks, and there's no fucking way. She might get it behind. She might get 1 point. Anyway, I was close enough to smell her BO. The two women marking her, which I thought was a bit rough, were calling her all kinds of rude words. They were unladylike, and they were many in their volume. And the other team members had joined in and calling her unladylike names. And one of them even suggested that it's a good thing that your girlfriend gives good head. Otherwise, I'd be so sore this morning.
and
this woman walks up to the woman about to take a kick and says, "Darling, you know you give the best head ever. Don't listen to them. Just kick the goal," and walks off. Fucking the markers are floored for like half a second, going, "You can get fucked. There's no way she said that." She kicks this fucking banana, and it goes like into the opposition side. It's like, it's ridiculous. It's going the wrong fucking way. Then the thing fucking curls like a UFO and goes right through the center of the fucking sticks, and everyone on the field has gone, "Well, I just shat myself. That was real human poo." And the goal umpire's looking up, looking down, and gone, and he doesn't do the wave around, just goes 6 points, and they give her a high five and they run back, and the two marking girls go, "Well, that was fucked." And the game continued. It was one of the hardest fought games I'd ever smelt, and Jesus, the body odor was good. Anyway,
I bet it
the
was.
thing I wanted to talk about animals-wise, just quickly before I had to go and freshen up, and I have to go and freshen up again soon, short, because I got to make a phone call very quickly. But I won't do that until Angry comes back, and until we've heard other tales of scary things. When Angry and I was at university, it was a place called Bathurst in New South Wales. It's a rural town, was then, it's bigger now, and had a big stockyards. And once every month or two, the stockyards would be full of cattle, and the cattle and all the sheep would come in, and they'd be sold, and they'd be put on trucks, and they'd be taken away, and it'd stink, and it'd be fine, and everyone would make money and go home and complain about people on welfare when they were happy to take their diesel labour and their tax cut. Fuck you, farmers. I've always thought, fuck the farmers. You know, you basically get up in the morning, throw seeds at the ground, wait 6 months, and then get paid. Yep, that's hard work. Anyway, these.
It's a bit more to it than that,
droughts
but
in Australia, and I have seen.
I'm sure there is a bit more to it.
Oh, okay. This is slightly a bit more to it, but I still get pissed off that they get fucking everything for free. It shits me. And then they're complaining about fucking welfare cheats. It's like, fuck you. Anyway, basically, what happens in Australia with these droughts? And I've seen YouTube videos of Australians watching rivers start to flow.
Oh, don't bite.
And screaming and whooping and hollering, going, "You beauty, fucking send it down, Huey." An American commenters going, "It's a river. What's the big fucking deal?" Well, the big fucking deal is we don't get them. We're not allowed to have them. They were taken off us in the dream time. We did something wrong, and they said, "No more water for you. You may drink salt water or die." And so nowadays we drink rainwater, and we drink water from the Great Artesian Basin, which is a problem because we don't know how it's filled, and we might just be emptying a big jar of free water. Anyway, we have these big droughts, and so then the stockyards come in and they bring in feed for the cattle and the sheep, and this is in the form of grain and hay. And remember that all of the other animals are hungry because there's nothing to eat. And so all of the mushkis come in and they eat all the grain. And basically the mushkis go, "This is great, there's grain everywhere, we're going to breed like crazy." And then without fucking fail, it rains. The fucking plants grow up. The mushkis who've just had a population explosion have another population explosion. And there's a fucking mouse plague on. There are mice everywhere. You can't walk the streets without treading on mice. They're horrid little fucking grey nasty things. And after a mouse plague, there is always a rat plague. Rats eat the mice. And the rats aren't like fucking things you get in a pet shop. These things are like small dogs with attitude, right? They're about 25 to 30 centimeters long.
I've seen rats that big on the
about
peninsula.
10 to 12 centimeters at the shoulder. They've got teeth on them that look like they can and will bite you. They're usually pretty clean, which is weird. They're not like, your cartoon version of a rat. They usually look pretty groomed, but Jesus, they're vicious. Anyway, so what would have to happen during a rat plague and a mouse plague is you'd have to put your bed in 4 big jam tins of water, yeah? And you'd put the legs of your bed in this jam tins of water because you'd get into bed and it'd give you enough sleep for 4 hours and a bit until enough mice and or rats had come up besides the jam tin, fallen and drowned till it filled up, and then they could get in and up your bed and on you. And there is nothing like waking up in the middle of the night with all of these furry masses fucking on you. And rats are heavy. They're like heavy beings, and then they start to nip at you because your blood is coming out of something alive, which is a cast iron guarantee of freshness. And you are basically getting eaten by these fucking rats. So you wake up and you're flushed, you turn the lights on, and there's fucking rats everywhere, and there's scurrying little bastards. And then you've got to empty out your tins and then fill them up with water again. And then you've got to empty out your bed, and then you've got to check your bed, and you've got to check your pants, and you've got to check everything, and then you've got to go and get back in bed and then try and sleep for another 4 hours. Usually what we resorted to was very dangerous chemicals. And we would chain up and cat cage up the domestic pets. The fucking cats were being borrowed by people in mouse plagues and rat plagues. Seriously, if you were a 3-cat household, people would come over and say, I will rent your cat for 2 weeks. And they would rent your cat for $100 fucking dollars. And that cat would come home fat and gone, Jesus, I worked for it, but you guys don't have to feed me for a couple of days. It's like, motherfucker, you're back to work tonight. And come on. I've been going for it for 2 weeks hard. No, dickhead, there's a lot of fucking rats and you're still working. Oh, can't Satan do it? No. Satan's got like bites out of him going, dude, where the fuck were you? They were everywhere. And then finally, when they were fat and tired and just they couldn't, we'd put them in the cages and hang the cages from the roofs. And then we'd literally pour, we call it rat sack. It's a strychnine type poison. We'd pour rat sack on the carpet, and we'd basically put up signs in the front yard saying rat sack through house, keep dogs away. Dogs, cats, rats eat rat sack because it's sweet. It's very, very sweet, and it's full of energy and it tastes great. And so they chonk it down, but unfortunately it's full of strychnine and it will burn their esophagus and burn out their stomach lining. And
my partner lost a dog to rat sack.
It's one of the cruelest things that happens in Australia. Every now and again you get some asshole who will fill meat patties with rat sack and throw them over the fence to dogs. And if you haven't trained your dog to not eat until you tell it to eat, it will gulp it down and it will have the most agonizing death.
But this wasn't that. This was his parents trying to get rid of rats. And so they put out the bait. And I think he said that the dog, they were like greyhounds. So the dog caught the rat that had eaten the bait, and then that poisoned him through that. Yeah.
Oh, that's even more tragic.
That's shit.
Oh, that's even more tragic. Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, they would put out these fucking baits for dogs, like so if there was a noisy yappy dog in the street, right? What you had to straight away do was teach your dog not to eat until it was told to eat, and punish it if it ate. Because you knew what was coming. Was they didn't do just one yappy dog; they did all of the dogs. They put the meat over all of the yards, so that it looked like no one was suspicious. And
there was a case just recently, just a few days ago, not far from me, of baiting, and they had thankfully the dog survived, but yeah.
Wow.
So I'm really worried.
I'm just putting it there.
Yeah.
Will kill them.
The best thing to do, if you know that your dog has eaten rat sack, is
hydrogen peroxide.
they'll be basically vomiting green. They'll be basically vomiting green, and they'll be in agony. You get a hose down the esophagus, and you spray that fucker out. You spray that fucker out as much as you possibly can until the vet gets there. Vet will get there,
and then the vet would give it a enema or something.
Yeah. The vet will get an enema, but you've got to get it out of its stomach as fast as you can.
Yeah.
Because just leaving it there just keeps the burning going. It's the same for children.
If you can get a dog to drink hydrogen peroxide, you'll throw that right up a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, you've got to... Dogs that have eaten poison are freaking out. Yeah. They will only trust their owner. And they
you can do it for, like, if they've eaten chocolate. Yeah. I mean, so, they'll pretty much do anything their owner says. If their owner says you're going to have a hose down your throat, they're going to do it. Yeah. I've had a dog let me stitch it up because an idiot we were hunting with shot it. And said, "Come here, big fella," and he's like limped over and gone, "I'm not enjoying this hunt." Why is that? I just got shot and it hurts a lot. And there's pigs out there and I want to get them. And everyone else is getting the pigs and I'm getting shot. All right, come here. So I grabbed the bullet out of this dog and sewed him up. And I said, "Are you feeling any better?" He's going, "Well, back. Go and get some more pigs." And out he went and got 3 more pigs. Tough.
I come back to you taking bullets out of pigs.
He just fucking stood there and was going. Anyway, if your dog's eating rat sack, get a hose down its guts straight away. Cat the same, and just wash it until there's no green coming out anymore, until it's actually blood, and then keep fucking going.
That's really
keep going. Then the vet will come, make it comfortable, and decide if surgery can happen, and then you'll get a live dog. If you don't do anything while you're taking it to the vet, they'll have to put it to sleep because it's in total agony. It's not a good way to die. But be careful with poisons. Jesus. I mean, how hard is it?
Well, I'm going to cheer up.
Oh, yeah, let's lighten the mood.
I'm going to lighten the mood with my cocktail because this is called a wanton abandon. And the recipe was vodka, muddled strawberries, lemon juice, and sugar syrup, and topped with champagne. So what I did, as I showed before, I actually covered the sugar. I covered the strawberries in sugar, so it went all syrupy, and I put that in and shook it, so I get this fantastic strawberry color. And because champagne's for wankers, I topped it with cider. So
well, there you go. I actually have.
Well, then I'm a wanker.
That's okay. Do you have good champagne, Charlie? I'm just joking. I actually just don't like champagne.
Yeah, that's fair. It's not for everyone.
Yeah. So now I've got this bloody mixer cup full of pulverized strawberries, but
pulverized.
Good. I can have it as a dessert, I guess.
Vodka, sugar, and blue curacao.
Yeah. I made a blue curacao drink earlier.
Yes, you did.
Did you? Oh,
The Mad Hatter.
It was my
Yeah.
only suggestion. And the other one you can do is a bit of purple vodka with your strawberries. Again, sugared, deeply sugared. And then you add vodka and, strangely enough, what's the monk's robe one? You know, the brown bottle with the monk's robe on it.
Oh, Benedictine? No, not Benedictine.
Benedictine. And you put Benedictine in. You go, why would you do that? Nice.
I think it's Frangelico if it's got the picture of the monks on it.
Safa is just more fun to say cock. Like I'm the my Chinese zodiac. I like to say I'm the cock.
Yeah.
And people say, "Oh, you're the rooster." I'm like, "No, I'm the cock."
Line they had in The Simpsons when Marge's sister adopted a Chinese baby, and when she goes to the orphanage, they say they will only let a married couple adopt a baby, and the guy in the orphanage says, "We will not give a baby to a hen without a cock." And then Paul, is that rude in your language? It isn't in mine. And it's just...
That's funny.
That's all right. Oh, wait, Frankie's telling me friend Chell makes great cakes that can look like anything, even genitals. Yes, we should get Aidsy a massive penis cake for his birthday.
Speaking of genitalia-shaped pastries,
yes,
Voodoo Donuts in Portland has a donut called Cock and Balls, and it looks just like
nice.
And it has cream filling on the part.
I was going to ask if it had cream filling.
Cream filling.
I'm sure it's delicious.
It's a mouthful, I'll tell you that much.
Oh dear.
But I'm going to everybody.
Good night.
Hang on.
Good
night.
Actually, he has a technical problem.
That's a power move to finish on a cock and balls joke.
Well, why don't you say that?
Robin, yeah.
I do a power move on a cock and balls joke. You just say that my cock and balls jokes suck. Oh,
hey.
Kirsten.
I see what you did there.
Kirsten just bailed out of my cock and balls joke because she hates me. Is it because I'm white and none of you are?
Yeah, that's probably it.
Is it because you've all been redlined?
Yeah.
Is it because Black lives don't really matter?
Cool. Annette wants to drink, and also saying hello to Clapping for Chlamydia. Is probably still my favourite username.
I need to. It's a good name.
It's a good name.
I need to refill my drink again.
Clapping
I still haven't
for
shown off my bodysuit. My
You're wearing Emma Peel jumpsuit.
My Emma Peel jumpsuit. Yeah, I may as well do it now.
I would appreciate it.
Let's see.
You've got my
see
attention.
if I can.
Yeah. I always loved how the original Avengers was very thinly veiled bondage.
Yeah.
It was always Emma Peel in a leather catsuit being tied up. Oh, that was the wrong link. What the hell?
Okay.
Oh, that's really not a problem, Charlie.
And it zips. It zips down the front like
as it
hang on, I'll just see. I'll just make sure my bra is all.
That is remarkably circumspect, making sure everything's in order before sleeping.
Yeah.
Don't want to get demonetized.
Yeah, because it. Ludo, get out of the way. And now the dog is trying to upstage me. Come on, get out.
Ludo, we all get
Notice me.
No,
Notice
no,
me.
jealous, mate. Let it go.
No.
Charlie, Ludo has to go out now. We have to see this.
All right.
Yeah, so it's
Hi, Nettie.
and it's like I don't know if you can tell with the lighting in here, but it's like stripy sort of.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh yes, we can see.
Let's see what happens. With
Yeah,
the
you
zip.
can see it. Oh yeah, the zip down the
please.
front. Yep.
I'm getting demonetized.
Censored by the dog.
Ludo's keeping it a family show. Ludo's keeping it a family show.
wasn't the only one postponing
Ludo's
either.
protecting your modesty.
Well, Ludo can come round and learn a few things from Uncle Adrian. One of them will be discipline. And I'm not talking about.
Come on, Ludo.
I'm not talking about behaving well. I'm talking about discipline. You learn in clubs.
Come on.
The Hellfire Club.
Ludo is full on. No, angry or be demonetized. Don't do that.
I'll have to move.
Charlie,
I'll put
that's a fabulous
laptop
that's a
up here.
fabulous jumpsuit. You
Here
look
we
great
go.
in it.
It is great.
And
Boys love those zippy things. They do love those zippy outfits.
boys and girls love that.
I have not words anymore.
Okay, so like it goes all the way up like that, and then it goes
on this chat.
Yes, we can see.
Oh God.
But the lighting's not as good over here. But
Demonetizing in
We can use our
5,
imagination.
4, 3.
Sorry.
no, I'm still
Actually,
No,
that'll get
there's
me
no
off
need
Twitter.
demonetizing.
No.
Everything is fine.
I'm not doing anything that's.
No,
You're not doing
Everything
anything
is
that's
still
wrong.
covered.
If
I'm just
anyone needs
joking.
me, I'll be in my bunk.
Besides, there's no monetization on these videos anyway yet.
True.
Yeah, I'm not
Charlie, you
monetized
are
anyway.
But that just spoils the joke.
amazingly beautiful, and that looks sensational on you.
No, it doesn't spoil the joke. The joke's still there, dude. The joke is a beautiful thing. I mean, I've demonetized myself several times in 15 seconds.
The cleavage looks better in this lighting. Oh, Ludo.
Censored again by the dog.
Ludo has the. Oh my God! Sorry.
Dog blocked.
Dog blocked.
That's what I did. Yeah.
The dog's going, no, don't show them. Don't show them. You'll get them in trouble.
The cleavage looks better in this lighting.
Ludo's our modesty filter. That's
Ludo's going, hey, this is YouTube, you prong. You'll get in trouble.
oh dear.
When
It's a
Charlie,
Friday.
every now and then I need a because I live alone.
It's Friday. We're allowed to get silly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I live alone, and it gets a bit
I need to
lonely.
refill my wine.
And every now and then, I just need a reminder that, like, damn, there's some beautiful women out there, and I just need reminders that yes, I'm a lesbian. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you for the reminder. Yes. But that outfit is amazing. It works really well on you.
I got it off.
See, but the thing is,
I got it off Shein.
So Abigail, the thing is, right?
Nice.
I have bedded many people in my time, and
It's a Shein.
Somebody once,
Yeah.
somebody
I
once
got it on
said,
flash
that
sale.
makes you a total slut.
Wow.
And I said, no, because I loved every single one of them in my own way, even for one night, even for 15 minutes. Not the ones that were paying; they were different, because that's a one-way street. You know, you're not sharing there. It's only a one-way thing. But when you're with someone for the moment, you're actually sharing of yourself. And I've found some traditionally Hergley people to be really fabulously lovely, glowing from the inside. And I was married to a woman who was really quite fat. There's just no getting around it. She was quite fat. But she was beautiful. And no one
They're not mutually
ever
exclusive.
said that she was ugly.
Yeah.
Am I not right? Am I not right, Angry?
Yeah. I'm just saying
Everyone
it was
thought
me.
my wife
Sorry.
was beautiful.
All right.
I mean, she was a big girl. She was fat as.
Yeah.
And everyone, and it'd be funny because you'd get there and you'd be drinking with people at a party, new people you met, and then people go, "You're really beautiful," and they turn to me and say, "Your wife is really beautiful," and I go, "I know her." So, you know, yes, it is good to be reminded that there are very classically beautiful people who can wear Emma Peel jumpsuits and make us go like that. But everybody can make you go like that in their own special way. And I'm not bullshitting you. We worked out once because I had to start writing lists because one of my lovers did a bad thing and wrote me a letter saying, could you start writing lists? And Angry will know what that means. You guys are probably too young. Writing lists means someone's got AIDS or they think they've got AIDS. So you've got to start writing out lists of people you've slept with. And me and my girlfriend, well, she was more a girlfriend of convenience. We were fuck buddies, but we were great mates. And I tell you what.
Does Frankie have a thing for Kirsten?
Wonderful fuck buddies in my life. And 3 of them, I've introduced them to the loves of their lives. Fuck, I'm an idiot.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That's okay.
And I miss out because these
Frankie, I think that makes you polite.
2 women and 1 guy were just gorgeous and amazing in bed. And then I introduced them to the love of their life because I thought they might enjoy their company. And they suddenly didn't need me anymore.
That's the way it goes, buddy. Sorry, I just wanted to answer Frankie the Skin in the chat. He's just saying Kirsten happened to be smiling just when he looked at your corner. And so Frankie smiled back to be friendly. And then he's going, I'm an idiot. It's like there's a smile.
It's okay, Frankie. I'm very friendly.
Yeah. So is Frankie. I love that. But how often do you do that, though? Like, I still think one of the best, when you're interacting with something, one of the best things I read recently someone said, like a Tumblr post, the closest you can get to being a ghost is listening to a podcast and they're trying to remember a reference.
Yes.
You know it, and you're listening to the podcast.
Trying to tell them.
No, it's this. But they can't hear you. And
they can't hear you. And it was recorded 6 weeks ago. And psychically, you're trying.
When there's no angry bunch, I sometimes talk to you.
Yeah.
I do it too.
And
when
my husband's like,
Yep. But because
I'm talking to angry, you just can't hear me.
I gotta ask, are the Applewood live streams over now after episode 100, or did I miss something?
No, Henry said that he was taking a break while he was in quarantine, so he's gone to Darwin.
Yeah, there's a live stream Kirsten and I have been watching for 6 months, and it's and he fucked off to Darwin.
He said that he was going to take 1, maybe 2 weeks break because he was messaging me and he's like, they took away all my alcohol, and I was like, I took in 2.8 liters of alcohol into my quarantine. I came out with 280 mils of my 2.8 liters of alcohol.
I hate that when they do that. They do that in hospitals too. They take the stuff off you.
Yeah.
You know, I went into a hospital once with a bag of cocaine and never got it back.
But did they give you
so
morphine?
Rude. How dare they?
Yeah.
They did give me morphine in exchange, but I don't think it was fair. And I did ask my cocaine back, and they said, if you ask again, we will call the police. You do know that, don't you?
Yeah.
And I said, I will stop asking for my cocaine back. And then I left chastened. I was a lot younger and a lot cockier.
Yeah.
I was a young comic on the rise.
And
I'd just fallen off a bloody train. It wasn't my fault. I was a bit wasted.
Another interesting thing, because I'm always reading these different websites that are about alcohol and cocktails and whatnot. Kirsten, I don't know if you've heard of this idea of the infinite cocktail. What some people do with and it was like some people started with their leftovers. Some bars do it with whiskeys. It's an infinite bottle of whiskey. They top it up with something else, and so it becomes a really
It's like
infinity bottle.
Yeah, it's an infinity bottle. But some people have started doing it with cocktails, like martini ingredients.
No.
But I found it really interesting. It's on the Punch Drink site. It's a really interesting article and a few of the people I kind of started because I had a little bit of vermouth and this much gin, and I poured it into a thing, and it took on a life of its own. Like I popped up, what would it be like if I added this gin to it? And then it's just always there. And you just pour yourself a drink from time to time. An infinity cocktail is a really interesting idea. Hey, Ned. Did you change tops, Nettie, or is that one that's
I want to join in.
That's really nice.
I got this from that shop that you've been. You know, the shop or something? Kirsten!
Nettie.
That is a beautiful top. That is a beautiful top.
Oh.
Yeah, I really like it.
Smitho,
I love that. It's like yellow.
Hey, back.
It's like Yellow Submarine.
It's
I have
kind
no
of
idea
like
if I
a
pronounced your name
90s,
correctly.
80s print. It's got like 90s sensibilities with 80s colours.
No, drop it.
A bit of 70s too.
Oops, and I'm just going to say hi to
Delia.
Yuko Smitho on. I'm saying hello to Yuko Smitho on Twitch. I don't know if any of you find people on the Angry Bunch see the chat the way you're doing it, but you know. Yes, L3, I agree. Nettie looks super groovy in that top. That's
Very
style.
groovy.
Thank you. He's humping
I'm just
pillows.
drinking cider. This is like
Is your dog humping things? Because my cat's humping things at the moment. I don't know.
He's humping
There's a
pillows.
telepathic link, and they're both deciding
the
to
silly zone.
be disruptive.
Yeah.
They're sending the message telepathically to the others.
Pluto.
Yeah.
It's a full moon. Go hump stuff.
Has anyone been watching The Boys on Prime Video? It's a TV version of a comic from like the 90s. Oh, it's from 10 years ago or whatever. I have a digital version of the comic too that I read recently, and it's very different to the TV show. I think the TV show is actually better, but the guy who's like this rough as guts guy in the comic, he has this dog, and when he wants to upset someone, he says it's like this bulldog, like, you know, horror, fuck it, and it'll just jump and hump whatever he's pointing at. It might be another dog, it might be a pillow, it might be a person, but if he just goes like, you know, horror, fuck it, it'll start humping whatever he points at. So there you go. Bloody, this is Charlie is like got a dog who's bigger than you. There's some dude in my neighborhood who walks big black hairy dogs that are the size of bears. Every time I'm out on a walk and this guy's walking the dogs, I'm just thinking, the fuck is this? Like, that dog must cost more than a human to feed. And you have to brush and because they look beautiful. They're long dogs. So someone is taking a lot of care of this dog. And Jesus. Safa wants to know what drink I'm up to. This is my fourth drink. I made the one. Sorry, that's rude. The one, or it'd be like I got to be like a Inglorious Bastard, so the SS officer doesn't. Cheat. One was the rum old fashioned. Two was it was as a cocktail anyway. Three is the wanton abandon, and four is just a cider. So
Safa, Australia is expensive because it's a giant fuck off island.
Yeah, we're just too far from everything.
We're huge. We've
got
a lot of stuff in the island.
Most of which tries to kill you.
Yeah. Although,
even
strawberries are cheap at the moment anyway, so, and Strawberries, they're really cheap.
Oh
It's
yeah,
strawberry
yeah.
season.
Well, they're in season.
And as young Ms. Angry, every time I go to the supermarket, she's like, strawberries. So I get like a couple punnets of strawberries.
Do you remember last year the whole needles in the strawberries?
Oh God, needles in the
situation?
strawberries.
And my local greengrocer, I went there and they had a sign next to the strawberries that said all of our strawberries have been through a metal detector.
Wow.
Good idea.
Yep. Very good idea.
Oh, Kirsten got put on notice of being too loud. Actually, thank you for reminding me. I have to be careful not to be too loud because normal humans have gone to bed now, and I get too excited when we get full-blooded in the fucking angry bunch, and I get in trouble.
Oh, well.
Miss McGann. Hang on.
I shall soon be making like the hay and baling.
That's okay. Okay, it's 11:30. That's pretty reasonable. I've been making. This is really weird. Like, okay, you'll probably know my obsession with doing milk clarified drinks, where and it goes from a dark drink to a really light drink. I made this one with blood orange, and it's staying really dark, which I'm fascinated by. Like, it's still going. This is the second time I'm filtering it, and it's still really dark. That's literally the first time that's happened. So the blood orange, all that's in this is mezcal and blood orange. And the blood orange juice was really dark. I squeezed it. It was like purple. And it's staying really dark. I'm quite fascinated by that. But there you go. Frankie, it's 2:30 p.m. for you. Kirsten has to achieve tomorrow. And you're not allowed to get any more drunk because you have to do stuff tomorrow. Well, I don't have a goddamn thing tomorrow. So
I have to do stuff tomorrow too, but fuck it. I
want to get a rubber stamp.
I can do it. No, but it's weird. Like
bucket stamp. Boom.
I've probably mentioned this before, but ever since I've been on antidepressants, I haven't really been having hangovers.
Okay.
Wow. That's a nice
good
side effect.
Nice side effect.
Watch out with red wine, though. Don't drink a lot of that because it's really bad.
Red wine.
I've done that before.
I have been fucked up off my face on red wine a couple of times, and if you don't get enough water intake, it really fucks your shit up.
The acid thing, yeah.
The tannin.
Plum gecko.
Well, what do you got?
The trick is to drink a lot of water whenever drinking alcohol.
That is a good point. Yeah.
The last time I got really
and the next
quite
day,
drunk,
I just have lots of Gatorade.
Yeah.
The last time I got quite drunk, a friend fed a couple of bottles of wine into me, and I didn't drink any water. The next day was a train wreck.
Ooh, yeah. The dehydration is what gets you. Yeah.
And when I was helping a friend move that particular occasion, it wasn't a good day for manual labor.
No.
I mean, I'm not great at manual labor at the best of times.
No.
That basically had me falling over.
God damn.
Secret weapon, Gatorade.
Yeah, I should have got some of that. That would have done
electrolytes.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's what plants crave.
They used to make Brondo. We're all thinking that.
Oh,
God! That Brondo from Idiocracy.
Also,
there's a video from the early days of YouTube that someone made. It was called Power Thirst. It was
I remember that.
The Power Thirst videos were hilarious because it was just all screaming Power Thirst.
But
they've got one like that I like. It was for Ranger School.
Cat butt. If I have to put up with it, so does everyone else. Cat butt.
Cat butt.
Oh no.
Cat's going. You don't get away from it. You get some as well.
I love how we all swap med ideas on here. L3's on antipsychotics. Trexia olanzapine. Everyone's sharing their bits on here.
Oh,
I've
but
already
okay,
told you
so
about the metazapine.
the original
I may
sports
soon be
drink.
taking clonidine. As I'm sure people have noticed, the ticks are getting a lot worse.
Oh, no, I haven't noticed, actually. No, not at all. But if you want to retire, that's fine, dude.
I probably will soon.
Yeah, it's fucking late on a Friday. You don't feel bad about it. Sorry, what were you saying, Carol?
Oh yeah, the original sports drink, coconut water.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. And when my mum and I went to Fiji, we drank so much coconut water, like fresh from the coconut from the tree. Right. And we had no hangovers, because we drank so much coconut water.
Yeah. That just reminds me of Tom Hanks in Castaway when he's talking to the volleyball and he's going, "Did you know coconuts are a laxative?" And it's just like, it was just great, because he's clearly had it uncontrollable.
Coconuts are good.
Yeah.
I loved Fiji.
Oh. Yeah, I'd like to go to Fiji. Apparently, there are some islands on Fiji you can go where you're completely cut off from the world. There's no outside communication, and you have your own little villa. And there's you have a mother who looks after you, a local woman, and she'll cook and clean and whatnot. And the wildest description I heard of it is someone said, "Oh, I arrived with my wife for our honeymoon, and we got there, and there was this couple on the beach consoling each other and crying." And we found out it was because they had to go home that day. And we thought, weirdos. But after 2 weeks, we were like, oh, my God, I know what they mean. Justin's back.
Fiji was good. Hello.
I've changed spots, and I'm going to have to try and whisper.
Yeah.
But yes.
We've got to be subdued. I'm in the same.
And I have water.
That's nice.
So,
Safa's back from the toilet. Thanks for sharing that for us, buddy.
Have I mentioned that I saw a stingray at the beach?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Recently?
No.
Yeah, I went to just here at Harvey Bay.
That's so cool.
I've gone swimming in the ocean with them
there
before.
Was I think because there was hardly anybody, because there was no one in there, and so they were more.
Yeah.
They weren't scared, so they were happy to swim around. I was waded into the water, and then I was like, ah! Because it puffed out from the sand and swam away.
Yeah,
I walked back out. I'm like, fucking stingray.
They have those weirdly human eyes. Some certain stingrays have eyes.
It was only a little one, the size of a dinner plate.
Yeah. I saw one that was mostly buried. It was that thing where its eyes were above the sand. I was snorkeling and I was like, oh, stingray. Fortunately, it's a long way away from me. That's cool. But yeah, they have weirdly human eyes, some of them. It's quite disconcerting.
Why was it in the news?
With the manta rays are, you can go to Western Australia and you can swim where the manta rays are migrating.
Yeah.
And they're fucking huge, and there's dozens and dozens of them. I'd love to do that. Manta rays and dolphins and other shit you can swim with. But it's in the middle of nowhere, like Monkey Mia.
Are you sure it was Harvey Bay and not Bribey Island? Because there was this shooting in Bribey.
Oh yeah, there was a shooting.
Oh, that's right.
And my in-laws live there.
Yeah, I've been to
that must
Bribey
have been
Island.
fun.
But yeah, there was some shit went down on Bribey Island this week.
Yeah.
Yeah. The guy who got arrested, boy, he looked like a tough nut.
Well, yeah, it sounded like a pretty wild adventure.
Yeah. He looked pretty, I don't know, bitter. He looked really bitter, like his mouth was really small, but he also looked kind of ashamed.
I'm just imagining Nettie on the jury.
What was the news about?
Nettie's on the jury, and in the deliberation room, they're talking about evidence, and Nettie's going, he had a very small mouth. He seemed bitter. And it's just like,
he did. He looked like he'd been sucking a lemon.
So when I was 18 years old,
I'm picturing the copper taking notes.
Smile when you get arrested. Yes.
When I was 18, I got summoned for jury duty, and my case was a man who was arguing that he had purchased 2 ounces of methamphetamine because he was a long haul. He had pled guilty to the possession charge. So the charge that we were juring was intent to sell or supply. So he'd purchased, and his argument was he'd purchased 2 ounces of methamphetamine because it was cheaper to buy in bulk.
Yeah.
And myself at 18.
Yeah.
And another guy at 21 is like, this guy is full of shit. And all the other jurors who were definitely older than us were like, oh, that makes sense. Like, of course he was intending to sell it to offset the cost of it.
It's just shopping. It's just I buy it.
He's just being thrifty.
He was just being thrifty.
I mean,
yeah.
Not gonna lie, it's
the place in
also
Western
true.
Australia is pronounced Monkey Maya. She went there in 92. They wanted $20 to feed the dolphins, but she lives in Bunbury at the time. Dolphins were in Bunbury. Fuck that. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think Monkey Maya.
I was going to tell you how to pronounce Monkey Maya, but you know.
There you go. When I was in Adelaide last, as a friend who had a boat and took us around, and there are lots of dolphins in the bay around Adelaide. So we had a fun time sort of scooting around in a boat and dolphins swimming alongside us. What we were doing.
I'm from Mandurah, and dolphins are not special to me because
I'm from the middle of fucking nowhere, so anything apart from dogs and cockatoos is special and unusual. So yeah, we used to go to the beach once a year for holidays in New South Wales. It was the August-September school holidays because we were poor white trash, so we didn't go at Christmas when it was expensive. We went August-September when it was much cheaper, and it was cheaper because it was often cold as fuck in August. And there are pictures of me when I'm a little lad. I could share them at some point. Pictures of me, a little lad. I'm on the beach, but I'm fully rugged up in winter clothes because it's fucking freezing. And my mum's gone, the little fella will get cold. So I'm wearing a jumper and overalls on the fucking beach because it's so fucking cold. But anyway, that's what happens when you're from Dubbo.
The most amazing thing that happened to me with the dolphin was I had, the night before, I had one of the most amazing gigs of my life. I had, I was at a music festival and they actually had a comedy tent rather than just putting you on between bands, which is hell for any comic because they're not there to see you. They're there to see the band and they would rather throw bottles at you. And they do. But in this festival, they actually had a comedy tent. So everyone in the tent was there to see comedy. And I got on and I was there to do 20 minutes. And I did my 20 minutes. And that was about all I could do at the time because that's all I had. And the guy that was... I nailed it. I killed it. And the audience was screaming, more, encore, encore, encore. And I'm going, oh guys, I really, it's a tight night. I got to go. And they go, no. And the book is gone. And up to you, do it. And he's gone, money to you. And I've gone, okay. So I've jumped up and said, look, I've really only got a couple of other little jokes. They're not great, but I'll tell them to you with all my heart and soul. And so I turned this 3-minute story into a 10-minute story. Who knew I could do that? And then the guy that was coming on after me got the shits and decided I had upstaged
Literally?
him.
Metaphorically.
Oh, okay.
Fucking decided not to perform. I saw him arguing with the booker and pointing at me and pointing at the booker. And I'm going, have I caused hassle here? And the booker's going, and they're remonstrating. And basically, fucking, he throws his head in the air and he walks out the back of the tent. And I'm going, that's not good because I'm about to announce him on. And then the sound runner girl, they were so organised. They had a sound girl and a sound runner. And so she was sort of tech roadie kind of person. She would be the one who would jump up on the stage and, fiddle with wires if anything went wrong. And in fact, one night she jumped up and was fiddling with wires and one guy up the front went, "Aw, no crack." And the fucking audience just lost their shit. And she went so red, and everyone, every comic after that was challenged to put no crack in their routine somewhere. And I put no crack in my routine. Every bit I put no crack. I called that back about 15, 16 times. So I've done my extra 10 minutes. And then the guy, the booker, says, and he goes, all right, which is problems. And I'm going, fuck, what do you mean? And so he sends the runner girl up with a piece of paper for me to read. And I say, I have here an announcement. Ladies and gentlemen, would car number A64211 please move? It is on fire. And has had most of its valuables stolen. What it actually says is the poofter that was on after you has left and is not going on like a fucking girl child. You will have to stretch until I can get I love her to death, and she used to play a little old lady, and her name is Christine Basil. And she's a genius. She's a fucking genius. If you ever get a chance to see Christine Basil, go and see Christine Basil. I shit you not, she's one of the best comedians ever. Her and Judith Lucy lived in a house together and used to fucking one-up each other all day, every day. You can imagine how good she was, okay?
I've
so,
mad crush on Judith Lucy.
One time, Judith Lucy comes home and Christine's at the washing tub there with basically a rug, a little mat, and she's blubber, 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 blubber. And Judith Lucy just bought a black kitten and called it Sam. And Christine said, Sam, if you fucking try and shit on the fucking table again, I'm fucking going to really hurt. Sam. And Judy lost her shit until finally Christine pulled up the rug and went, ha, 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 fuck yeah. And then Judy went, okay. And then smashed every one of Christine's single malt bottles of whiskey. Anyway, Christine Basil was on her way from the airport. The note read, I'll be at least 25 minutes. And I've gone, Jesus God, I have just done all of my material plus 10 minutes of material that I've made up. I don't have 25 minutes of material. And I've gone, now, ladies and gentlemen, what I said before about the car being on fire is obviously a joke. There is no car on fire. None of you are rich enough to afford cars. And they were on fire when you started them to come to this festival. We know that. It was a poor joke in bad taste. And I don't want to minimise any burns victims here, but I like to lick the scars. It's a thing I do. Because remember, I was hot. I was really rolling at this time. And I was trying to think of anything to say. And I thought, it's just time. Just fucking throw yourself on the mercy of the audience. I said, ladies and gentlemen, it's like this. I really appreciate the fact that you got me to do an encore. I cannot thank you enough. It's the first encore I've ever done. I cannot thank you enough. I am humbled by it. And you're by far the audience that I want to have this sex with. In fact, I'm taking down my pants now. Anyone who wants to jump on, feel free. And it's in Byron Bay, so nudity's allowed. And so I've got
encouraged
totally
even.
naked.
Yeah.
Encouraged even. So I've
Required, I
totally
should think.
And I had those really fantastic knickerbocker shorts on that had those really wide pant legs. And so I've taken off my clothes and gone, that is the first time and I'm looking down at my cock, right? And I'm looking down, and it's total silence. And there's titters and nothing. And then giggles and then nothing. Then fucking laughter, because I have not said a fucking word for about 30 seconds. I'm holding this. I said, that is the first time in my life that I have noticed that I've got my pants off without taking my shoes off. Fucking room falls apart. They are destroyed. They are totally okay with me being naked. And I say, I would do puppetry of the penis, except I'm circumcised, so I can only do 3 of them.
Aww.
I can do worm with one eye.
Yes.
I can do falls over, timber. And I
Can you not do the hamburger?
No.
I have no idea what any of you are talking about.
You can do the hot dog,
Yeah,
but you
I
can't
have
do
no
the
idea what.
Because that's just folding it over.
I know
like-
what puppetry of the penis is, though.
Well, this is it. If you fold it over, basically there's this bit hanging out the other end going, what's that? And so basically I've gone, as you can see, I have no foreskin, so therefore I can do almost no of the puppetry of the penis.
That's unfortunate.
Things. So all I'm going to have to be able to do is timber. So ready, and I've held it up and gone chop, 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 timber, and let it go, and it's gone. And they've gone, oh, well, now do it in reverse. And I've gone, okay, porn. It got a hard, and I've gone, no fucking way. That was never going to happen. It was never going to happen. Oh my God, I can do that in front of large groups of people. Orgy at my place. And, again,
Charlie's just falling apart. You broke Charlie.
I'm fine.
And I've gone,
You've absolutely ruined
so
Charlie.
people,
I'm fine.
This is the thing, peeps. I was supposed to go off. And
Right off.
You've been very patient.
Go
with me
off or
because
get
you
off?
Said, yeah, you've basically given me the encore, and I can see in a lot of your eyes. Okay, you've had your encore now, funny boy. Now get the fuck off. But the thing is, the guy that was supposed to come on after me before the feature act has fucked off in a fit of pique because he thought I'd stolen his thunder. Yeah. So the owner and booker of the room has asked me to stretch until he can fetch the feature act from
Literally
the airport.
Stretch what?
His penis,
Exactly.
apparently.
Your
And
pingus.
That's what I'm hearing.
Bizarrely enough, I got that fucking joke from the crowd. Stretch what? And I said,
Yeah.
exactly. And as you can see, I'm grown, not a shower. As you see, there's nothing impressive down here. There's nothing impressive down here except for very good postnatal surgery. There is a little scar, and I'll show it to you here. It's just this little lumpy thing here, but some of the girls like that. I'm just saying. Some of the guys liked it too. Anyway, so I'm standing up there naked, and they say, and this one guy said, stick something up your ass, and I said, you haven't got $500 fucking dollars. Fuck off. Again, slayed him. And I'm just riffing off the crowd at this point, thinking, please Jesus, let this keep going. The fucking runner girl comes on and says into the other microphone, can I interrupt? And I go, please Jesus, interrupt. And she says, one of the fine, richer members of the crowd has wondered if this might help your comedy stylings for the evening while you're stretching. And I've gone, oh, what have we got here? And there was a straw and a little line. It wasn't a little line. It was a big
Line of
fat
what?
line. And I've gone, let's see. And I've gone, I'm about to fucking snort down some chalk or ginger or something nasty. And I've snorted down this purest Coke, and I've gone,
oh, fantastic.
Jesus.
I bet that helped.
And I've gone, okay, ladies and gentlemen, I expected that to be a joke, crushed up chalk or something like that. That was, in fact, really high quality Coke. And I've got to admit right now, I'm fucked. No, I'm quite fucked. And I've got to think of jokes. Trouble is, everything's funny right now. Like, you know, fucking everything is funny right now. Like, you know, when you're at the supermarket and there's that bitch in front of you and she's like counting in the 15th can of fucking tuna in 6 items or less, and everyone's behind fucking abusing shit out of her in that Melbourne way, going, which is like, you know, high-end abuse in Melbourne. You know, I'm a comic. I had no fear at all. I was giving her a lot of shit. I was going, huh. So fucking, you know, clearly, fucking the girl behind the counter was giving it, I'm 16. I'm out of here in an hour. This bitch is going to go away and my life is going to get better. And she was one of those horrible cows, this is all in the joke, who, you know, that cow is getting it home and she likes to take it out of the young women behind counters because they're pretty and they're not allowed to run anywhere. You know, that bitch, she's that bitch. So can 14 of tuna goes to the scanner and she goes, that's the wrong price. And the woman behind the counter goes, what? That's the wrong price. It's the same price as all the other cans of tuna in 6 items or less aisle. I demand a price check. And so the woman behind the counter goes, okay. Picks up the phone. Gary. Price check. Aisle 1, 6 items or less. Tuna, 250 grams. The stuff that you feed your cat when you haven't got any cat food. You know the stuff I'm talking about. Woman's bought 15 cans. One of them's the same price. He wants a price check.
It's only one item, right?
Price check. And so she puts the phones down. Woman fucking right into her. How dare you be so rude to me? You don't know nothing at your age with your ridiculous perky breasts and your stupid makeup. And the guy behind me goes, oh, it's not that stupid. It's actually the new line from Shiseido. It's actually quite nice. And the woman behind her goes, well, look, I'm a lesbian and I can say that her perky breasts are wonderful. So you've gone 0 for 2 there. And I thought, I'm the comic here. The fuck am I doing? I'm naked on stage in Byron and I'm telling a story. I better have something good to say. And I go, lady, how are you price checking 1 can out of 15 cans? Well, what was that about? You're in love with Tony, the price checker. Let me tango you to Tony. So I've grabbed her and tangoed her to Tony, and I've grabbed the sound runner girl and tangoed her around the stage. I'm naked. And he's then fucking gone down and grabbed my cock and slammed it and said, "You're going to tango close."
Yeah, basically, this is
"Okay."
sexual assault. Like,
I'll tango really fucking close. Jesus, when she says tango, you fucking tango, okay? I loved her. She fucking gave me like 5 minutes. I'm going, please, Jesus, come. Please, Jesus. I'm running out of shit here. Then essentially, there was this woman in the audience that I knew, and she said, "Oh, fuck, AZ, tell us about that time you sank your Volkswagen." Now, that's a whole different story. I sank my Volkswagen Beetle when I was in high school in a dam on a property. I was drunk. It's a long story.
I saw Herbie today.
there you go.
Well, it wasn't Herbie. That thing just drowned.
Herbie,
Yeah.
the love bug.
I drowned Herbie, and the fucking thing, we got it out of the water and blew all the water out of the sleeves and fucking put petrol in. The fucking thing drove home.
Yeah.
Badly, but it drove home. It took me $2,000 to fix, but it drove for another 3 years.
It's like living on a main road.
So
I see all kinds of shit.
This gig fucking keeps going, and I'm going, geez, people are never going to come. I'm going to be stuck on this stage naked, being a dick, and eventually they're going to go, yeah, funny boy, you've had your go and you fucked it, piss off. And I'm going, I am desperately looking through the tent covers here to see the booker turn up with the feature act, who I think is someone I know, and if it is the person I know, you're going to love the shit out of her. So this woman tells me the story of the little blue Volkswagen. So I tell her the little blue Volkswagen story, the longest version I can. And finally I'm coming up to the kicker at the end where I breathe because I was actually drowning in this car. And I breathe because I get out. And that's not a spoiler. You can see me. I live. Anyway.
Can I share the story about the person who had to be told that, AZ? Because you can actually relive.
Do that now.
You can relive these stories in Code Grey. The full Code Grey show is on YouTube. But we set up a YouTube channel. I recorded a lot of the rehearsals. I did a couple of interviews with AZ and the good Reverend Doctor, who's also in the show. It's great stuff. And I videoed the show, and I saw the show like 10 times. And one night, there's this bit, the first time AZ died in the show, because he died twice, if I remember rightly. And he talks about how he's crashing, his blood's poison, his organs are melting, and he's on the table, and he died. And the stage goes black. All the lights go out. And he's been bringing the audience along with him. It's like emergency. Everyone's around him. They're pumping everything. And he goes and I died. And the lights go black. And I heard this female sound from the front of the audience go, "Oh no! And she and her boyfriend came up to AZ after the show and said, and she said, I was so taken in that bit when you died. I was so heartbroken. Like, I thought he was going to pull through, but he died. And I started crying. For fuck's sake, he's on the stage. He gets better.
I heard them say this. I had to keep a straight face through all this next bit because I heard all of this exchange and I'm going, Jesus Christ, no. And she's going, oh my God, I thought he pulled through. And he goes, Jesus Christ, he's on the stage. He lives. He pulls through. And a bit of the audience heard it too, and they're like fucking trying to keep it together because they go, we're not going to laugh and destroy this woman.
Like, that's how good storytelling is. Sucked in.
And
it is an intense story.
I tell this story and fuck me drunk. Skidding in front of the tent comes the car of the booker with the act, and it's Christine Basil, and I'm going, oh my God, my life is good. Christine gets out of the car. She knows she's got to get straight on. Women can usually take between 15 minutes and 2 hours to get ready to go on stage, right? And that's normal. That's normal and expected and completely reasonable. You got to get made up. You've got to get fucking ready. I mean, you just got to fucking plane, for Christ's sake. You've got to freshen up. You got to do all that stuff. And Christine won't go on stage without 2 triple scotches. Anyway, they've given her triple scotches in one glass. Slap. Down it goes. I can see her getting ready. She looks in a mirror and goes, and goes to me. And I'm going, and I'm just back to her going, I love you, ladies and gentlemen. You have been so kind to me. And I realise now that I got a head full of cocaine and I'm utterly naked. So I'm prepared to sell myself later for a very reasonable price. I'm probably going to go and whack off now if anyone wants to join in.
I'll pass, thanks.
And so I'm just saying all this stuff, and they're just like fucking giggling away. And some of the guys are going, you know, I didn't think I was gay, because it was that kind of place, like, you know, the audience could say shit and everyone could get into it, you know, and this footy player guys are going, I didn't think I was gay, but, you know, I'm thinking, and fucking the whole fucking,
a lot of guys say that.
Disintegrates and everyone's
how
like,
many men would be bi if we just let them?
Depends who the guy is.
Many, trust
me.
So
many.
In the Blue Mountains,
many.
They say it's 8 years between a straight
there's been
man
this
and a
whole
gay man. It's really
there's been this whole wave of guys, of supposedly straight guys responding to Oscar Isaac. They're like, I'm a straight man, but Oscar Isaac can do whatever he wants to me. I'm like, okay,
there's so many men I know that go, I would go gay for. And
yeah,
tell you,
really,
Yep.
No, when they.
But if you're at the point of saying that, then you're not as straight as you thought you were.
Yeah. No, at the point when they released
a lot of
publicity pictures
will
of
say
Oscar Isaac in June with that big beard, and it was just like,
with the
my
beard,
reaction is that, well, no one's that straight. No one's that straight. And it's just like,
a lot of tradies, you'd be amazed, because tradies is a tough man's world, but they'll go straight up who they'll go gay for. And
Jason Momoa
as well.
as well.
Jude Law.
Yeah, Jason
Momoa. I'd go for Jude Law. Yep, I'd fuck that. Anyway, so I'm about
I have
to
a
go
throat
off,
infection.
and I'm
sorry.
Christine Basil the best fucking
It's not
intro I
COVID.
possibly can, because I love her to bits. She comes on, she goes, where are you going? Kneels down and pretends to fillet me, and I'm going, and my night is made. Good night. Christine Basil, and I bring her up to the microphone. She gives me this 3-minute wrap up, which was the most touching thing ever. She didn't have to fucking do that. She didn't have to do any of the shit she did. She was doing it as a favour to me. She fucking raced from the airport. She raced from that car. She raced behind stage. She raced back up on stage. And I'm come off stage. And
could she see or hear what was going on while she was traveling? Did she see or hear?
Told what was happening. She got told that I'd done my 20 and that I was filling and that we were 20 minutes away. And she went, he's only got 20. He must be fucking stretching like mad. Jesus Christ, I hope he's doing okay. He's a good boy. And he's very personable, but Jesus, I hope he's really lifted the bar tonight. And later on that night, she said, I was so proud of you. You did so good in such a hard circumstance. So I come off stage, the booker goes, mate. And then she says, I'm giving you your shirt back. The pants stay with me. We're going to be, here's your wallet, and here's this bag of I don't know what, and here's this lighter and your smokes, and you need that. Now they're just pants, ratty old pants, army pants. And do I have $100? Do I have $100? Do I have $100?
So cute.
We raised $2,500 for Starlight Foundation.
Nice.
And it was presented with the check was presented to the kid with no hair while she was wearing the pants after she'd worn me. Yeah, she got a bit of that. And
Nice.
so I can
Good for
say
her.
I've got a head full of coke, and I have just earned $850 because that was I was getting, which was a lot of money for me for a 20-minute spot. And then the booker says, "Mate, you've done me a fucking solid tonight. Here's your money." And I'm going, "Thanks," because I had no cash for the first 3 days of the festival. And then he goes, "Here's the money that I'm going to give you as a bonus." He gives me $2,000. Here's the money that dickhead behind you was going to get, and he gives me $3,500. And he says, "And this is a little present for me," and he puts a fucking ounce of cocaine on this pile of cash.
Ounce.
I am the richest boy in the fucking world at this point in time. I am going, I can do no wrong. I walk as a god. And I'm wandering around without any pants going, I really should sort that out. I'm thinking, as a festival, I could probably wander over my tent and sort that out. And Booker says, couple of lines first. I'm going, my shout. And we were laughing, so we had a couple of lines. And it was that Northern Australian Coke that you get straight in from South America, which will blow your fucking head off. And I was just munted and going, this is awesome. I can do anything. And then I had a big chat with Chrissy Basil. She had a couple of lines with me. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. I promised I'd never say it. She had a couple of lines with me, and we had a great time. And then she went back to the hotel, and night was over, and this hippie girl comes fucking flying around the corner going, oh, hey, I saw your act. It was really fucking great. I'm going to an orgy. Do you want to come with? And I'm going, of course I do. Because you do. And so I go to this orgy with this chick out in the hinterland, and there's fucking arms and legs and people everywhere. I'm going,
wonderful.
This is my destiny. This is what I'm supposed to be doing. And my girlfriend arrives at the orgy, and I see her through a forest of arms and legs, and I go,
we've all
been there. Going, oh, hi, Hazy, how you going? We hadn't seen each other for like 2-3 weeks, and she was travelling and doing who and whatever. And I was clearly at the orgy, and she clearly turned up at the orgy. She was the kind of person who could find an orgy with her nose. And so we say, cup of coffee? Yeah. So we catch up.
Toucan Sam, follow your nose.
In many ways, we catch up. And then we caught up. Oh, man, did we catch up. And I give her several lines, and we caught up again. And then about 4:30 in the morning, these hippies go, sunrise, sunrise, everyone, sunrise. So everyone like piles into cars and goes down to Byron Bay, which is the easternmost part of Australia, and the first place the sun hits Australia. And as the sun comes up, we're all skinny dipping in the ocean, right? Which, by the way, I find out later is really dangerous because that's when sharks attack. And we're all skinny dipping in the ocean. I'm looking at my girlfriend, who is beautiful. She's died now, but she was so beautiful. And God damn, I love the shit out of her. I wish that we could be monogamous, but she wouldn't have it.
God.
Because a lot of times. Anyway, so I'm looking at her and I'm thinking to myself, brain, this is one of those moments that you want to remember. This beautiful framed face and this gorgeous sunrise with pinks and the oranges and the golds and the, the sea just gently swaying in Byron Bay.
and this fucking dolphin dives over her head at that very fucking moment. And I'm going,
Oh my god.
Okay, there you go.
And
That's fucking magical.
I want to remind everyone, this story started 45 minutes ago with a mention of dolphins, and we've now come full circle back to dolphins.
That was the weirdest thing that happened to me with the dolphin. And then basically, we went back to my tent and fucked like bunnies for the rest of the weekend. It was just great. But yeah, dolphin, strange beast. So one of the better gigs I've ever had. Jesus, I remember coming home and having enough money for rent and bills for 6 months straight without having to do any work, but I was getting work. And so for the first time in my miserable life, I was starting to save money. And by the end of that process, I'd saved $80,000 when I was a real grown-up comic. And my wife spent it all in 2.5 months on specialists for arthritis. Because the private systems were going to fix me where the public system wasn't. And we blew through all of my savings in 2.5 months. And then she got the shits with me because I didn't have any money.
Wow.
And then I found out a lot of my money from tours was going to her mother. And never got a thank you once from her mother.
What are you doing with the egg?
Anyway, I deeply love that woman. She was wonderful. Steals
Do you know
dolphins?
Do you know dolphins have opposable penises?
Yes, they really do. And in fact, male dolphins will often get erect next to each other when they're sparring, because the one that gets more erect than the other one is dominant over the one that's not.
Just like teenage
boys. Fighting, just like teenage boys. It's not gay and lesbian.
I've heard some horror stories about
not gay.
About dolphins. They can get pretty rapey.
Dolphins rape. Dolphins
rape.
Signs up. There's fucking in Monkey Mine. There's signs up everywhere. Women, if you are menstruating, do not enter the water. And every fucking time they take a tour party in there, they have to get the American women there and go, ladies, hi, I'm Chad. Are any of you menstruating at all? Could be menstruating, about to be menstruating, have been menstruating. And every time I'll get one or two go,
does that set the
only a little bit.
off?
And I go, stop, don't go into the water. Because the dolphins smell it and go fucking nuts and will.
They're freaks.
Women have drowned because the dolphins have.
Because they're rapists.
Dolphins are fucking thugs with blowholes. They're my kind of guy.
I'm going, guys.
You're going, Nettie.
I'm going, guys. Hey, if you've got anything fragile outside and you're in Melbourne, bring it in. It's getting way blowy out there.
Yep,
Left my heart out there.
Tonight,
tomorrow. Stuff just got blown across my yard.
I'm going to go.
Rolls back and forth.
All right.
Nobody, you're going to go.
Basically annoys everyone. So I think
Nobody's
today might have
Friday night.
I have to ask.
I'm good to kick on.
Next time, I'm going to do the fuck
I
off
was just
ski
saying good
as
night
well.
to the people who were going. So.
Nobody.
I mean,
It's sad.
I'm good to kick on.
You're much loved.
I'm going.
You're going.
Angry, you're much loved as well.
No. I mean, I'm good to keep going. That's what I meant. Sorry.
I see.
I'm just.
Good night, all.
I was asking what I was doing with it.
I know, baby.
Yeah, I just love it.
I'm making it sour, so egg white in my sour. So
Abigail, how are you going?
Angry. Have you ever seen the squeeze bottle trick with the egg?
I have cleavage for the first time in my life because I've gained like
All right, so you're determined to show
gained
it.
weight. Yeah,
I understand
gotta-
those feels. I
I
really
got it
do.
because I was like severely underweight for a long time, and now I'm not.
Look,
So,
Yep.
I get it.
need to get
When I grew boobs after like decades of not having them, I was like,
Yeah.
look at my boobs everywhere.
Yep.
Woo,
Yep.
look at
Yep.
those. Yep.
I got this. Fucking.
I'm like that now, except they're not supposed
This
to
isn't
be
the best
there.
lighting, but
It's pretty good lighting.
hang on. Is it? Man, I gotta get it just right.
Abigail, that was done tactfully, diplomatically, and brilliantly. Thank you. Thank you. Because
You're
I was going
welcome.
to say something, but you did it properly. Gecko, are you hanging with us? Or are you going?
I'm not going anywhere. But I wanted to ask Angry.
Yeah.
Can you hear? You I saw you playing with the egg. Looked like you were struggling with it.
Oh no, that's just the thing.
There we
Just
go,
doing
that's
from half shell to half shell. You were talking about the using a squeezy bottle to.
Yeah. Have you seen
the
that?
yolk. I have
seen
actually
that.
been talking about.
Oh,
There we go.
okay, good.
Well, I've not heard of this. What are you talking of?
I desperately want to show off my cleavage too now.
I will.
Do it.
do I have a bottle?
I get mine out. Sorry.
Yeah. Have you got a bra?
A squeezy bottle to what?
Let me show you, AZ. Give me a minute.
Okay.
Oh, Gecko's actually going to show us the trick with how to separate a yolk from the white on an egg. I like it. So, Megaleech thinks we're going to have an interesting
Queen
after.
Curse. Always good to see you back, babe.
Oh God, the after party. You don't know what goes on at the after parties. They get pretty wild.
Love a good after party.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I had to go get snacks.
That's fair.
Mhm.
That is absolutely fair. All right, lemon juice. I'm making a version of a macadamia whiskey sour. Agave syrup. Where's my agave syrup?
With Mac.
Yeah, with Mac. They said to make it with
Wait,
Disaronno,
browsing
which
thing.
absolutely sucks balls compared to Mac.
Well, sucking balls is a good thing, though.
Yeah, I meant not in a good way.
That was
Yeah,
a
but
Charlie,
that was a George Carlin joke. He said about the insult cocksucker.
Yeah.
He was like, that's supposed to mean bad man, but really it means good woman.
Yeah. Is there someone here who doesn't like having their cock sucked? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
But I was like, there's an episode of The Simpsons where Marge threw Homer out and he ended up with two gay roommates. And
Oh, I
Homer-
love that one.
Yeah, and Homer's saying how one of them's being mean to the other one. And he goes, hey, what's wrong with you? You're always riding his ass and not in a good way.
Yeah.
It's good. Yes, Frankie knows
One
I
of my
meant.
favourite cartoon lines was there were three guys on a motorbike, and whoever was decided to be in the middle said it was okay. So Joe's Happy Pierre, and okay, here we go. Egg plate.
Oh, yeah.
Egg.
All right. So we're seeing some
Crack
magic
the
now.
Cracking the egg. Okay, egg is
All right,
cracked
yeah, there's an
and
egg.
opened.
Oh,
And
but
I
the yolk.
broke it.
oh no, you broke the yolk.
No, it doesn't work now.
I can still try it.
Still try.
Oh, I see.
If the yolk wasn't broken, that would suck the yolk up.
Yeah.
No,
I think-
nobody go
I think
anywhere.
it's the
I'll be
yolk
back
breaking.
in a sec.
All right.
I got a little too carried away with the.
Yeah, I've been
Yeah.
having
But you
I've
can
been
see
having
the
some
physics now.
coughing fits because I'm recovering from a throat infection. It's not
All
COVID.
Do you know who does have COVID?
Yes.
Trump.
Donald
Yeah.
Trump.
Celebrate
I only found that
good
out
time.
today.
Come on.
Come on. Yeah, that just
Come
made me
on.
think again. I refer everything to The Simpsons. That one, the X-Files episode,
Yes.
where they're buying books, and
Yeah.
Lisa buys the vice president's. Oh God, what was his name? Al Gore buys Al Gore's book about a sensible future, and Bart buys this conspiracy UFO book and is like, "Do you know there's all secrets and they're lying to us?" And then when the books are scanned at the thing, you see barcode scanned and it sends a secret message to an underground bunker, and you think it's Bart's conspiracy book that someone's and the military's got a message off the printer, and then they run off with it and they go to Al Gore's office and go, oh, Mr. Vice President, someone bought your book. It's just like, and he put the record on and it's cool in the game doing celebration, and he's going, yes, I will celebrate.
I will. And like everybody made fun of Al Gore, but he was right.
He was so fucking right. It's depressing.
He was.
Doesn't matter.
And that's the thing that I love about South Park is that, like, you know, they did the Man Bear Pig episode back in the day, making fun of him, but then they did Man Bear Pig Part 2, where they were like, "Oh shit, Al Gore was right. Man Bear Pig is real." And so they had to, and they did that, and so they had to actually deal with the real Man Bear Pig.
They made one where they basically were saying we were complete cockheads for making fun of
and that's what I love. It's like, you know, I'm always like on the fence about South Park because they're
dickheads, but
because they are dickheads, but they're funny.
But they went to the Oscars in drag after taking acid.
That was they did do that. That was brilliant.
So on board with that.
Oh, have you guys seen Orgasmo?
Yes.
Love that movie.
That's like proto Book of Mormon almost.
Yes.
I'm gonna go now.
Nighty night.
All right, see you, Gecko.
Good night.
Thanks.
Night, Gecko. It was great to see you, man.
All right.
I think it's only night for Gecko. It's definitely like not for us.
I think it's like early morning for Gecko. He's been up all night. How's the ASMR of the ice cracking?
Pretty good.
Ugh.
People give me so much shit over ASMR because I can't stand it.
I know.
Well, you either have it or you don't.
What are they saying? What are they doing? What's the point? How is this relaxing? How is this good? How is this anything?
Because not everybody has it. It's like okay, you know about the coriander gene? You know how like some
like
people
soap to some people.
Yeah, you know, some people they taste coriander and it tastes good, and some people they taste it and it tastes like soap. Yeah. That's like what nice, Abigail. Oh,
there we go.
Thanks.
Lovely. Okay.
Excellent work, Abigail.
It's like
darling.
that.
Sorry?
ASMR is like that. Some people can't. Not everyone
but
can
I
feel
bought
it.
myself off the Apple shop some binaural beats from Beta.
Yeah.
And it's good.
It's titty time.
It's
Time. All right, here we go.
So how?
I got the straw
It's
from
is pretty good, although the lighting is pretty bad.
That's pretty good lighting. I'm down with it.
I need to do the swoop and scoop.
Now my double pins have come out.
Here we go. There they are.
My boobs end here.
I may need to tighten my straps.
I remember back in the day, in the early days of YouTube, when
I brought the bra and the ears together from bras.
Oh, they match. There you go.
Nice.
In the early days of YouTube, people worked out the random thumbnail was the exact middle frame of the video. And so if you edited your video carefully, whatever was in the middle frame of the video was the thumbnail. And of course, then all the thumbnails ended up being cleavage.
that.
And I remember one guy did it. He said, "Oh, I'm really upset with all these girls getting all the views with the cleavage." So he did like basically pushed his mood together and got a really nice cleavage. And he got his video flagged for obscene things, and he's going like, "I'm a guy. What the fuck?"
Yeah.
If anyone
And I've seen
on,
a thing where they put a bra on the guy's bum.
Oh yeah,
that's fun. That's fun.
Yeah.
I've seen that before.
Yeah, that'd be a sexy.
If anyone comes on and says, "What are you doing?" we just say we're having a game of.
We're having a great
strip
time.
poker. That's it.
Yes.
That's all we're saying.
Strip poker. I
was going to say
Strip
a
poker.
great fucking time. That's what it is.
Yeah, we're just having a good old Friday night here.
Yes, it's lockdown. Who are we hurting?
It's
Exactly.
a warm night.
It's a warm.
We're
night.
all covered. There are no
Well,
female presenting.
Charlie and
nipples
I are
on
not
show.
in lockdown anymore.
That's
True.
true. You guys are in a different state.
Don't, Queen
Yeah.
First, please.
Yum.
My boyfriend came
Easy.
today.
I did 2 weeks in a hotel room.
Yeah.
Not
did
an awful lot about it.
2 months in a
That's rough.
fucking hospital when no one was
Okay,
allowed to
you win.
visit me.
Okay, easy wins.
I saw fucking nurses who despised me every day. No, every third day. I saw nurses who loved me every day. And every 2 fucking days, every third day, there was one nurse who despised me. And I was like, what did I do to you except make you go and do your fucking job, you slack Indian cow?
My best friend, she had a turning point in her life. She realized what she wanted to do with her life when she was going to visit her father-in-law in hospital, and just seeing the absolute state of things, like the shitty nurses, and she was like, "Okay, I'm going to become a nurse." She decided.
Yeah. God, I'm so fucked up. That reminded me of one of the recent Rick and Morty episodes where Morty gets a crystal that tells the future. And if you behave in certain ways, you change it. And he sees a thing of the hot girl he loves as saying to an old him, "I love you, Morty. I love you." And he keeps trying to make that happen. So he's doing all this weird shit. So that's the future he sees. And then that eventually gets cast aside after a very complicated thing. But then he overhears this girl saying to one of her friends, "I just want a job where I'm a nurse who cares for old people who are dying, who are alone. The last thing I'm going to say to them, I'll know their name, and I'll say, 'I love you.' So they die hearing that." And Morty goes, "What?"
It's like,
"Fuck."
What the? Yeah.
That was what he was seeing. What he thought was the perfect future was him dying alone, but she was a nurse saying, "I love you, Morty."
Bloody.
I genuinely believe that people who care for elders are like superhuman. It's not a thing that I could do. I really struggle with.
It's a hard job.
It's a thankless job too, because elders are a pain in the ass.
Oh yeah.
They have little or no mind to speak with. And remember, most of these people were dickheads to begin with. Right? You don't.
And now they've got no
just
filter.
become fucking wise and brilliant in your old age.
Yeah.
Usually the wise and brilliant were wise and brilliant in their young age. And usually you get old, cantankerous, fuck-witted men who go, "I don't have to clean my foreskin. It cleans itself." Stripping out of it.
So my mum has a really tough job dealing with her dad. And I love my grandfather. He's a cunt.
Yeah.
And my mum rang me up, mostly because she can't talk to her husband about the fact that her father is a dickhead. Anyway, she rings me up. She's like, "I am not speaking to your grandfather." And I was like,
"Your dad?"
Nothing. She's
Yeah.
like, I'm not speaking to your grandfather until the 1st of October. And this is mid-September.
Wow.
She had declared that she didn't want to deal with him until
Time
October.
out.
I was like, okay, do you, boo?
Some time out. Yeah.
My
He's
own
your
mum was
dad. You can say whatever you want.
Yeah.
Or not say whatever you want.
Yeah.
Just like, I just wanted someone to validate my plan.
Yeah.
dreaming.
Ludo's dreaming.
He's dreaming. He's doing the little twitches.
The twitches and the kicks.
Oh, cute.
Just like those kicking. And Mrs. Angry finds that very unappealing when I do that in the bed. It's
Oh
like,
my god!
you just grabbed me and went, "Eh."
I used to
would
kick in my sleep, and occasionally I'd just kick the wall at full force.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was
I was
like kinda
my
scary.
my whole life I've been I fall out of bed.
Yeah, that's not good. I just know Dingle Doty's joining
do
the
I.
chat. Hi,
So
Dingle
do I.
Doty, by the way. There's a name. There's actually a name for that thing when you're dreaming and you like miss a step in your dream and kick wildly.
And also, like I have like chronic sleep paralysis.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's not
It's
good.
rough. Yeah.
No, that's not good.
Yeah, it's terrifying. The first few times it happens, you don't know what's going on. It's terrifying.
Yeah, the first few
But
times.
as soon as
Yeah,
you
but
know
I've
what's going
had
on-
it. But like at this point, I've had it like hundreds of times.
Yeah.
And so
but
I'm just
you
like,
know what's going on.
Okay, here we go.
So you just got to. What I tend to find when I get the sleep
I just
paralysis-
concentrate on wiggling my toes and
Yeah.
Exactly.
and
Wiggle a finger,
and
wiggle a toe.
telepathically
Just-
telling the
As soon
entities
as you can
to
get
fuck
something
off.
moving, you can get it all going, and then you're
Yeah.
fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mega Leech's wife tells him he drives car in his sleep, changing gears and all, which is pretty special. I only clutch and kick occasionally. I think I did it in another chat. I did it to
I
myself.
have a thing where I do because like if I've been playing a specific video game for a long time, I start doing that in my sleep.
Yeah. No, but I think I said it in another live stream, but I did it to myself the other night. I was having a dream with a monster attacking me and ripping me to pieces, and I woke up and I was actually clawing at my own chest, and I'm going like, right, okay, that's why that dream seemed real, because I was actually having a tactile element to it and actually clawing at my own fucking idiot. But yes. Sarpa's envious of Megaleech's sleep driving because he doesn't know how to change gears, only drives an automatic. But that's okay. That was good. That was called a Bar Hoppers Sour, and it was a bit of whiskey and a bit of the macadamia liqueur, but just with a spoon of Fernet Branca in it and a spoon of mezcal to give it other flavors. It's really yummy.
What whiskey did you use?
I had all these at
Angry.
I used my Starwood Fortis because I wanted it to have character. Ooh, a riddle from Frankie, and Frankie says this is for you, AZ. What is red and has no eyes? What's red and has no eyes? A can of red paint.
A dog's penis.
Yes, that's another thing that's red and has no eyes. Lots of things are red and
A
have
newspaper?
no eyes. Communism. That's excellent. That's an excellent.
My wire strippers.
Yeah, red and has no eyes.
eyes.
Yeah. I'm dying for the actual answer now, but
My hair. Oh, my hair's purple. I was looking at Kirsten's hair, thinking, "Oh, my hair's red too." No, it's not.
mine's really grey. I have some purple burgundy color. And I haven't bothered to put it in. But my hair is the longest it has been literally in decades, and the greyest it's ever been because I haven't been asked to color it. Ooh, a few other answers for what's red and has no eyes. Stella says, my uterus. Megaleech says, a baby with eyes gouged out.
Eyes gouged out. Oh, jeez.
Ooh.
I like that one.
That's
I cut my husband's hair tonight.
Yeah.
And if anyone ever asks me, what's the worst thing about 2020? I am going to say cutting my husband's hair, because it fills me with such anxiety. It's awful. So,
why does it fill you
that's
with
my
anxiety?
answer.
Why does it fill you with anxiety?
He's a Leo and he's particular about his hair.
Uh-huh.
So if I ever want to wind him up, I just look at him and go, what's going on, like, on your head? And that will set him off for a solid 45 minutes.
Such a troll.
So you've set this up over time, and then you've had to cut his hair.
Yeah.
And then all of
and
a sudden,
it's so anxiety inducing because it's
this
not
comes
fun.
back to you, because no matter what you do, what's going on there is going to be a real thing.
It's my fault. He's like, no,
And
you're
on
doing
you.
great. You're amazing.
Sorry, my boyfriend is also a Leo and is also particular about his hair and also requires that I cut it for him. And so yeah, I feel you.
Oop, I've never had a girlfriend
But,
cut my hair.
I can also do the same trick to my mum, who's a Leo, and it works every time. And I've done it, the same trick, in the room with both of them, and neither of them have noticed.
Yeah.
Just the person that I'm speaking to gets
I'm Aries too. There you go.
Hey.
Yay, Aries.
I was.
See, I wish I had like a ram horn headband. That would be cool.
Yeah.
We'll get you one. We'll get you one, girl.
I'm a Libran, so it's my birthday in 2 weeks' time.
Ooh, cool.
And I don't know anyone in New South Wales. I'm going to be so alone.
Have an online birthday party. We have to have an online
I think
birthday
I will
party.
have an online birthday party.
Yeah, we might send you things in the mail for you to sample.
I would be
kinds of things
reticent
don't you
to
do, Queen Kirst?
Put that in.
I've stopped taking recreational drugs.
That's
fair.
You've stopped.
But I drink alcohol.
Well, that's a drug.
One night at a birthday party's not going to hurt you.
I just for fun, I looked up ram's horn headpieces, and there's fucking heaps of them on that you can buy on the internet.
There's so many good ones.
They look pretty cool. Diggle Dodie, I'm Cancer, and I've had plenty of people tell me so. Ooh, that's harsh.
Ooh,
oh,
that's dark, Dingle Dodie.
Those are rare.
Frankie says he's not
nobody
religious
believes
or a
in
cultural
Gemini.
Jew, but a medical Jew. He's been snipped, is what he's saying. He's been snipped.
I see.
What?
I wouldn't even know what to do with that.
I don't know. That's Frankie's thing. No, he's just it's a circumcision joke, Aidsy. It's a circumcision joke. He's saying he's been snipped, as all decent.
Okay, so how does it work?
It's so strange to me.
It's just a thing.
Just a snake without a hat.
Well, you get some people who will say they're Jewish but aren't religious, and I think that's what Frankie's referring to as a cultural Jew. Then a religious people who are actually practicing or even Orthodox Jewish people. But he's saying I'm a medical Jew, i.e., I've had the little snip happen.
I thought you were talking about admiral. I thought you were talking about cultural admiral or a medical admiral. And I'm going, what the fuck?
No, cultural Jew.
How does that work? So cultural Jew, medical Jew. There you go. Yes.
So now we're all clear.
Hospital.
We're still
now that we're
talking
talking
about
foreskins.
penises. So, you know.
I saw my nurse said, "Have you showered?"
I'm a big
And this was after the. Oh, fuck it! I'll tell it here. Okay, so I'm in the shower, right? And at my house, the shower lasts 5 minutes. Okay, you're in, you're fucking out. In the hospital, you can shower for literally 2 hours, and the hot water will not run out.
Yeah.
So I'm in the shower for about an hour, and the nurse comes in and goes, opens the door, opens the shower curtain, and I'm there giving it soap, wash, and I'm like, hello. And she's going, "You have been here a very long time." And I go, "I know. I've been washing myself for a very long time. I am, of course, as you know, incontinent. And you left me in my own piss for about 6 hours. So I figured I better get all that off. Have you managed to, I don't know, change the bed?" And she's going, "Well, yes, I have managed to change the bed. No thanks for you for soiling it." And I said, "On the top of my file, it says I'm incontinent. And there was supposed to be a couple of Kylies there, which there weren't. And there was supposed to be a bottle there, which there wasn't. And when I woke up in it, I decided to call you in, and you said you were too busy to deal with that right now. And so I left it, and then you were too busy to deal with it right then, and then I left it, and then I went, I'll have a shower and get this off me, and I'll do it myself when I get out." So I'm in the shower for an hour going, fuck it, I'm just having fun, having nice warm cleanness on me. And she comes in. Now, I was neonatally circumcised, and she bursts in the shower, she enters the room and bursts into the screen, and I'm there going, wash. And she says, "You've been here for a very long time." And I'm going, "Yes, I have. I've been cleaning myself very thoroughly after being in that puddle of piss for 6 hours." "It was not 6 hours." "Okay, how long was it then?" "It was 4 hours and 50 minutes. "Okay, I stand corrected." Because that's so much fucking better.
I just heard Bella.
The nurse that's handing over, is with her. And basically, she's there going, "Why have we burst in on this guy fucking having a shower? What's the problem? Couldn't we have just fucking knocked on the door and said, 'Are you all right?'" And I would have said, "I'm fine. I'm having a great time." And then this nurse said, "No, of course, it's very dirty for you to be incontinent." And I'm going, "Yeah, that's a value judgment, and we try and avoid those. It's not very hygienic, but it's we try and avoid those value judgments." "Yes, well, I'm not sure about that. And when you're incontinent, of course, you can have terrible trouble with drying out of urine in your penis areas." And I'm going,
penis areas?
It's more than one.
Problem.
Plural?
So I want you to make sure that you wash your foreskin very carefully. And I'm going,
"Oh shit."
Okay. Now I'm naked in the shower, right? They're both looking at me. And the younger nurse behind this first nurse is looking at me with the wide eyes going, and I've gone, so I was neonatally circumcised. I don't actually have a foreskin. "Oh, yes, a lot of people have tried that one on. So I want you to pull your foreskin right back and clean it properly." And I'm going, and this nurse is like eyes like dinner plates. And I'm going, "I will do my very best." And so I'm basically mimicking what I imagine it would be like. I mean, I've seen a couple of my boyfriends go for a piss, you know, and they pull their foreskin back and go for a piss, and I thought, maybe I wash like that if I do that, and then wash like that, and then no retract it fully so we can see it. I said, well, I have to wash the soap off first, of course. Oh yes, of course. And so I'm doing that, and I'm letting it go. Oh, so now it won't retract itself. Well, there's not much there, you see. You see, a lot of it was cut off early on in my life. These patients will try on anything. Well, look, you just wash yourself the best that you think you can. And she leaves. And
Wow.
the younger nurse is standing there going, I don't know. And she just said, I don't know. And I said, I
have a lot of experience with that.
I don't know either. I don't know what to do about that. And she said, male nurse that we both know is coming on later. Maybe talk to him about it. I'll mention it to him. I'm more bothered by that than you. And I said, I'm pretty bothered by it. Anyway, fucking this male nurse comes out later and says, I heard there's a bit of trouble with your foreskin. And I went, oh, Jesus. And I went, yeah. And so I explained it to him, and he goes, just for my own records, right? Quick look. Yeah, I thought I had seen when you were showering before. There is absolutely no, and I'm going, no, there's absolutely no. There's not even a hint of. And he's going, okay, so we've got a nurse that doesn't know basic anatomy. That's a problem.
She's just not that familiar with penises, is what I'm thinking. She's
well,
doesn't know penises that well.
It gets a bit worse, unfortunately, because there was one guy complaining of pain. And he was an old guy. He was a psychogeriatrician. He was actually going to be transferred to the psychogeriatricians, but he'd had bladder issues, and they'd sort of cleaned him up, and he'd had a bladder infection that sort of cleaned that up as well. But there was still nastiness coming from his penis, and so they said, We'll get rid of the catheter because it's been there too long anyway. And if we have to put another one in, we'll have to put another one in. So they got rid of the catheter, and the infection didn't release. It didn't stop dripping. And they're going, this is a problem. This is a problem. We've missed the infection. That can be a real fucking problem because that can turn into penis cut-off time. Yeah. And so they've gone, big fella, we have to look at you John Thomas, and we have to roll him back and have a look. Or would you put your touch in my dick? And they're going, oh, well, will you do it then? And apparently he pulls it sort of back, and you can sort of see the head of his dick poking out. That's it. And they're going, oh, matey, it's got to go all the way back. Really all the way back, okay? Well, I'm not sure if I want to show you that. And, matey, we really need to see this. And they convince him. And he goes, well, I don't like to because it hurts. And they go,
oh, no.
Why does it hurt?
Ooh.
Because it's all sticky and crunchy.
Oh,
no. And they've gone, when was the last time you had a sponge bath? And he said, this morning. Who gave you the sponge bath? My special nurse. And they said, did she, while you had the catheter in, clean the catheter? And he said yes. She ran the washcloth up and down the pipe a few times.
Oh.
And I went, did they go any further than that? And then he's going, no. And they go, all right, mate, listen, we both play football. Nothing strange is going to happen, but we've got to have a look to make sure you're not hurting. And they go, all right, we're just going to put a little bit of bit of warm water in here, just to make sure that nothing's going to catch, okay? Because we don't want to catch a scab or anything, all right? Happens, okay? And so then they've retracted this poor old guy's foreskin. He hasn't been cleaned in weeks. It's obvious he hasn't been cleaned in weeks. It's really obvious that this crackly mess has built up over weeks. They haven't been looking after him at the fucking nursing home.
Me bringing down the lever that says, AIDS, stop talking about crackly penises. I have one, and I'm
so fascinated by this story.
Abigail wants me to keep going. Fine.
It's boring.
So they had to clean him up. And he was going, oh, not about this. And I said, well, you'll probably feel better about after this. They clean him up. And then they realise there was never any bladder infection.
Oh, God.
All it was he was urinating through this smegma build-up that had been let go by several fucking nurses over several fucking weeks or months. And I was saying to a couple of the older nurses, what's going to happen to the vast majority of these guys when they're 90 today? And, you know, nursing's not getting more compassionate and more we want to wipe your bum. It's getting less we want to wipe your bum and less compassionate. And I said, oh, don't we know it? They basically said, we don't know. We don't know. There is a secret plan afoot in medical circles. It's just a proposal. It's not a thing. It's just a proposal that when psychogerries get to a certain age, they're going to be well, not forcefully, but they're going to be power of attorney is going to be given to the family. The family's going to be told if we circumcise them, then they won't have to worry about infections of the penis. And so these guys are going to wake up with no foreskin and basically going to go, what's going on? And have no idea what's going on. And it's going to be terrifying, you know. And so that's one solution. Another solution is that the fucking Japanese and the American try and desperately, and the Germans apparently try and desperately invent a machine that will fit neatly into a foreskin and clean it. I have no idea how you design that.
It's a miracle of modern
high pressure hot water. What's that?
It's a miracle of modern engineering.
It's a miracle of modern engineering. I might ask boss of the house to design me one.
Yeah.
And effectively, so this old nurse, she was saying to me, I've been in cases where these guys have come from nursing homes and they're bleeding, and the doctors have gone, let's just roll back and have a look. And what's happened is they've either been let go badly, and just nasty infections have started to occur, or they've been cleaned so roughly that their frenulin's been
they've been abraded,
snapped off.
Yeah.
And their frenulin's just bleeding like crazy. And I can't imagine how much that would hurt.
A little while ago, Stella was enamored of his story. He said, it's like the time a doctor tried to insert a speculum in my labia and the nurse had to point out my vagina twice. I said to them, he wanted to say to the nurse, I hope he's gay, otherwise he's going to have a very disappointed girlfriend. Yeah. Damn. doctors, eh?
Jesus, that's
Oh, that was
awesome.
the thing when I.
Well,
You
I
remember
told
when I mentioned that that doctor with no fucking bedside manner who just jammed that swab down my throat with no
Yes.
warning. I
Yeah.
thought definitely not going near him for a pap smear.
No.
No.
That would be
No,
like
no.
80s bad experience with the finger up the butt. Someone who
Thunderbird 5.
took a run up and went bam.
Oh,
Jesus.
So basically, if you've got bowel obstructions, which I do, they've got to see if you've got shit in your bowel, and the way they do it is they stick your finger in your ass. It's not pleasant. There's two ways to do this. There's a correct way. Now, what you do is you lay your finger at the bottom of the anus. Patients lying on the back, anteriors up. You lay your finger at the bottom and you roll it in. Okay, painless way to get a finger in. Also, lube helps. Anyway.
always.
And a few kind words whispered in your ear.
Lube always helps.
A few kind words.
Maybe dinner.
Yeah.
Because the joke was
maybe.
Julia Gillard's bloke tried to make a joke about fellas getting a prostate exam for prostate.
Oh,
and he tried to make a joke about, and fellas, you probably want to find a small Asian lady doctor because they got smaller fingers. And that's when Aizy went, no, that was the worst experience of my life. A little Asian lady doctor who appears to have never stuck a finger up someone's butt in her life just went, bam! Now, you're far better off with a huge, burly male nurse who knows how uncomfortable this whole thing is. And he's not land Thunderbird 5.
Basically, this Indian doctor had been through medical school and her shit didn't stink anymore. And she'd studied for 17 years, and you can go fuck yourself because you're a stupid patient. She's the doctor. Anyway, so she's jammed her finger up my ass. And I'm going, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm already not a happy man because I've been brought in with seizures. And when you get brought in with seizures, your mood often changes anyway. And I had my seizure and my blood pressure was high. And I said, my blood pressure is high because I'm in pain. That's all it is. That's all it is. I'm in pain because my joints are hurt. I've got this blockage in my tongue. As soon as that clears, everything's going to be fine. It just kills at the moment. All we need to do is either enema it out or give me a lot of stool softener. That's really all we need to do, guys. No. We know the procedure. You do not. And I'm going, okay. I'm trying to take an active part in my patient care here. So we have to now check your anus for physics. Okay. So knees up to the chest. Lay on your left side. And they've got a fat bung, like a fat injecting needle in my left arm, my right arm, my left leg, my left calf, my right calf.
Aliens are calling Aidsy. Aliens.
And basically they also had one in my inner left thigh and my inner right thigh, one down my neck and one in my fucking backbone.
Oof.
The one in my backbone really fucking hurt. I wanted that one gone. I'd had a spinal tap before and that wasn't pleasant. This was just as unpleasant except not as incompetent. And the reason they had so many bungs around is if I started thrashing around, they wanted to be able to get drugs into me in a hurry without them having to find a vein while I was moving. So I accepted all this. And this one, same doctor had done it, and she'd fucked every single one of them. She blew up 3 veins in one arm, and that's a record. Because when they blow, you can see them pop. You can see your arm jump, and the nurse next to her said, "That's popped," and she said, "No, it will be okay." And I'm going, "No, it's not. I can feel the flush going through my muscle now." And so she's gone through again and again. Eventually, we get all these bungs in. Eventually, she wants to get the shit survey done. So she comes screaming in, thinking the faster that she can get that finger in there, the better it'll be. And as all of us have a certain persuasion know, the slower you go, the better it is.
Yeah.
And she's fucking slammed that finger in there.
Oh.
And I've just yelped and gone, "For yuck me. Oh my God, that hurts.
God.
Oh, we're not fucking sending you to do the courtesy finger at any fucking time. That was fucking terrible. Get the fuck out of there now."
Yeah.
And
At least buy me dinner
half of
first.
the nurses' station is pissing themselves laughing. Virtually half of the ward of nurses is shitting themselves laughing, thinking that's the funniest thing they've heard. We're not sending you to do the courtesy finger anymore. And then she got the shits because I ate something. And I told you not to eat. No, you didn't tell me not to eat. I don't mind when doctors make mistakes. People make mistakes all the time. I don't even mind when doctors do things that I don't like. But I hate it when doctors lie. That shits me, because that's ass covering at its best. And that's not okay. If you fuck up, you fuck up. I'm not going to sue you. I'm not. Because people fuck up. I fuck up all the time. Believe me. And that's okay. But if you bullshit about it, then what you've done is you've obfuscated any chance of rectification down the line. It's like any really good job you go to, they say, if you make a mistake, don't hide it. Tell us immediately.
Okay.
Don't fucking think you're going to get in trouble, because you're not. You just fucking tell us you've made a mistake and we will fix it. It's cheaper and easier to fix it early than it is to take the plane apart and find the nut that you didn't put in right. You know what I'm saying? It's several $1 million cheaper. Anyway, so that's my attitude, you know. And when I was in hospital, last time, this one fucking nurse was making fuck-ups all over the world. And I think they fired her because she just disappeared one shift, and she was supposed to be on and wasn't. And she never came back. And that was good for me. I never saw her in the ward again, because you see everyone. You might not have them as your nurse, but you see everyone as you're wandering around doing your physio and that. And I never saw her again. She had no idea about margin tailure. That was for damn sure. There was a rumor. There was a rumor that she'd cut a old woman's vagina, taking a catheter out. And that's bad, because old women should not be having periods. And when you see blood coming out of an old woman's vagina, that can mean very, very bad things. The rumor was that they had to stitch this poor old woman's vagina, and no one wants that. No one wants that.
Ew.
And so, the rumor was that she had basically, she had bad drug knowledge because she fucked up my drugs several times. She fucked up one guy's drugs because he was on warfarin, and she gave him fucking aspirin. That's another blood thinner, and together, it's quite a dangerous combination. If he cut himself, he was in a lot of trouble. They had to wait. They had to virtually watch him for 24 hours.
Yeah.
They virtually had to have an intensive care ward next to his bed and have someone watch him, because if he'd cut himself, they would have had to go on through emergency clotting procedures immediately.
Or if he'd fallen and banged his head, he could have a
that's
stroke.
blood factor, which is kept in a fridge next to the bed, which is expensive because it lasts 24 hours. It is typed to you and only to you. It lasts for 24 hours and is useless. Then it has to be restocked. It costs something like $15,000 a bag. It is really expensive, but it saves lives left, right, and centre. It's amazing stuff. For a normal, healthy person like you or me, notice who I got in there. What they do is they simply draw up some of your blood. When you have a spinal tap, what happens is the blood from the wound scabs up and seals it. But if it doesn't, they get some of your blood and they put it in the wound, and it forms a scab and it blocks up the wound. And they had to do that for me. It's called a blood patch, and it works really well. And there's certain glues they use now instead of stitches with a particularly deep wound, where they have to do rows of stitches. They'll do glue, then stitch, then glue, then stitch, then glue. And the glue works like super glue, but with a version of this clotting factor in it. So it meshes in with the blood as it's coming through. It's really clever stuff. And it was why I was never accepted back to the Balti wing of rehab. I had to go to Q. I heard the conversation where they rejected me, and the doctors were really pissed off that I heard the conversation. And they rejected me because I was a known self-harmer. Okay. Do you know why I was a known self-harmer?
She fell out of bed.
I fell out of bed when I was asleep, and I cut my leg. And they said, "Oh, you cut your leg deliberately." And I went, "No, I was asleep when I fell out of bed." And they said, "Oh, you've been falling out of bed all the time." Okay, but I was asleep this time. I'm not on this one. This is not on me. How'd you cut your leg? I don't fucking know. Probably something on the bed. I don't know. You gashed it deliberately so you could stay here longer. Why would I want to do that? Oh, because you can get access to drugs here. Have you seen the streets of Melbourne? You can get access to drugs there.
There are drugs.
They don't come at certain times. They come when you pay for them. And I said that to them, and I shouldn't have said that to them because that upset me.
Yeah.
They said, "Oh, yeah, but you don't get medical grade stuff." And I said, "You do." And then I thought, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up, be quiet, stop talking, stop
I know a bloke.
talking.
He's got medical grade stuff. He'll bring it straight to my front door.
Bring it into my fucking wardroom if I asked him. He's that good. Fucking... I'm going to tell you this once, and I'm not going to talk about it again. I was in a lot of trouble once, and I was really hurting.
Yeah.
And I rang him up, and I said, for a fixed price, I need you to help me through this week. And he said, I will help you through this week. And he came in, he's a drug dealer, dressed fully as a doctor, said hello to the girls, asked around, said real doctor's name has asked me to look in on Claire. And fucking they pointed me out and he said, okay, young man, I need your badge number and I need you. And I'm looking at him going, Jesus Christ, nice get up. He had the whole fucking bit down. He had the 3-day growth down. He had the fucking stethoscope hanging. He had the scrubs slightly worn and down. And he had the shuffle of the bootied feet like he'd come out of surgery. And he's going, right, let's have a look at this. Okay. I can see from your chart here. So he's pretending to write on my chart. And nurses go, do you want us to get anything? He said, no, I've got it all sorted. I'll just get this done and then I'll report back to Barry or whoever. Don't worry about it. I got this. Besides, I want to chat with this young man because there's some counselling involved. Do you mind? And so they've closed the fucking curtains for him. He's opened up his briefcase and said, take your pick. And I said, I'll have one of those, I'll have one of those, and I'll have one of those each day for the next 7 days. Thank you very much. Will the price we agreed upon be enough? And he said, more than enough. In fact, I've got a little something for you for later. Hide this and eat it when you are feeling a bit tired. And when you're feeling a bit down, he said. And so I got some disappointing news, some really disappointing news. And I ate my little pill and got rid of the glass vial. And Jesus, within 10 minutes, there were pretty rainbows everywhere. And I thought, my piss is being tested every day because I'm in here for drugs, and every day my piss is being tested, and every day he came in and put the masking agent in first. He said this will give you no sensation. It's a masking agent. It basically fools the tests. It's going to fuck up their medical for a while, but it's going to make you feel a lot better about the world. And then you may as well go through the whole hog. There's a vein in your head that he got to, and he would inject me in my eye and under my tongue. And with a thin enough needle, it doesn't hurt. It's just a bit icky. You just got to deal with it. And after those injections, I was not a grumpy boy anymore, and I was bearing up very well. But I often think that guy probably saved me from getting kicked out of hospital, probably saved me from going code grey, probably saved me from having self-harming thoughts, and was an all-round good guy. He never got caught. He was just in and out like he was supposed to be there. It was the old social fucking engineering thing. He walked in there in proper doctor clothes and he was supposed to be there. He was supposed to be doing what he was doing. And he'd obviously done it heaps of times before. Apparently also he does a great trade in euthanasia as well.
Jesus.
He'll be
that's the next
basically asked by patients and families to, would you please end the suffering of this relative? And he'll go, yep, no problem. And he'll come in and sign all the relevant documentation and perform the injections himself.
Yeah.
And then he does it in such a way that the injections are slowly timed. And so they'll actually time down, gently, gone. And so by the time they're going, oh, this patient's coding, it's all over. And it looks like a heart attack.
Yeah, it's all good.
Which
Side
is great.
question. Frankie was just asking, this is a fun one. Have you ever smoked nutmeg?
Yes.
Don't do it, man.
Don't do it.
What was that like?
Sorry. Don't do it.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
All I've heard is that it's not a good idea.
Not a good idea.
No.
No.
It's intense. It's violent. Is the best way to put it. Is violent. Most drugs are not violent. This nutmeg was smoking nutmeg is violent. Eating nutmeg, whole nutmegs is pretty rough.
Sorry, I'm just seeing some hilarious things off camera.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
My boyfriend came out with my rainbow dildo at his groin, like.
Cool. That's a man who knows how to party.
I don't have a rainbow
that he
dildo.
bought for me. Yeah.
Charlie.
I'm telling
Your
you.
boyfriend has a rainbow dildo.
If you're gonna get naked online,
you're looking at me.
I'm not getting
Stop
naked.
looking at me.
I'm not naked.
And look at him.
I can see your clavicle.
Oh, you can see my collarbones. Oh no.
Oh la la. Oh look out. She might have ankles under that.
Charlie, some life lessons.
I'm
here.
not getting naked.
I, AZ, do not have a rainbow dildo.
I just keep telling you, if you're gonna get naked, at least
Well,
get
I'm
paid
not.
for it. People would pay to see that.
I know they would.
Charlie, that's an invitation that you should really heed.
Tip the like, comment, and subscribe.
This is only YouTube. We're not on OnlyFans yet.
We're not. This is YouTube. We don't get naked on
This is the time for you
YouTube.
to turn off the camera and heed the invitation you're getting.
Yeah.
The dildo.
Oh. Ludo's not wearing pants.
He's naked. His bits are out.
Ludo, you dirty slut. Sorry.
Well, he's asleep. I'm sure you've heard him snoring.
Yeah, he looked really
Put up a
content.
do not disturb sign on your camera and leave us.
Speaking of leaving, it's 1:16 in the
I'm not
morning.
leaving.
It's 1:16.
I have a
You've got to do stuff.
viewing. I have to do so much stuff tomorrow.
Yeah.
So much stuff.
It's so good to see
So-
you, guys. You're fabulous.
See ya.
Good night, all.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. So, Frankie reckons you could make money from OnlyFans, AZ. Look, everyone can make money off OnlyFans. There's someone for everyone.
Could.
Yeah.
Everyone could. It takes all sorts.
Everyone can off underpants or only Vans.
Oh, okay.
OnlyFans.
There is a site that has recently gained a lot of popularity. Is OnlyFans. It is a subscription site. It actually doesn't have to be nudie prop action.
Yeah, you don't even have to get naked.
Didn't start out as porn or.
But it appears that during lockdown, a lot of people have decided, you know what I want? I want some one-on-one individual nudie action. And OnlyFans has become a huge money spinner for a lot of people. And it's literally everything from hardcore porn to cheesecake to feet to stuff that's actually not sexual.
Oh God, feet.
What do you mean by
That's the
cheesecake?
whole.
People love feet.
Yeah. I know a girl.
It
I
is
know a
the
girl who's
number one
made
fetish
bank
in the world,
selling feet
feet.
pics.
Yeah.
Feet is the number one fetish in the world.
Yeah.
True story.
The My favorite meme about OnlyFans is some guy acting disgusted, going like, "I could never date a girl.
Never date a girl. Yeah.
OnlyCams page," and someone says to him, "Does a girl with an OnlyFans page want to date you?" He's like,
Yeah.
Shut up.
There's a fetish for people with feet with no big toenails.
Toenails, big toenails. Look, dude, there's something for everyone.
Something for everyone. Yeah, he's got no toenails because they had to be removed.
Big toenails. I have
no big toenails.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I reckon
So
that's a specialty
Bare,
thing.
I'm sure
big toenail
if it exists,
came
there's
off.
a kink for it. Bare toenail beds.
Yeah,
There's got to be a kink for that.
Big toes with no nail. There's people who pay
Nancy's got right into it.
Because it's so exposed and vulnerable.
and they look like little penises. There you go.
Lido's still snoring. Oh yeah.
Just finishing my sarsaparilla. I've discovered sarsaparilla is quite okay. I don't want to drink it in huge amounts, but have I disgusted you with sarsaparilla, AZ? Everything else was okay, but bringing up
I've
sarsaparilla.
never understood the sarsaparilla attraction. It's a bit like Dr. Pepper, only not as fun.
Yeah, because we were talking about it on one of the live streams, and I realized I didn't actually.
About root beer.
Yeah, it is. It is the sweet.
But I think root beer is sweeter than SARS.
Yeah, but
like the A&W. Have you tried that?
Oh, the A&W root beer.
Yeah.
I should try it because I haven't.
That's really nice. It's like really sweet.
Okay, because I didn't know if I liked sarsaparilla or not, so I just got a bottle to see if I liked it. And it's okay. So I should get some root beer next and see if I like root beer. Because it's just something I had a psychological block.
Yeah, try A&W.
Yeah, okay.
If you can find it.
Ooh, Frankie wants to know if there's an historical personality he reminds me of. That's a good question. Oh, that's a really good question, actually. I got to think of it. Oh, Megaleech is saying root beer is actually brewed.
There is, but I can't think of it right now. Just let me. What's Megaleech saying?
Root beer has to be brewed, as in like beer is brewed, but root beer is non-alcoholic, but there's still a brewing process. Whereas sarsaparilla isn't or doesn't have to be. So, yeah. Okay, Dingle Dirty says sarsaparilla is an underutilized ingredient. Rum and SARS is infinitely superior to rum and Coke. I think it would be. The sarsaparilla definitely has more character than Coke does. Definitely has more character. So it'd make for a more interesting drink. But I'm just easing off, having some non-alcoholic liquid to even things out before I go to bed.
Sarsaparilla is also one of the primary ingredient pathways to making ecstasy. Yes.
I've never heard of that.
The chemical combination cracked properly with other precursor ingredients can make a very fine ecstasy. It's just the longer way round.
Yeah.
And you've got to control the temperatures fairly finely, and not so much the pressures. The other ones, one of them is a bit like making ice in the sense that you've got to be very careful about the heat and the pressure. And that's fairly easy and makes a reasonable quality ecstasy. But the very best ecstasies are made out of the sarsaparilla. The sarsaparilla method.
Yeah.
And it's multi-stepped, and you really need a kitchen set up for 3 days to yourself.
Cooking
That
some
old
man.
house you were in,
Yeah.
if
That
it
would've
had a
worked.
second fridge, would have been perfect.
Okay. This actually, with regards to what Megaleech was saying about being brewed, I just noticed on the label, this is brewed. It says craft brewed for 3 days. So Frankie's saying I look like William Holmes. Now I need to. Yeah, it's Bundaberg drink. Yes.
Yeah, they're good.
Yeah, the Bundaberg soft drinks are very good.
Mm.
Images. He looks like a crusty old bugger. Who is he? William Holmes, an Australian general. He died in 1917. He didn't make it through World War II. There you go. World War One, I should say. Fought in the Boer War, and he was in the First World War. And let's see. Holmes returned to 5th Brigade. He was on the Western Front, led the brigade in attacks on Pozieres, giving command. Continued his habit of personally reconnoitring every part of his line. Paid a daylight visit to an outpost near Lagincourt, as usual wearing a red hat band, accompanied by his aide, Lieutenant Ferguson. Holmes was sniped at but not hit. Ferguson was hit, had to be left behind to be evacuated. Shortly afterwards,
Had to be left behind. He had to be left behind.
Causing heavy casualties, including Ferguson, who was injured for a second time. That fucking aide was really fucking unlucky. Got sniped and then shelled. Holmes commanded his division, caused his division very heavy losses. Holmes took the Premier of New South Wales to survey the Messine battlefield. Party left his car in order to avoid a dangerous corner, something Holmes usually would not do. As they set out on foot, a German shell landed nearby. Holmes was hit through the chest and lung. His aide, Captain Maxwell, along with Frank Edwards, Private Secretary Holman, took Holmes to the nearest aid post where he died. All right. So he was just fucking around when he got killed. It wasn't even a battle. No, there you go. Weird fucking trivia.
So why did Holmes come up?
Oh, Frankie reckons he'd seen him in a movie, and I think it's with the grey beard. I remind him of this General Holmes. So,
you're a very regal kind of guy. You remind a lot of people of generals.
Yes.
You know, and
I remind
someone
who dresses up in uniform.
You remind me of Auntie Jack.
I'll take that. I will absolutely. Charlie said I remind her of Auntie Jack, and
if you had the curly pigtails.
Yeah, I'll get a wig.
Pigtails.
Yeah. Farewell, Auntie Jack. We know you'll be back.
You'll be back.
You're 10 feet tall. You She's big, round and fat, but don't dare tell her that. There's a scream as she plummets away. I still remember the fucking theme song 30 years later. Jesus. Okay.
Hug yourself up.
Yeah.
Bloody arm.
I was Oh
Sergeant
shit, my boyfriend
Stackus
just
for
came
the
into
win.
the chat.
Sorry, Sergeant Stackus in the chat for the win. Angry looks more like Phil Jupitus cosplaying as Harry Potter. I'm out. That's fantastic.
That's that's my boyfriend.
Oh,
nice.
It's
Hello.
Tell him that is on the money. That is really
That's fucking
good.
nice.
That is really good.
Yeah.
That's fantastic. Frank says Jeff Sessions reminds him of Granny Clampett. That is good. But look, it's 1:30 for fuck's sake. I'm going to go to bed and sign off. So thank all you wonderful people. I've got a date night tomorrow night, so I won't be on, but I probably will be on Sunday, but who fucking knows?